Whoever that squad is, back up. You're in the crossfire. The officer down is in the ER.
Down.
553.
5455.
I should have three. I need a perimeter around the correctional center at 6-3 and 1-4. I should have three subjects inside this fenced area unless they made it to the viaduct or the elevation.
I'll get you someone to see.
Yeah, right over here. ER.
Get it covering. 569, go ahead. Copy 6314.
Meeting any officers.
10-4. Copy 2 civilians shot in the ER, not an officer.
5-6 company, just so you guys know, no officer down, 2 civilians in the ER.
10-4. No officer, 2 victims being brought in. 1-4.
6-3 and 1-4. 541 are going, and I are going in the yard.
Command to units, the shooting location is at the car lot at 6-3 in Sheridan. Looking at the video, there's some blood in the area of that lot.
5-1 into the command.
Go ahead.
No off.
I believe you might have had white on because these two have dark clothes on. One had white, so.
The one into command. I have a third gunshot victim walking into the ER right now. Victim claims male assault rifle or some sort of rifle behind the car source or the house.
Take some cover. 10-4, bunker down.
10-4.
5-1 into the command.
Go ahead, 571.
Care of station 1, possible 4th.
10-9, 5-7.
Aware of a possible 4th victim at station 1. KMH has just alerted me to that.
Affirmative.
The shooting took male white with a rifle he was running southbound, turned around and fired into the crowd. I'm trying to get people down here, get statements.
So I appreciate you coming back. Thanks again. Nice meeting you.
That's what it is, right? Yeah. So were there confirmed 2 people?
Yeah, one person was shot there, one was shot there.
We got
Or some
four
shooters.
gunshot victims.
4 gunshot victims.
So 2 were brought here, 1 walked in, and then 1's at Station 1.
Oh, wow.
That they're taken someplace else. So I don't know if that one was part of this.
Who even knows, right? Yeah. Wow.
But supposedly there was another victim down there.
That's what we were told, yeah, when we got here.
Walked in.
Did you guys get all we know about this yet, or?
Go ahead. What's your name?
I'm sorry?
What's your name?
Mimi.
Trevor.
Trevor, okay. Why is it that you all are arresting people that are bringing in supplies?
Well, as far as what kind of supplies?
Medical supplies for the people that are out here that
I don't believe that we've done that.
Actually, you did earlier. Literally,
yesterday,
Not that I'm aware of.
Mr.
Trevor, you took our U-Haul
yesterday.
Yesterday, you all
U-Haul?
confiscated a U-Haul. Do you remember that?
Yeah, we did take the U-Haul.
You remember
And we found bats in there and armor and everything else. So.
Right. So
that's
my
not food.
question is it okay for you all to be armored and not us?
Well, it's not okay
Because
to
you
bring.
guys come out here and riot gear, right?
I understand.
And we're coming out here, most of us. Honestly, I think I'm the only person out here within this group that's armed. So
No, that's fine. That's fine. But here's the thing. I'm not gonna stick around all night and occupy you guys' time. I appreciate talking to you.
No, but
this is my duty uniform. This is what we wear to work.
Right.
With everything going on here in this city, burnt up and everything else, and 4 people shot the night before, we're a little.
All right. Welcome to the stream chat. How is everybody this morning? Sorry, I had to play a little advertisement towards our Kenosha coverage. We had to play it. Also gave me time to get some stuff shared out, all of that. You guys know the deal. Make sure you like and share the stream. Chat, we have an epic stream for you today. Yesterday, we went 16 hours, 2 different streams, and the theme was Jailhouse Snitches. Today, chat, we are doing a ladies-themed stream. All female 2008 Mark Jensen testimony coverage, all females. This morning, I promised you guys that we would play the testimony of Kelly Labonte, Mark Jensen's mistress turned wife. So I'm going to uphold that promise, and we are going to play her testimony. It's a long testimony. All right, chat. Now, I also said that we were going to play the pathologist Michael Chambliss's testimony afterwards. I have changed my mind. Here's why, chat. We're going to keep it a ladies-themed testimony day because there is some pretty cool testimony right after Kelly's. We're going to play some neighbors, some lady neighbors that testified in the case about Mark Jensen's reactions the day of the death, at the wake, at the funeral, things like that. Probably in the second stream, because it's going to be a long day, chat. We are going to stream for another 16 hours again. So at some point in this day, you are going to see firsthand the crime scene from video. Okay, you're only getting this on this channel, chat. Only here. You're going to see the crime scene. You're also maybe want to cover your eyes because Julie Jensen is still in bed during this crime scene video. We're going to see her firsthand how she looked the day of her death. So we have a lot today, chat. Okay, make sure you guys share the stream out. If you're on Facebook, share it out everywhere, whatever groups you're in, your personal page, tag people. Let's get as many eyes on today. Court is not in session today. That's why we're live and we're doing a marathon stream. They return to court tomorrow morning at 8:30. We will be live covering it for you guys. You guys are the only ones getting the exclusive juice from Never Stop Media. All right. Now, we have a long day, chat, so I don't want to waste any more time. Let's get to it. Now, feel free, chat, if you have questions, by all means, feel free to ask. If we need to pause, we will pause and get those questions answered. If I can quickly type a response, I will do that. Share it out on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel. Hit that thumbs up. Okay. Cross waves everybody. Okay. If you're not on the Facebook page, go and follow that. If you're not on YouTube, go and follow that. Okay. Yep. Dave, you can cuss. Just be careful, guys, because we do have the chat parameters set kind of high because we get a lot of goofy fuckers. I can say naughty words, but sometimes chat automatically blocks certain things. And my Nightbot over on YouTube is a cranky bitch and doesn't like anybody. Here we go, chat. Are you guys ready for an epic stream today? I can't wait, chat. You are going to be so excited with the stuff you see today.
Your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Kelly Jensen, Jensen.
And you're married to
Mark Jensen.
Wait till she finishes the question before you answers.
How long have you been married?
It'll be almost 4 years.
And when did you first meet Mr. Jensen?
I believe it was April of 1998.
Where were you working in April of 1998?
Stiefel Nicholas.
In what city?
St. Louis.
And where was Mark Jensen working at that time?
At the time, he was working for Baird in the Kenosha office, I believe.
And how was it that you came to meet Mr. Jensen?
Our company was recruiting him to come to Stiefel from Baird.
Did you meet him in Wisconsin or in St. Louis?
In St. Louis.
Did you begin a romantic relationship with Mr. Jensen?
Not in April, no.
At some point?
Yes.
And when did that romantic relationship begin?
September.
And did you also begin a sexual relationship with Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
And did that also occur in September or some prior point?
In September, yes.
Okay. And where was it that your sexual relationship commenced?
I believe it was in St. Louis.
Mr. Jensen had come to visit you in St. Louis?
Yes.
And this is sometime in September?
Yes.
Do you recall if it's early September or late September?
I believe you all pointed out to me in July that it was the week, I guess right around the 12th, I would say.
Did he come to St. Louis prior to September 12th? Or September 11th or 12th?
Yes.
And did you see him on those prior occasions?
Yes.
And did you spend time alone with Mr. Jensen on those prior occasions?
Yes.
Outside of the workplace?
Yes.
And can you tell me about those occasions?
One occasion we spent the day at the zoo and at a restaurant. And I think another time he came down with another broker and we went to a baseball game.
And this is all in September prior to your sexual relationship beginning?
Yes.
And at that time, you knew that Mr. Jensen was married?
Yes.
And you knew that he had 2 children, aged 3 and 8?
They're leaving, Judge. Sustained.
Your Honor, I think I am permitted to lead this witness.
It has not been established.
So taking the fifth isn't enough.
Judge, we need to approach.
All right, I'm going to pause. We got some chat talking about, is she going to testify? If you were here with us yesterday, you already know who's testifying for the state. Those that were with us yesterday got a special treat. Those that were not, if you want to see the state's witness list, it is up on our Patreon. You will have to join the Patreon to see it. I don't believe any media company has released it. I don't believe that list is out there. We have it. It is available, but you got to join our Patreon. We will be posting the defense team's witness list up on our Patreon as well when the defense starts their case in chief.
At the time that you commenced your sexual relationship with Mr. Jensen, were you aware whether he had any children?
Yes.
And did you know how old his children were?
I believe they did, yes.
And how old were they at that time?
3 and 8.
And were you aware whether Mr. Jensen was still living with his wife at the time that you commenced your sexual relationship?
Yes.
And he was living with his wife?
Yes, he was.
At the time that your sexual relationship commenced, were you in a relationship as well?
Yes, I was.
With who?
Mark Riemann.
And what was the status of your relationship when you're in September of 1998?
We were engaged to be married in September.
And on what day in September did you get married?
The 19th.
September 19th of 1998?
Yes.
And was this approximately a week after you first had sexual relations with Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
Do you recall giving a statement to Detective Ratzberg on March 20th of 2002?
Yes.
And do you recall in that statement that you indicated you first had sexual contact with Mr. Jensen in October or November of 1998?
Yes.
And that first sexual contact occurred in Appleton, Wisconsin?
Yes.
And that was not correct?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. And do you recall testifying at a hearing on July 31st, 2007?
Yes.
And at that time, you were asked when your first sexual encounter with Mr. Jensen was?
Yes.
And you responded that it was in October of 1998?
Yes.
And in fact, you were asked that question quite a few times and responded that that sexual relationship commenced in October, correct?
Correct.
That was not truthful, was it?
It was truthful to my knowledge.
To your knowledge?
I had my dates mixed up. And I stated as such in July.
So it's your testimony that you were confused as to the dates of when your sexual relationship first began?
Yes.
How about the cities?
Yes. Well, I just assumed that the one encounter in St. Louis occurred after the one in Appleton.
But in fact, it had occurred
Before.
prior.
Yes, it had.
Between April of 1998 and December of 1998, did you and Mr. Jensen see each other regularly?
No, not regularly.
Did you see each other at least once a month?
No.
Did you see each other at a crush conference in August of 1998?
A crush conference? I don't believe so.
Or a crush meeting?
That might have been the baseball game, yes.
Well, what is the crush?
No idea.
You saw each other, though, at a baseball game?
Yes.
And this is in August of 1998?
I guess so.
And then you saw each other twice in September in St. Louis?
Yes.
And did you see each other anywhere else in September of 1998?
Appleton.
Is that for the opening of the Appleton office?
Yes.
Was that actually October, the first weekend in October?
I don't remember the date that it was.
Did you also meet each other in Chicago in October of 1998?
I believe so, yes.
And this was was this a trip planned by Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
You came from St. Louis?
Yes.
Did you stay at a hotel together in Chicago?
Yes.
And do you recall what hotel you stayed at?
No, I don't.
Was it the Marriott?
I don't remember. It might have been.
Do you recall whether you went to Morton's restaurant for dinner?
Yes, I believe we did.
Did you also go to the Adler Planetarium?
I believe so.
And you also engaged in sexual relationships with him on that weekend?
Yes.
And where did your husband think you were?
Opening an office in another town. I can't remember the name of it.
And are you aware what where Mrs. Jensen thought her husband was?
No.
Mark, Mr. Jensen didn't tell you what he had told his wife so that he could come and spend the night with you?
If he did, I don't remember.
During this time between April and December of 1998, did you and Mr. Jensen speak on the phone?
Yes.
Daily?
Yes.
Multiple times per day?
Yes.
Would you call him at his office?
Yes.
Would he call you at your office?
Yes.
And would you call him on his cell phone?
I believe so.
Would he call you on your cell phone?
Yes.
Would you ever call him at home?
No.
And is that because his wife was unaware of this relationship he was having with you?
Yes.
Would he-
The objection calls for speculation. The objection is sustained.
Were you aware whether Mrs. Jensen knew of your relationship with Mr. Jensen at this time?
Object calls for speculation.
Well, it doesn't, she can answer yes or no, and it doesn't require speculation. So the question is, were you aware? Now, there's various ways by which you could have become aware, and we don't know. So you could answer the question yes or no.
No, I was not aware.
So Mr. Jensen never told you that his wife had discovered he was having an affair with you?
Actually, overall.
You can answer.
Can you repeat the question?
Did Mr. Jensen tell you between April and December of 1998 that his wife had discovered that you were having an affair with her husband?
No.
Would you also email each other?
Yes.
And did you email him at home?
No.
Did he email you at home?
No.
Did you email him at work?
Yes.
And he responded?
Yes.
And he also initiated emails?
Yes.
Now, at the time that you met in Appleton and began your sexual relationship, or excuse me, continued your sexual relationship, you had actually married Mr. Greenman approximately 2 weeks prior?
Yes.
And had you gone on a honeymoon with Mr. Greenman?
Yes.
And do you recall when you returned from your honeymoon?
Not exactly. We got married on the 19th. We came back 3 or 4 days later. So around the 23rd, maybe.
Okay. That's approximately a week before you went to Appleton and had sexual intercourse with Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
In 1998, or excuse me, prior to December of 1998, did you know a John Jacques Joseph?
Yes.
And did he work for Stiefel Nicholas?
Yes.
Did he work in the Colorado Springs office?
Yes, he did.
And had you seen John Jacques Joseph at a manager's meeting in St. Louis?
Yes.
And do you recall when that was?
I believe that was the year prior, but I don't know the exact date.
Fall of 97?
I believe so.
And at that meeting, did John Jacques Joseph come up to your room with you?
Objection to relevance. Overruled.
Yes.
And did he see you naked on that occasion?
Objection relevance in 90403.
Come be a part of the world's most magical celebration.
Man, too many buttons. All right, chat. What do you guys think of this chick so far? I don't think she's likable. She's a little snooty, but I also don't like Gabrielle either. So what do you guys think? Type in the chat on Facebook and YouTube. Welcome, everybody. Share this out, chat. We do not have enough viewers for today. We need to get that viewer count up. Let's get everybody in here. This is exclusive, juicy content that we're going with.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 146.
Chat, there's going to be a lot of exhibits.
Do you recognize the handwriting?
Let me pause for a sec. There is going to be a lot of exhibits. A lot of exhibits. So nobody warned the court about tech mistakes because we might have another oops when Kelly Labonte takes the stand in the current day trial. I am looking forward to another court day oops. If you don't know what we're talking about when we refer to the court day oops, then you missed out. Sorry.
State's Exhibit 146.
Yes.
And whose handwriting is it?
It's my husband's, Mark Jensen.
And is there a paragraph entitled Jock?
Yes.
And does that paragraph describe
Objection. I object to relevance in 90403 and with and lacking in foundation.
Overruled. Does that paragraph describe the encounter that you had with Mr. Joseph?
Yes.
And it's in your husband's handwriting?
Yes.
Mr. Jensen was aware that you had this encounter with John Jack Joseph?
Objection as to foundation as to time.
Why don't you expand your question to add the time period?
Was your husband aware of that encounter with Mr. Joseph at the time that you first met, well, not at the first time you first met him, but during that time preceding December of 1998?
No.
He wasn't?
No.
You never had that conversation with him before December of 1998?
No.
You've had conversations with him, though, about prior lovers that you've had?
Yes.
Objection to relevance. Rule anything after 98.
And these conversations have occurred more than once?
Yes.
Multiple occasions?
Yes.
I guess I'm not understanding what, you objected to anything after 98?
Yes, because she said no such conversation took place prior to December 1998, and any post-December 1998 discussions have no relevance or in 90403.
I think she said prior, though. I think she said prior relationship, so that would have removed post-98 from consideration anyway, if I understood the question properly. But anyway, I had already ruled on it, so I just wanted to make sure I understood what you were saying, and I think I do. So. Go ahead.
And Mrs. Jensen, you testified about this John Jack Joseph encounter in July of 2007, right?
Yes.
And after that hearing, did you have conversations with your husband by phone?
Yes.
You spoke to him multiple times?
Yes.
Daily?
Yes.
And did your husband tell you?
I object on 971, 23, 1B.
Excuse me. Has there been compliance with that?
No, because we weren't aware her answer would be as it was.
Overall,
Did your husband tell you during one of those phone conversations after you testified the last time that your conversations about John Jacques Joseph occurred in 2000 or 2001?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that conversation?
No, I
Do
don't
you
recall that
recall not
conversation.
having a response for him when he reminded you of that?
Objection to 971-23-1B, to assuming facts not in evidence.
Well, that, overall. Come up here, would you please? Please all rise. What's going on?
Your Honor, due to the fact that the case and it's my decision about what gets produced and what doesn't get produced, if it's okay with the court, I'll explain what happened.
Right.
We have been recording conversations or getting CDs, compact discs of conversations between the defendant and various members of his family over the past several months since he was first incarcerated during the course of the forfeiture hearing. We have, I've got a stack that's many, many inches high of CDs. We've not provided all of them to defense counsel. We listen to them, and if we think it's going to become something that we're going to use, such as the CDs that we did use in this case, we provide them to defense counsel. If we don't expect that it's going to become an issue, we don't use them. And there was testimony at the forfeiture hearing regarding this communication or these notes that Mark Jensen had made in the course of interviewing Kelly Labonte about their previous sexual relationship. And she never testified at that time that this conversation occurred in the year 2000.
Well, did she testify to the contrary?
No, I don't recall that it came up, but it clearly within the context, Your Honor, within the context of the examination that was occurring at the forfeiture hearing, that would have been a relevant factor. And because we were permitted to go into it, although we didn't introduce the documents into evidence at that point. By the way, there are notations later on, or there's indications later on within the context of where these notes occur, that it was on paperwork or was on a calendar entry that was copyrighted in 1997, which would indicate to me it was calendar notations that were made in a 1998 calendar. But in any event, we did not know that this was going to happen. Now, there was a conversation, and I don't have the CDs with me. We didn't bring them to court because we didn't know we were going to be using them. And we don't have a transcript of them because we didn't know we were going to be using them. But there's a conversation between Mark Jensen and Kelly Labonte where he says, well, that occurred in 2000 or something like that. And Ms. Labonte doesn't, or at that time, Mrs. Jensen doesn't say anything in response. There's just dead silence on the other end. Now, and Your Honor, there are so many communications between this defendant and his family members where he's clearly trying to set up some kind of a false story. If we introduced all of them into evidence, first of all, defense counsel would complain because we wouldn't be providing with transcripts, because he has complained we provided him with CDs without transcripts. We don't have transcripts of all these. But this is another instance where now in retrospect, it appears as though he's trying to accomplish that objective. And we didn't know the witness was going to not tell the truth about it until just now.
I object.
Just
There's
let
no
him
evidence.
finish. Let him finish.
Well, I'm not trying to influence the jury, obviously, Your Honor. There's no jury here.
Just finish.
Well, I think that that's our explanation, Your Honor, for what occurred.
All right, now it's your turn, Mr. Albee.
Judge, obviously, I haven't received notice. I'm entitled to notice. It certainly was, they had reasonable cause to believe they were going to use these statements they attribute to Mr. Jensen. So they should have been produced so that we'd have a chance to reasonably respond to them and prepare for them. That's what's required by the statute. And the problem is more acute when there are so many conversations, as Mr. Jamboys points out. In terms of this conversation, Your Honor, there are the notes from which the state got this information about Jack Joseph or anybody else generally appear to be from my review of them, from 2000, 2001, maybe 1999. There's no indication that they are earlier. And if the court will recall, in terms of Mr. Jamboy's claim that the context was obviously important, I have no reason to know whether Ms. Labonte, Ms. Jensen would have known at the time what the significance was. And I'll remind the court as well, we had no cross-examination. We chose not to produce any evidence or do any clarification or anything of Mrs. Jensen at that hearing. We didn't ask her a single question. Tactically, we chose not to. So I mean, the whole context thing, we would have cleared that up, except we chose not to at that time. But on this whole subject, Judge, going back to my earlier objections, she has said that there is no disclosure of any statements to Mark Jensen, no disclosure of any past relationship with Mr. Joseph prior to the time Julie Jensen passed away. Then it's not relevant. It's not relevant if she told him in 99, 2000, or 2001 about some past relationship, because it could not have affected any of Mr. Jensen's actions prior to Mrs. Jensen's death. And that's the only reason they're trying to claim any relevance. And they have no evidence that these conversations took place prior to to Julie Jensen's death.
Well, I think that the answer to the objection which is raised is that this would be reasonably interpreted as something that ought to have been foreseen, and that a copy of a statement of the accused should have been sent to the defendant's attorney in advance of the trial. Because, well, if her testimony were consistent with her testimony on another occasion, then I would be more receptive to your claim that you didn't know what her answer would be. But since you didn't know the timing with respect to what she would say, then you can't really say that you didn't expect to offer the tape or the CD, because you would have known that you were going to have to offer the CD if she didn't respond, that it happened at the time you suggested. That the disclosure had not happened prior to the death of Julie Jensen. So I do think that the CD ought to have been given to the defense. Now, that, it seems to me, can probably be rectified by doing so promptly before you try to offer it in evidence. So I don't know that the area of inquiry should be foreclosed. If the state's going to be presenting its case in chief for at least the next week and a half, it strikes me that you'd have to make a pretty convincing case of lack of notice if they didn't offer the CD until a later point during their case in chief. So the bottom line is this. Well, the last question, I guess, asked about a statement attributed to the accused, and so I guess his objection is valid as to that. But Mrs. Jensen is well advised to truthfully answer the question respecting if she had, well, no, I don't want to say it that way.
All right, chat. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Make sure you guys share the stream out. Spam the chat on Facebook with likes and hearts. That helps the algorithm. That'll push Facebook Watch to push our video out so we can get more views. Let's get a bunch of people over here. All your little trial groups that you guys are in, share the stream out. Get us in those groups so we can get people over here. Facebook is livelier than YouTube again. You guys are dominating the watch scene over here on Facebook once again. Awesome, chat.
Well, Your Honor, what we will do is I'll have to go back tonight and find the CD, and I'm going to have to arrange to have a copy made, or at the very least play it for Mr. Albee. I'll try and get a copy made. I'm just wondering about the timing. And you know, if we really do have dozens and dozens and dozens of CDs, and I haven't provided all of them to Mr. Albee, and I'm part of the reason for that is we really don't know which portions of them can become relevant during the course of the case if we don't know what the witness is going to say. And is it the court's suggestion that I arrange to have copies made of all of these CDs and provide them to defense counsel?
I don't know what to suggest to you. If they're going to record people who are in the jail and you're going to keep the tapes and then CDs and then have them available for use, I guess you do have some obligation to be aware of what you're liable to want to use in evidence. I mean, that's what the statutes contemplate.
Jamboy is super Weasley in the 2008 trial. Super Weasley.
I think that
he's still a little Weasley in the modern day trial, but I like him a little better in the modern day trial.
I'm going to.
He's just super cringe in this 2008 version. So if you guys are just tuning in, we are watching old testimony from the Mark Jensen trial.
Copies made of all the CDs.
They are not in court. This trial went back to court. He was granted a retrial. For those of you that are new to this, he was granted a retrial. We have the first 3 days of the trial up on the YouTube channel and on our Facebook page. But we have been doing multiple streams, giving you guys background details, historic details, playing some old 2008 footage, so you guys have as much information as possible.
Hear that particular CD.
We're getting some questions on some old videos. What trial is this?
Just so the record's clear,
Let me
it's a problem.
make
Not
it
only is it
clear
Mr.
it's
Jensen's
in the
statement, it's
fucking
also
title.
Kelly Jensen's
I don't know why
statement,
people
who's
ask
on the
silly
witness list,
questions,
and
but they
therefore
do.
her
That's all
statement should
right.
have been
People
produced.
ask your silly
I don't
questions.
see it.
I don't know.
We'll just make fun of you.
Hers a statement. Her part of it, a statement.
Well,
a statement to me is.
So once again, today is going to be a ladies themed
like a witness
marathon streams. We'll have 2 8-hour streams.
Which isn't really a statement.
We are going to play all of Kelly Labonte's testimony, which is a long goddamn day. Then we're going to play some female neighbors that testified in the 2008 trial. And we're going to see testimony from the computer forensic specialist lady. She's a female.
The outset of this trial because I've been handed
That's
4
another
CDs of
very
phone
long
calls.
day of testimony.
I don't remember the exact
And
timing. I think within a week
we're
or so
going to
of
see the
trial.
actual
I
crime
felt that
scene,
getting those
and we're
4
going
CDs
to see
was
Julie
problematic because they
Jensen.
contain hours of
So
conversations.
viewer
I don't have
discretion
time to
advised.
listen to
Cover
those
your
during
eyes
trial.
if you
I mean,
don't want to
there's one
see
snippet here
some
or something like that, I'm not complaining
unaliving of
about my ability to
unfortunate
listen to some 5-minute portion or something
circumstances.
like that. But if I'm getting 15 or 20 CDs and I am told that there may be some relevant statements on there, that's not sufficient notice. I don't have time to do anything with it during trial. I don't have people that I can have transcribe all these things. And in addition, I would liken it a little bit to, unless I'm told specifically what might be used, I would liken it somewhat to Irby, IRBY v. State from the early 70s, where the prosecution gave a list of 97 witnesses, and they didn't tell them which ones they really thought would be called because the defendant shouldn't be forced to find the needles in the haystack.
Well, there's a flip side of that too, though. If the defendant is continuing to talk on the telephone and they're continuing to record his conversations, and then it turns up something's at variance with what is stated, then you'll complain that you didn't get notice if they don't give you all that stuff. So it's I don't know what the answer is.
The answer is if they would think if they reasonably believe they're going to use it, they need to give me notice of specifically what they might use.
There was a lot of argument about this. Some of the old footage. So, after last night's stream, went to bed, slept for a few hours. I woke up really, really early and started researching more footage. And that's why I decided to go with the ladies themed marathon today.
The area of inquiry is,
but there was a lot of argument about these jail recordings.
Asking about statements attributed to the accused.
Neither side wanted to transcribe anything. Neither side wanted to provide each other with things.
Judge, under 90402 or 90403, I don't understand how her statements about past relationships that occur after.
So if you guys are
Mr.
new to
Jensen's
the stream,
death
by all means,
are
feel
at all
free to
relevant.
ask
They couldn't
questions.
possibly have affected Mr.
Don't
Jensen's
speculate
actions
answers. We are
before
the only
his wife's
platform
death.
giving
The
out
district attorney
tons
believes
and
that
tons
the
and tons of
attorney can
details.
establish that the
Lots
past
of questions
relationship
surrounding
with
the
Mr.
state's
Joseph
witness list.
was known to the
That is up
accused
on our Patreon. I'm kind of
prior
talking over some of this
to,
argument right now because it's a little boring but interesting.
Mrs. Jensen's death. That would be evidence that.
So sign up for our Patreon. It's a new platform that we jumped on because we're trying to provide some really cool content. And I'd honestly rather do, you know, some live streams like Q&As, talking to viewers, hanging out, doing just some fun stuff over there that Facebook and YouTube doesn't really like.
No evidence. Let's face it.
And make it, you know, a nice
using that
platform,
computer
you know, for
the name
our kind of
John
paid subscribers,
Joseph.
people that really
why
want to
would
support
that
the
happen?
platform. We do also have a private Facebook group that we let like a monthly paid subscriber into, so you get access to that if you subscribe, you know, as a member, join as a member on YouTube and the Patreon, things like that.
Anything else?
So any donations you guys send in, so a lot of that stuff goes towards fucking commercials. A lot of that stuff goes towards paying for open records requests, kind of the cost of running the company, the hundreds of hours that we put in streaming trials, providing tons and tons of content, exclusive content. And once in a while, a pack of cigarettes. So we had some donations yesterday. That was great, chat. Thank you so much for those donations. That definitely helps. We really don't make a lot of money when we stream on YouTube. Is this the third trial? This is like the 46th trial. This thing has gone back and forth to courts, but this is a retrial. So technically, it's the second trial.
Is the handwriting on State's Exhibit 149?
Yes.
And who's
Type in the chat, everybody. Where are you guys tuning in from? It's always fun to see that.
Page refers to?
Objection, relevance in 90403, and I thought the motion in limine.
Well, yeah, I see that picture.
And Judge, while you're looking, it probably makes sense to glance at the remainder as well.
Well,
Awesome. We've got Cincinnati, Iceland. Very cool. I'm a long distance hiker. I actually would love to do some hiking in Iceland.
It was my impression that
Seen a lot of videos of
Mr. Joseph was allowed the other
gorgeous
material in that.
Welcome to the stream, Iceland. That's awesome.
In that extent, the full document was not to be inquired into.
And we got some funny people saying from their
communications that occurred in the courtroom just a few minutes ago, Your Honor, where the witness is now saying that this conversation occurred in 2000.
Yeah, I see the document.
Back from the UK. Awesome. We love the UK over here. I do anyway. I love the UK. Never been. I want to so bad. I've wanted to for years. North Carolina, welcome. It's early in the morning, chat. We do have coffee. We say some naughty words on the channel from time to time. When we're doing this old, you know, kind of trial things like this, you know, we pause, we talk. During the actual trial, which will resume tomorrow morning at 8:30, so we'll be streaming the actual trial. I don't talk during that because we want to pay attention to details. But during this stuff, I'm just like one of you guys, right? So when you guys are watching trials and you're screaming at the computer screen, I do that stuff too. Normally, you don't get to hear that. Yesterday, those that were with us did. I was losing my mind when we were playing some of the jailhouse snitch testimony. Are you going to stream other cases? The plan is yes. But the reality, just, transparency, the reality is we've streamed some other cases on this channel before. They've been a little cringy because we didn't really have let me just pause. We didn't really have the proper setup because we were using an old computer. We have a brand new computer now, which is giving us the capability of streaming good quality content now, finally, thank God. But at the same time, it has to be financially worth it for us. This stuff costs, money to be able to do these things. And this trial is expected to last 5 weeks. We're an independent media company, so we don't have corporate sponsors. We don't make money from sponsorships and things like that. We're a viewer donation based company. So without viewers, donating or, joining platforms, things like that, there's just no money. So the reality is I have to work a day job. Again, full transparency. I walked out of my day job because of some bullshit. Kevin doesn't deal with people's bullshit. And I had to make a decision on whether to take this other job I was offered or stream this trial. I really wanted to stream this trial, but it's got to be financially worth it. If we can gain a following, get people to, come to the streams, all of that stuff, then yes, there's tons of other trials. I want to do the Delphi murder trial with Richard Allen. I want to do the Idaho 4 trial. I want to do the suitcase murder trial. There's some other ones I really, really want to do. So, that's the plan. Hopefully it works out, guys. I'm, again, transparent. I am giving this until Friday. If we cannot get consistent, donations and joining platforms, for monthly paid membership things, reality, and I'm sorry, but the reality is I have to go back to work, which means there's not going to be any more streams. Otherwise, Kevin's going to be fucking homeless. So long-winded answer, but there's your answer. There's just no money, in streaming, to be honest, without actual donations from people. That's just unfortunately how it is. We were talking about the first day that we streamed the actual trial, the real trial. We made 60 cents from streaming on YouTube. So, a lot of people think that you make like crazy money off YouTube and Facebook when you stream, and it's just that's false. That's not reality.
Mrs. Jensen, you communicated by email with Mr. Jensen, correct?
Yes.
And
Yes.
this is during that time frame after you first met him up through December of 1998?
I'm not following you. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to put a time frame on your email communications. You did email each other between April of 98 and December of 1998, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have an email conversation September 3rd, 1998?
Which one is
Well, this one. The S36.
You could just, you show it to me, but if you could say what the exhibit.
Yeah, and some people, all right, so on chat over on Facebook, some people don't like Cash App or Venmo, things like that. We do have a GoFundMe. The thing with the GoFundMe, so again, let me just pause. Full transparency with the GoFundMe. So we have it like a $10,000 goal, whatever, right? There's like, I don't know, over 2,000 that's raised. So you have two choices. One, you can either sit and wait till $10,000 is raised and then they release the money and you have like a certain time frame. And if you don't reach the goal, the money gets sent back to everybody. Or you have it set up where as people donate, the money gets released to you. Still takes 3 fucking days, but the money gets released to you. So I don't have $2,000 sitting in that GoFundMe. That GoFundMe was set up, I don't know, a year and a half ago. So a year and a half, something like that, with little bits of money coming in, So there's not $2,000 sitting in there, chat. Just, again, full transfer. Anything to do with money on this channel, you guys can ask me. It doesn't matter. We tell you, because I don't like any weird shit when it comes to money. I want to be fully transparent with you guys. I don't want to be accused of no weird shit when it comes to money stuff.
But 36, which is an email.
A lot of streamers aren't going to be like
September
that with you,
3rd, 1998.
We just know there's a lot of fraud ass streamers out there, and I don't like that.
Yes, I believe so.
Iceland, I don't have. So the Facebook platform is not monetized yet. The Facebook platform's not monetized because we ended up losing our original Facebook page, and we were on so many 30-day bans on that page that we were constantly getting demonetized. So we lost the page, unfortunately, and then we were banned for 2 years on Facebook from
what's been marked States Exhibit
from doing a Facebook page. A registered news company. We were banned for 2 years from Facebook, and we were just able to get it back up. So we do have a GoFundMe. We do have
I would assume so.
Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, those types of things. Yeah, Dave. We were banned on Facebook, even though we have a registered company in the state of Wisconsin. We were pumping out actual newsy stuff. There was actually more content on Facebook than what we actually have even current day on YouTube. Hundreds and hundreds of protests that we filmed. A lot of stuff, man. We did a walk during all the Kenosha days. We did a walk from Kenosha to Milwaukee. I think it was 38 miles that we walked in a 24-hour period, nonstop. That covered, it's gone. We fucking lost that permanently. We lost a lot of content. It's really, really unfortunate, and we were unable to get it back. But, a lot of that, and this is why we do kind of bash the right a little bit, a lot of that was because of people on the right. So for those that are newer to the platform, I was in Kenosha. I've moved 12 times since the Kenosha riots because of death threats, stalking, militia showing up at addresses and bouncing me and chasing me around fucking Wisconsin. And every post we made, it's fucked. So we have articles about that stuff. We've got, video of like them stalking me up on the YouTube channel. There's a playlist, WTTOE on YouTube. That's all the stalking stuff. I had to wear a vest for like a year and a half. Anytime I walked out of my house, I had to wear a vest. Even like during right after one of the commercials this morning, I ran to get a pack of cigarettes. Literally less than a block, I would have to put a vest on.
51, 52, 54, 53.
Sorry, they're just going over documents, guys. That's why I'm talking.
145.
Some of the initial part of this video is just a little boring.
62.
I watched a lot of her testimony. You guys are going to like it. It's kind of interesting.
59.
They do hot mic a lot in these videos.
58.
Concealed
60,
carry. Unfortunately, I can't
65,
carry.
66,
Told you guys I was not a very good human being years ago. May have fractured a few laws.
70.
So unfortunately, I can't.
71.
Which is probably good. I probably wouldn't carry anyway.
69.
To be honest, I don't know.
75. 76.
Plus, being a journalist,
78. 72.
really not allowed to be carrying anyway as a journalist. Puts off the wrong vibe.
Any objection?
Judge, with the understanding that these are all emails and that the state is about to go through them, is my understanding. I have no objection. I didn't.
But yeah, Iceland, make sure subscribe to the Facebook page. So there are links coming up on YouTube. Those links are all of ours. That takes you to different things. There is a Facebook link. There's TikTok. Our website, Never.Stop.Voices. That's where we put our articles, guys. You know, if you want to read some nice art. Some people don't like the naughty words that we say here, which is fine. We get that. The articles are very professional. It's filled with a lot of truth for you guys. Okay. That's what we want to do here, right? So, you know, we do kind of mess with the right a little bit because they messed with me for 2 years. So we do kind of make fun of them a bit if they deserve it. But, you know, really, it was when we first started streaming, it was all about, you know, trying to give people the truth about what was going on. And we were covering a lot of protest stuff. And we, you know, so we automatically get put in a category. And it doesn't matter what I film. As soon as I film something, people just want to immediately label me because I'm filming it. Doesn't matter what the topic is. They're like, oh, he supports this. No, I'm fucking filming so you can see what's happening. But, you know, we were filming a lot of stuff and we were trying to tell people this is the truth. This is what's actually going on. And, you know, it just caused a lot of controversy, a lot of arguments, a lot of things like that.
In this email, in States Exhibit 36.
So, but our articles, you know, it's the truth about situations.
Mark Jensen emailed you, Kelly Labonte, on September 3rd, 1998 at 6:58.
It's truth.
Oh, I'm sorry. You emailed Mr. Jensen on September 3rd, 1998 at 6:58 a.m. saying, thanks again for yesterday. What a wonderful idea you had and a wonderful time we had. IDLY, even more now, but no surprise. You are too wonderful for words. XO, talk to you soon. Do you recall what it was that had occurred the day prior?
I believe that was the day he had come and we'd gone to the zoo.
And what does IDLY mean?
I do love you.
And the XO refers to what?
Hug and a kiss.
So at this time on September 3rd in 1998, you were informing Mr. Jensen that you loved him even more than before?
Yes.
After your trip to the zoo?
Yes.
But there was no sexual intercourse or contact that occurred during your day where you went to the zoo?
That's correct.
And then Mr. Jensen responded at 10:04 a.m. saying, thank you. Wish I hadn't been so tired, so little sleep the previous nights. Was great just hanging out. Definitely lucky. Got a few looks and question about being in St. Louis. Cute. All covered. Then Ron called. It was about Columbus. Just funny the way it flowed. Hey, came in this morning and my blinds were up. I do like those knobs. I do love you. Cheers. That was Mr. Jensen's response?
I suppose so, yes.
And when he talks about getting a few looks and questions about being in St. Louis, do you know what he's referring to?
No, not specifically.
Is he referring to talks in the office?
Possibly.
And what is he referring to regarding those knobs?
I don't recall.
And then he in this email is responding that he also loves you?
Yes.
And then you respond on that same day. When I heard Marcia say you were on the phone for Ron, I was all ears, but not too concerned. It was funny though. You have knobs on your blinds? And then he responds that same day, wouldn't mind knobs on my blinds, would prefer cheeks on my desk. Cheers. Did you smile? And is the reference to cheeks on my desk a reference to a sexual encounter with you on his desk?
One that happened? No.
One
These
that
guys,
he hoped
these
to
guys
happen?
are freaks.
One that we joked about.
Iceland, thank you for the donation.
And then you
I appreciate
respond
it.
that same day, if you continue to be a good boy, maybe you'll get what you wish for. I would enjoy participating, exclamation point, exclamation point. Yes, I smiled. I always smile when talking with you. That was your response?
I don't know. I can't see it.
Oops, I'm sorry.
Can Yes, I guess it was.
And at that point, you're telling Mr. Jensen on September 3rd of 1998 that you would enjoy participating in sexual contact with him?
Yes.
Iceland, you are awesome. Big donation. I gotta pause, guys. I gotta pause for a second to recognize our friend from Iceland over on YouTube watching. Thank you so much. Big donation from Iceland. You have no idea. That is so appreciative. You are awesome. Thank you. Stay with us. There's so much content. If on the YouTube channel, the Facebook platform, definitely go check that out. It's NSM News Updates on Facebook. There's links in the YouTube chat. But we kind of post some daily news. We do a lot of investigative journalism here. So our investigations take months. We kind of focus on civil rights issues. We focus on corruption within systems. But then we do some fun stuff, or some interesting stuff, I do post some hiking content just to kind of break the monotony, because a lot of the stuff we talk about or report on, it's very depressing, guys. It really is, right? The world is fucked. And I can't just do that every single day. So I got to break it up a little bit. But that's what that is. Check out our platforms. Everyone on Facebook, Iceland, is saying hi to you. So thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Thanks for the support, guys. I'm glad you like the stream. Glad you like the stream. Share it out.
Communication dated September 4th, 1998. Starting out with an exchange from you to Mr. Jensen asking if he had any lunch plans. Is that correct?
The reason I'm saying Iceland is because I can't pronounce the name on Facebook.
Are you unsure because the date is not listed at the top?
Well, I mean, these are emails. I'm sure the context, I don't argue the context of them, but whether all is accurate, I don't know.
Okay. Well, did you email Mr. Jensen on September 4th, 1998?
I'm sure I did, yes.
And you asked him about his lunch plans?
I probably did.
And he responded saying, "You free? Bring in Olive Garden takeout."
We're going to pop Iceland up on the...
And you responded, "Hardly free, but Olive Garden sounds yummy."
Yes.
Once again,
and then
thank
he
you so
responds
much.
that same day, "Know what I'd rather eat?"
Yes.
And there's a symbol there. Do you see that symbol?
Yes.
And what does that symbol represent?
Him sticking his tongue out at me, or a sexual connotation?
Is it a sexual connotation referring to cunnilingus?
Possibly, yes.
And then you responded, "Oh yeah, somebody needs to get some, but I guess that makes two of us." And again, now with those two exchanges, does it refresh your memory that the exchange was about cunnilingus?
Objection to the compound question. Overruled.
You can answer the question.
Yeah, I guess. It was just fun talk, yes.
Although Mr. Jensen is married at the time of this talk, correct?
Correct.
Asked and answered. No, it's done now.
And then Mr. Jensen responded, "Yep, lover's nuts thing going on here. My own fault. Turned it down last night after I came in because I was pissed. She knew it. Dutiful thing. Right now, dutiful would do. Nah, cheers. Thinking about my desk right now. Now that's a way to enjoy lunch." That was his reply?
Yes.
And was it your understanding that he was talking about how his wife wanted to have sex with him the night before, but he turned it down?
Yes.
And instead, he's thinking about you on his desk instead?
Yes.
And then you respond, How do you get any work done when you're thinking about things like that? I know that stuff distracts me to no end. Trying to get a headset for my phone, but for some reason they don't want to work for me. So here we go back and forth. You were pissed last night, or the last time she offered you were pissed? Just trying to keep things straight. That was your reply?
Yes.
And he responded that same day, got pissed last night because of her attitude in spa. She knew I was when I got out. I sat on the deck for hours. When I came in finally, I just reversed the don't touch me thing. That was his response?
Yes.
And it was your understanding that he was again talking about his wife?
Yes.
And the contact that they had had the night before?
Yes.
And then you respond, we are a pathetic pair, correct?
Yes.
And he responds that same day, not really, bet we would have fun, correct?
Yes.
And then you respond, did we miss the window of opportunity? I meant with our significant others, not each other. That was your response?
It's not showing.
Oh, I'm sorry. There you go.
Yes.
And then I'll show you State's Exhibit 41.
Guys, when she testifies in the new trial, we're going to
If
see
you
all
go to
this
the
stuff.
bottom of the page, Mrs. Jensen, it's an email from you as Kelly Labonte sent Friday, September 4th, 1:23 p.m. to Mark Jensen. Where you ask, what kind of music do you prefer to listen to when being romantic? Is that correct?
Yes.
Dave says, pretty sure most of you have done similar. It's just not in court documents and on the air. Fun fact about me, Dave. Some of my shit is in court documents with this type of fun stuff. Told you, full transparency over here, guys. I don't care. We got to tell the truth, right? We got to be transparent. That helps with the credibility and the integrity. So I unfortunately do have some of this stuff in court documents. Iceland, Facebook is saying hi. You can come over to our Facebook page, Iceland, if you want. They're pretty chatty over there. They're a fun group. They're a little rowdy, a little lewd. They're fun. They're fun. Are they still married? No, they are not. She divorced him after he was sentenced. So she stayed married throughout this, took custody of the kids because they were married. And once he was sentenced to life in prison, she ended up divorcing him.
What music must always be too focused to pay attention to that? Is that correct?
Yes.
And this email exchange is occurring on the same day as the prior email we read. State's Exhibit 37, September 4th, 1998.
If it had the same date on it, then yes.
And you respond on that same day, work with me here. And he responds, that thing you do, or reggae? You respond, reggae, not what I expected, but certainly intriguing. And he responds, it's a beat thing. And you respond, you beat things? Is that correct?
You're not showing the whole.
I'm sorry. There we go.
Yes.
Yeah, she was his mistress, and then he ended up marrying her.
And then Mr. Jensen responds that same day. Don't want to work. I just want to beat up my drums all day. Hope it doesn't come to that. I'm going to have to go home and try to, quote, fix, close quote, my high maintenance women. If I stopped and got Titanic on the way home, wonder if I could get her to sit next to me on the couch. Low expectations. That was his response to you?
Yes.
And you respond, you are such an incredible man. I want one?
Yes.
So at this point, you're telling him that you wished he was with you? Is that correct?
Yes.
And then he responds, thanks, you can have me. And it's your understanding from that he was offering himself to you?
Object to the requirement of speculation by this witness.
Well, she can answer how she took the correspondence.
So in one of the live streams that we did, we were giving out a lot of background details, and one of the old news reports. So he gave, she died December of 98. He gave his first police interrogation in April of 99, and it was reported that later that year, 1999, that him and Kelly got married.
Yes, it was fun banter between us.
We did read something else that they got married on a different time, but I'm not sure how accurate that was.
Despite the fact that he has a wife at home and 2 children?
Objection. Rephrase your question. It's also argumentative.
It is sustained.
Well, at the time that he's writing this, offering himself to you, did he have a wife and 2 children?
That's already in the record, and it doesn't have to be repeated. I mean, the jurors are there.
Then you respond, tease, and he responds, who's teasing? Correct?
Yes.
And then you respond, I could get used to having you around permanently.
Yes.
So at this point, were you telling Mr. Jensen that you would like to have him around in your life permanently?
No, we were just having fun, having a conversation.
But that is what you said, right?
That's what I wrote.
States Exhibit 40 is an email dated September 4th, 1998 at 3:56 p.m. And in this email, you're emailing Mr. Jensen asking if Midge gave you the message that I called, correct?
Yes.
And who's Midge?
She worked in his office.
And did she take or receive all phone calls that were directed to Mr. Jensen?
No, she just answered the phone. There were several people there that answered the phone.
Okay. Mr. Jensen wouldn't answer the phone himself. It would pass through someone else first?
I don't remember if he had a direct line or not.
States Exhibit 38, also an email from September 4th, 1998. From you to Mark Jensen, where you say, so Barry calls Scott and recommends KSS. Did he come up with this all on his own, or is this your baby? Is that your email to him?
Yes.
And what's KSS?
A stock.
And who's Barry?
Barry's one of the brokers in the Racine office.
And who's Scott?
Scott would be, he was my boss and the boss of all the offices.
Okay. And Mr. Jensen responds, mine, got 8 last time, don't go there. Probably a buy here, if anything is. Bought some at 47 yesterday. Looked good at 49 last night. Now out too, buying some more. That's correct?
Yes.
And you respond, it works now?
Yes, yeah.
Was it your understanding in this email exchange that Mr. Jensen was offering you advice on what stock to buy?
No. Just giving his opinion.
And why would he give you his opinion about the stock?
Because we talked about all kinds of things. That's what we did. We did stocks.
Excuse me?
I said that's what we did. We were a stock brokerage firm.
This is States Exhibit 43, an email dated September 9th, 1998 at 1:51 p.m. From you to Mr. Jensen entitled Subject Oil and Hands, where you write, I have such a back and side ache, getting a massage tomorrow, can't wait. Haven't had a really good one since June, a massage tomorrow and you the next day. How perfect can one life be? That was your email to him?
They mentioned me, chat. They said I had a good one.
You were planning at that time to see Mr. Jensen on Friday, September 11th, 1998?
It appears so, yes.
And do you recall, was that the trip where Mr. Jensen came to St. Louis
I believe so.
and spent the day there?
I don't remember how much time he spent there.
Do you remember if he stayed overnight?
I believe he did. But I'm not sure about that either.
And he responded, "You may sleep through the weekend." And again, there's the symbol that relates to cunnilingus.
Yes.
And you respond, "You may be right. You ready for this? Question mark.
Yes.
Exclamation point. State's Exhibit 44 begins with an email from Mark Jensen to Kelly Labonte dated September 15th, 1998 at 9:01 a.m. The subject is "Good morning," where he asks, "How are you doing? No funnies this morning?" Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the last email we read, Mrs. Jensen, was from September 9th, 1998, and this one is September 15th, 1998. You had email communication between September 9th and September 15th, 1998, correct?
I would assume so.
And you assume that because you had email communication on an almost daily basis?
Well, during the weekdays.
During the weekdays, okay.
During office days.
So then you respond to Mr. Jensen, "I didn't get any yesterday either, but I was talking about funnies. Maybe I'm not as loved as I used to be. I'm doing well this morning. Didn't want to get out of bed, but feeling pretty ready to go now. How are you? The drugs wearing off yet? Did you have a good evening? Tried to go to the hot tub last night, but the man was too tired. Amazing how similar our lives are sometimes, hey?" Eh? That was your response?
Yes.
And then Mr. Jensen responded, "Maybe I'm not as loved as I used to be. Oh, yes, you are. You really are. Tried to go to the hot tub last night, but the man was too tired. Yep, get that too. Never understand that. How much energy does it take to sit there and relax? Hey, check out KSS XO Fun. Covers many room service bills." And again, the symbol for cunnilingus. Is that correct?
Yes.
"The drugs were still in effect last night, but got some wood. Was thinking about someone else. Got carried away. Banged into the end of things, so to speak. She don't like that, and that was the end of that. Ha, fun. Aside from that, evening was lousy too. Hovering, nothing to say. Feeling a lot more stable today. Feeling kind of bad about some of the conversation yesterday. Wish I knew how much of the mood was chemicals and how much you. Cheers, I do love you." That was his response?
Yes.
So in this email on September 15th, 1998, is he talking about having sex with his wife the night before?
Yes.
But what does he mean when he says he got some wood?
That he had a hard on?
And he got the hard on and had sex with his wife, but he was thinking about you?
I guess.
Well.
Yes.
Thank you. And you respond, "KSS, we're rich, we're rich. I knew someone was going to get it and get it good. Too bad she's so damn prudish about it all now. Thought about you a lot last night. Please stop apologizing for saying things. I love our conversations no matter the subject matter. I don't ever want you to hold back because you're afraid to step on my toes. We're friends and I know you only say things that you feel are important and are for our benefit. Yours, mine, ours, whatever. Hugs and kisses, I do love you always." That was your response?
Yes.
And you're talking about a conversation that you'd had the night before or the day before?
Yes.
And is this a conversation where Mr. Jensen is asking you about your prior lovers?
I have no idea what the conversation was about.
Well, you say, "I don't ever want you to hold back because you're afraid to step on my toes." Would it seem to relate to that conversation?
I have no idea what that conversation was about.
State's Exhibit 45, an email dated September 29th, 1998.
Woof, man. This testimony is getting spicy, chat. Spicy. They're really attacking Jensen's character regarding this affair. They're trying to paint it that he unalived Julie so that he can continue his affair with Kelly. Welcome to the stream. If you guys are new, we are playing some old testimony footage for you guys. Court will resume in the current trial, the retrial of Mark Jensen, tomorrow morning at 8:30. We are doing a 16-hour marathon stream
This
today.
is an email to you from tnkcj@aol.com, where the subject has got the postcard. Wow, I can't say I'm surprised though. Who is tnkcj@aol.com?
I don't know.
Is this, you don't know? You don't recall at this point?
That's correct. I don't recall.
It was not Mr. Jensen, however, was it?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And you forwarded this to Mr. Jensen on September 29th at 9:22 a.m., saying, "A peek at my past. Funny how two people can see one situation in two completely different lights. Hopefully you can get the gist of this, but if not, call me and I'll explain. At work so I can walk through this silly note. The point I'm trying to make is how C perceives me as the weak one. Now, I know I wasn't as strong in the past as I am now, but I was never as pathetic as I feel she's making me out to be. Then again, maybe I'm just being overly sensitive. Give me your thoughts." And people wonder why I never, well, rarely want to go back home. And Albuquerque in parens, correct?
Yes.
And you asked Mr. Jensen to call you, correct?
Yes.
But you want him to call you at work?
Yes.
Why not at home?
It looks like I had whatever it was with me there at the office.
And your husband was at home?
Judge.
I'm sorry?
I beg your pardon? Judge, it's argumentative. It's already been going through. I think we get the idea. They're both have significant others at the time.
State's Exhibit 47, an email dated September 29th, 1998 at 11:11 a.m. from you to Mark Jensen, where you say, "So am I just being an oversensitive chick with regard to Mark's comment last night? Be honest. I can take it in spite of what my quote friend, close quote, in, is that Albuquerque, ABQ?
Yes.
Think AmeriHost Inn is supposed to be like a Best Western or a Drury Inn, which is okay, just no room service. So we'll probably stay put. It's only $60 and sometimes it's difficult to get Vicky to change her mind when it comes to money. And I don't feel like getting Scott involved. So what you having for dinner?" That was your email to him?
Yes.
And where were you going that you'd be staying at an AmeriHost Inn?
I don't know. I'm assuming with Vicky involved, we were going to open a branch somewhere.
To open a branch somewhere?
Yes.
Why the reference to the no room service?
It was just nice to have room service when you got up in the morning so you could have breakfast and not have to go out before you went to work.
But you had talked with Mr. Jensen about ordering room service when you would go away together, correct?
I don't know if we talked about it in detail. I might have come up, yeah.
Now, this is an email, State's Exhibit 48, dated September 29th, 1998 at 3:22 p.m.
Sorry, what exhibit number is this?
48. From Ginny Yoder. And this email is to you, Jock Joseph, Colorado Springs, K. Michael and Katie Friedrich, and then it's CC to several other people. And it's entitled Prayerful Parrots, correct?
Yes.
And you said you forward this to Mr. Jensen, saying your funnies for today?
Yes.
And do you recall that this is an email, what you forwarded him is a joke?
I don't recall it, but since it's there, I'm not going to deny it.
Okay, well, then we'll read it so that you can recall it. A lady goes.
I object to the response to the witness.
Don't comment on
I'm sorry.
the purpose of asking the question.
I will then read it to you, Mrs. Jensen, in the hopes that it will refresh your recollection. A lady goes to her priest one day and tells him, "Father, I have a problem. I have 2 female parrots, but they only know how to say one thing." "What do they say?" the priest inquired. "They say, 'Hi, we're prostitutes. Do you want to have some fun?'" "That's obscene," the priest exclaimed. Then he thought for a moment. "You know," he said, "I may have a solution to your problem. I have 2 male talking parrots whom I have taught to pray and read the Bible. Bring your 2 parrots over to my house and we'll put them in the cage with Francis and Job. My parents can teach your parrots to praise and worship, and your parrots are sure to stop saying that phrase in no time." "Thank you," the woman responded. "This may very well be the solution." The next day, she brought her female parrots to the priest's house. As he ushered her in, she saw that his 2 male parrots were inside their cage, holding rosary beads and praying. Impressed, she walked over and placed her parrots in with them. After a few minutes, the female parrots cried out in unison, "Hi, we're prostitutes. Do you want to have some fun?" There was stunned silence. Finally, one male parrot looked over at the other male parrot and exclaimed, quote, "Put the beads away, Francis. Our prayers have been answered." So that was, do you recall that that was a little joke you forwarded to Mark Jensen?
Yes.
Okay. And you called them your funnies for the day?
Yes.
And then Mark Jensen responds that same day. Finally, one male parrot looked over at the other male parrot and exclaimed, "Put the Boy Scout away, Francis. Our prayers have been answered." Close quote. Cheers. That was his response?
Yes.
And what's the Boy Scout, Mrs. Jensen?
His penis.
And at the time that you received this email, you were aware that that was his term for his penis?
Yes.
Was it also what you called his penis?
I didn't call it that. That was just a running joke.
And then you respond, "Cute, not liking him very much right now, are you?" That's your response?
Yes.
And what you're referring to is his Boy Scout or his penis?
Yes.
And he responds, "Yes, I am. No, I'm not. Yes, I am. No, I'm not. Like you. Cheers." That's his response?
Yes.
And when he says "like you," is he referring to the fact that you like his penis?
No idea.
States Exhibit 49, an email dated October 5th, 1998. This is an email from Mark Jensen to you, Kelly Labonte. Its subject is "whatever." Sent Sunday, October 4th, 1998 at 11:12 p.m. Is that correct?
I guess.
That's what it says?
That's what it says. I don't know that the times are ever accurate, but okay.
Well, were you working on Sunday, October 4th, 1998?
No.
And are you aware whether Mr. Jensen was working on Sunday, October 4th, 1998?
I don't know specifically that day, but I know he did go into the office on weekends a lot.
At 11:12 p.m.?
I don't know.
You wouldn't expect him to go into the office at 11:12 p.m. on a Sunday night?
Also speculation. She's already said she doesn't know if he was there or not.
Sustainable.
"Hey, you, didn't take long." Ed called today, just needed a friend to talk to. Got me thinking a bit about the time up in Appleton. Seems like there were a few funky cross currents going on. I was originally thinking I would be coming back Friday morning. Ed and Ron were having a pretty hard time Friday. Remember they poofed Friday afternoon? Remember Ed asking me Friday morning when I was going back? Told him soon unless he wanted me to stick around, and he asked me too if I could. Given that gave me more time with you, easy answer. Sat, Ron, Ed, Joan, and I were talking, and again, it came up when I would be up there, wondering if I was going to go there Monday. Nope, they seemed disappointed, and finally Joan said they understood that I had my own book to take care of. Point being, I know Vicky thinks she could have handled it all, but she asked me to come up too. The non-drinker wondered why I was there. I had more business being there than she did. Quote, Perrin, side story here, was in the office where she was typing, changing the paper. Ed and Joan came in and asked about some office procedures. Explained them to them. She disagreed with me. I kind of bluntly told her she was wrong. Then Vicky walks in. Red hair asks Vicky. Vicky tells her she's wrong. Red hair didn't like that. Was real cool from then on. Close Perrin. But I was there for the Appleton people and one other. If they are all happy and satisfied, great. And I'm pretty happy with the way it all worked out. So whatever to the others. Wasn't there for the OPS people? Do you know what OPS people is?
Ops.
And who's ops?
Operations.
Who would be the operations people at this?
The people that came up from St. Louis and opened the branch and set up the office.
Looking forward to talking to you tomorrow. Will be interesting getting your spin on some observations I had from this. Now that I can think and am not totally distracted by this cute creature that was there and had this ability to make everything else disappear. I do love you, and a true technical cheers to you. Hoping you're okay with the tech thing. In this email is the Ed he's referring to, Ed Klug?
Yes.
And Ed Klug called him because he needed a friend to talk to?
I don't know.
Well, is excuse me? Is Mr. Jensen telling you Ed called today, just needed a friend to talk to?
Oh, yes, okay, yes, sorry.
Okay, so Mr. Klug considered Mr. Jensen a friend?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Were you aware whether Mark Jensen considered Ed Klug a friend at the time?
No, I was not aware.
Okay. Were you aware whether Ed Klug considered Mark Jensen a friend at the time?
No.
No, you were not aware?
No, I was not aware.
And in this email, Mr. Jensen is referring back to the time in Appleton. Is that the time that you were there helping open the office?
Yes.
And he references some funky cross currents going on. Do you recall what that's about?
I think that's what he was trying to explain in the email, but no.
And who's the non-drinker who wondered why he was there?
I don't know her name. I don't remember.
Who's red hair?
I think she's the same as the non-drinker, but I'm not sure.
And in this email, he's talking about how he was distracted during the Appleton opening because you were there?
Yes.
So you're the cute creature that was there?
Yes.
And he tells you that he loves you in this email?
Yes.
And the reference to a true technical cheers, does that relate to the use of sex toys?
No.
Do you recall what it relates to?
No, I don't.
Okay. And then you respond the next day, October 5th, 1998. And your email is dated 3:28 p.m., correct?
Okay, yeah.
Regarding your last sentence, I'm more okay about the technical thing than I thought I would be. Almost too okay if you get my meaning. So that'll mess with me for a bit, but nothing to worry about. I have too much fun with you and feel too comfortable around you to give it up or feel too weird about anything. We'll talk about the rest later. Cheers, and another I do love you to you too.
Let's be clear. It says IDLY.
All right.
It's not subject to interpretation. I mean, if we're reading verbatim, we're reading verbatim.
I can read it verbatim. Cheers, and another IDLY to you too. Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, smiley face. That was his response, or excuse me, that was your response.
Yes.
And what does the IDLY mean?
I do love you.
And reading your response to him, does that refresh your memory as to what the technical thing was?
Yes.
What was it referring to?
The technical thing referred to our, that particular encounter, sexual encounter, actually involved sexual intercourse, whereas the others were just oral sex.
Okay. So you would be more okay about the sexual intercourse than you thought you would be?
Yes.
And your prior sexual contacts, the sexual intercourse or the oral intercourse that you referred to, was that to you from him and from him to you?
Yes.
It was not one way?
Already the answer.
I'll show you States Exhibit 51, which is an email dated October 7th, 1998. The exchange begins with an email from you to Mr. Jensen.
Judge, I'm going to object to 90403 to the number that we're reading here.
You start the email with, "How are you this morning?" Correct?
Yeah.
And actually the subject is "Good morning."
Yes.
And Mr. Jensen responds, "Good, headache, wonder why, going to try to come up for air soon. I don't want to work, I just want to bang on my drums all day." That's his response?
Yeah.
Now, in this email, as with other emails, you begin the exchange at 8:26 a.m. and he responds at 11:53 a.m. Did his exchange come?
Objection. I'm not sure we've had any that were started at 8:26 and responded to at 11:53 before.
Well, I can rephrase the question. In this exchange, Mrs. Jensen, your email begins at 8:26 a.m. and he responds what's dated 11:53 a.m. Was it your understanding at the time that he was responding right away or that it was taking him time to get back to your emails?
Sometimes it takes time, sometimes they're right away.
Did you have any understanding whether your clocks were off on your email exchange?
I don't know. I assume they were.
And you respond to him, "Same here, bad night." Correct?
Yes.
And he responds, "Just got back from DMV and grabbed lunch. Got the letter but haven't read it yet. Bad night, how so? Give you a call soon. IDLY." That's his response?
Yes.
And again, IDLY means I do love you?
Yes.
And so at 1:41 p.m., he's telling you that he had gone to the DMV and grabbed lunch?
Yes.
And he had a letter from you?
Yes.
And do you recall what letter that was?
No.
And you reply at 11:47 a.m. Got drunk, can't drink like I used to, I guess. Made myself sick, man, was I bad off. Scared me a bit. Not going to be drinking for a while, methinks. IDLY 2, enjoy the letter. That's your response?
Yes.
Now, in his response, he discussed coming back from lunch. and it's timed 1:41 p.m. But your response to that is timed 11:47 a.m. Does it appear, or from your memory, does it seem as if your time on your emails were wrong?
It appears that it's wrong. I don't remember thinking about it back then, and I'm not a computer expert, so I don't know.
But it appears your time is wrong, correct?
I don't know whose time is wrong.
Okay. Well, if he's coming back from lunch at 1:40.
I don't know.
Objection. Judge.
I think it's a legitimate question. I mean, I'm the argumentative, but I think it's a legitimate question on cost or on examination.
Well, I think it is argumentative.
Well, it may, I think that there's an ingredient of that, but it's also legitimate, positing a theory and asking the witness to comment on it. The objection's overruled.
So Mrs. Jensen, when he writes that he just got back from DMV and grabbed lunch at 1:41 p.m., it appears that his time is accurate, correct?
It's an objection. It's leading, and there are all sorts of possibilities here.
Well, she can answer and the jury can take it for what it's worth.
I guess, yes.
And you respond, got drunk, can't drink like I used to, I guess. Made myself sick. Man, was I bad off. Scared me a bit. Not going to be drinking for a while, methinks. Oh, I'm sorry. I read that. He responds, at the keel, why so much? And was your response keel and Corwin's, V and T's at Corwin's, 1 before the game, 2 to 3 after, and then 4 beers at the game. That was it. Started at 5:30, was home by 12:30. No big deal, I thought. That's your response?
Yes.
And V and T is vodka and tonic?
Yes.
And Keel and Corwin's is a bar?
Keel is the Keel Center, and Corwin's is a bar.
In St. Louis?
Yes.
And then he responds at 2:46 p.m., must be slipping. See what getting married did to you? Read the letter, same page as usual. What we going to do if it keeps getting better? Get a bottle of wine and cheers. IDLY and IWY. So, how did I feel? And is that a sideways smiley face?
Yes.
And what does IWY mean?
I want you.
And when he asks you, how did I feel? Is he referring to how he felt during your sexual intercourse?
I don't know. I assume so.
And then he responds, must be slipping. Oh, excuse me. You respond, what do you mean? How did you feel? Can't wait to hear what I wrote you exactly. I know the gist of it, but wonder on the specifics. That was your response?
Yes.
And do you recall this letter that you wrote?
No.
And then he responds, give you a call soon. Well, you said you were wondering how I felt, and I was curious what you thought. Cryptic, anticipation. So when exactly can I really start messing with you? And don't be changing the subject to rubber baby buggy bumpers. Cheers. That's his response?
Yes.
And does that help you recall that he's wondering how he felt during your sexual intercourse?
Yes.
And it was referring to sexual intercourse?
I would assume so, yes.
And rubber baby buggy bumpers, what's that in relation to?
It was just a joke that we had between us. My husband at the time and I were discussing having a baby.
So you and your husband were discussing having a baby while you're having an affair with Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
And did your husband know at the time that you were having an affair with Mr. Jensen?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And this was a source of amusement for Mr. Jensen?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
And then you respond, looking forward to your call. And he responds, stuck on the phone, damn. And then you respond, just figured you were avoiding me. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then He responds, no way. So he was not avoiding you, correct?
Correct.
And then you respond that same day, how's your desk looking these days? And he responds, desk looks good, but empty. And then there's the symbol referring to cunnilingus. Needs a couple of cheeks, correct?
Yes.
And by cheeks, is he referring to your buttocks?
Yes.
And at some point, did you have sexual intercourse on his desk or on a desk?
No.
Just that this was something that he hoped to have?
Just a running joke, yeah. Just fun.
Fun?
Fun talk, yeah.
And then you respond, any in particular you have in mind? And he responds, oh man, and feet on the arms of my chair. Just think of the possibilities. That was his response?
Yes.
And again, he's referring to your buttocks on his desk and your feet on the arms of his chair?
Yes.
So that you could engage in cunnilingus?
Yes.
And you respond, I do frequently, correct? You see that one?
Yes.
And what you're saying is you frequently think of the possibilities, the sexual possibilities?
Yes.
States Exhibit 52, which is an email dated October 8th, 1998.
Judge, we have a continuing objection on 904.3 grounds.
Yes, sir.
And this is an email from you, Kelly Labonte, dated October 8th, 1998 at 7:09 a.m. to Mark Jensen, where you write, hello, how are you today? Is your head cold any better or are you still feeling funky? Finally got some decent sleep last night, 5.5 hours of undisturbed rest. That was nice. Feel a bit better today. That was your email to him?
Yes.
Now, at this time on October 8th of 1998, you were married?
Yes.
And what was your husband's name?
Mark Greenman.
But in the email exchange, your name still shows up as Kelly Labonte?
Yes.
And Kelly Labonte is your maiden name?
Yes.
And then Mr. Jensen responds, generally better. So are you a rollerball or pen kind of person? And what is your favorite color of fleece? Probably wondering what this is all about. Heard a rumor about a female bonding weekend at Table Rock, country music shows and stuff. Any truth to that? Might start to seriously check out flying lessons. Always thought it would be handy for those fishing trips to Missouri and fly fishing in Colorado. Would work great for getting into those tight spots. Sideways smile, symbol, and cheers. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you respond, not a rollerball fan. First choice would probably be deep green, but it would mostly depend on what it was for. Female bonding weekend? Interesting. Flying lessons? What inspired this? Sounds like something you'd really enjoy. Other friends I know who have done it love it. Perrin, the lessons, that is, close Perrin. I've always enjoyed getting into those tight spots. IDLY. That was your response?
Yes.
And the tight spots that you're referring to refer to sexual intercourse or sexual contact?
Yes.
And then he responds, deep green works. I guess you'd be wearing it. Gotta keep those guys warm. Flying, something I always thought I wanted to do. Would be fun and expedite getting to those tight places rather than drive 10 hours to Big Cedar. Could get there in 3. The up, oh, is that the UP?
Possibly, I don't know.
1.5 versus 6. I've done it and love it. Parent, that tight place, close parent. Not the lessons. Have a neighbor who could give me those. I really, WYIDLY. And here he's saying, I really want you and I do love you.
Yes.
And is Big Cedar, do you know where Big Cedar is located?
Yes.
Where?
In Missouri.
And is that someplace that Mr. Jensen enjoyed going to?
Yes.
And were you having discussing or making plans to go to Big Cedar?
No, not seriously, no.
But you were talking about going to Big Cedar?
I don't know if we were at the time or not, or if this was the first mention of it, I don't know.
At some point before Mrs. Jensen died, though, you were discussing going to Big Cedar, correct?
We were talking about the idea of it, yes.
And when he says he's got to keep those guys warm, is he referring to your breasts?
Yes.
And then you respond on that same day, what, quote, guys, close quote, need to get warm? If you decide to take up flying, be careful, all caps. Don't want to lose you. I always thought flying would be such a thrill. Issue for the day. Found out yesterday that Debbie, parent, the ex, close parent, is pregnant again. Shouldn't be a big deal, but Mark told me one of the reasons they decided to, quote, go their own ways, close quote, this last time was because she didn't want more children. Quote, her other pregnancy was a bad one, parent, close parent. I know I'm being silly about this, but for some reason this is just bugging me and I can't figure out why. Any ideas? That was your response?
Yes.
And the Mark that you're referring to in this email is Mark Riemann, your husband?
Yes.
And Debbie is his ex-wife or girlfriend?
Wife, yes.
And then Mr. Jensen responds that same day, the guys that girls like to have warm, those giant golden, be careful. Of course, I'm the Boy Scout, but I have gone down a couple of times before. So would you want to go? On the issue, have a couple of ideas. All spin on funky, capital Funky. So this doesn't turn into 15 pages, I'll do bullet points. He dumps her because of no nookie, yet says hers are better than yours. Bull, yours are hard to beat. Takes you to Africa. Dumps you and goes back to her because she prego with someone else. Parent, why? What about your guys' relationship? Close parent. Dumps her because she doesn't want any more kids. Parent, what about their rel? Close parent. At least she's married so he can't dump you and go back to her again. Shit. It's all funky and counterintuitive. The reasons he gives for the decisions he's made don't stand up to a reality test. That's his response to you?
Yes.
And in that first line, the guys that girls like to have warm, those giant golden, what is he referring to?
My breasts.
And when he says, but I have gone down a couple of times before, so would you want to? Is he again relating to oral intercourse?
I think the first part is referring to oral sex, and the second part is asking me if I want to go on a trip.
I'm sorry, I couldn't. The first part was referring to oral sex, but the second part, so would you want to go, relates to what?
Relates to going on a plane ride or something like that.
Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor, could we take a recess? All right. Please don't talk about the case during the break.
Woof, chat. All right, that is the end of the first video. Going on to the second video. I'm going to play a little clip here because you guys think this is hilarious while I'm getting the second video set up.
Can I ask you if you can identify that photograph? This was a photograph that Julie Jensen had given me, I believe it was in August of '98.
Is there a note on the back of that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And whose handwriting is that note?
It is Julie Jensen's handwriting.
And what does it say?
It says found 7/3/95 in truck.
And so, Judge, this would be the first exhibit that I'm showing.
Right, go ahead.
Dude, the clip, that holy shit. Holy shit. Did you see that? What a fucking mistake by the court. They are going to fuck my stream up over that shit. Holy shit. Somebody screen grab that shit.
Of the ability to have this witness testify about prior testimony or admit the prior testimony of this witness.
I denied it.
I know you did, and you denied
the jury back.
Judge, you denied it, but you didn't allow the state to make its argument. So
Your counsel made her argument.
Your Honor, you denied it.
Counsel made your argument. Bring the jury back.
Your Honor, it's prior testimony. It's not being offered to refresh a recollection. It's prior testimony. It's admissible under 908.045 of the Wisconsin statutes. This witness is unavailable on that particular issue. We deserve to be heard on this, Your Honor. It's a first-degree murder case. We should be following the rules of evidence. The rules of evidence indicate this testimony is admissible, and it's an important part of this case.
The jury probably could hear you yelling.
Well, Your Honor, please, the state is entitled to make an argument on evidentiary issues.
Go ahead and make your record.
All right. So, a couple of my favorite clips from the modern day trial, right? So, the first clip we just played that happened on Friday. If you don't know what that was about, you missed an epic screw up by the courts. Whew, man, and that was a hot day. A lot of people had to take a cold shower after that day. And then one of my other favorite clips was DA Robert Jamboy losing his mind on the judge, and it made the judge take a seat. That was epic. We have some of those clipped on our Facebook page. We made some reels. We also have some of that on TikTok, which is getting just massive hits. We have a video that's like almost 8,000 views. The one clip where the judge shuts down Jensen's defense in the modern day trial, that's got like, I don't know, 7,500 views or something on our TikTok. It's funny as hell. But yes, let's go to video 2 of Kelly Jensen's testimony. If you guys are just tuning in. So the retrial of Mark Jensen is not in court today due to the holiday. So we are marathon streaming a lot of 2008 Jensen trial testimony. Yesterday, we streamed several of the jailhouse snitches that testified in the 2008 trial. We couldn't get through all of the jailhouse snitches in 16 hours. That's crazy. There's more jailhouse snitches that ended up testifying. The retrial seems to be going a lot faster with these witnesses. So we'll see how the jailhouse snitch testimony goes in the retrial. Those inmates are expected to testify. If you're curious about the state's witness list, we did talk about it yesterday because we have copies of the state and the defense witness list. We have the state's witness list up on our Patreon if you want to see it. We have not made it public. It's on there for members only. So be sure to join our Patreon. It's a new platform that we're trying out. We're trying to build a community over there so we can do some really cool, fun stuff and some really exclusive content. Today is all ladies themed testimony. So we're playing all of Kelly Labonte's testimony from the 2008 trial. We're going to play some neighbor testimony from some of the female neighbors that testified in the 2008 trial. And we are going to play the computer forensic scientist lady. So we're gonna hear about a lot of the searches that were done on Mark Jensen's computer. It's a female that testifies, so that's why we're putting it in there. So that's going to be juicy. We're going to hear that stuff in the retrial as well. but we're giving you a bit of background on that. The other bit of juicy content, and we're going to viewer discretion advise you. Law enforcement does do a video recording of the crime scene. We're going to see that today. Now, it is a little hard to watch because they're not only showing video of inside the house, you're going to see what the Jensen house looked like. They go room to room. But warning, folks, warning, graphic content. Julie Jensen is laying in bed. We see her in bed. So I want to pre-warn you. That will happen at some point today. We are doing 2 8-hour streams like we did yesterday. We are going to be live pretty much all day. So once we reach the 8-hour max on Facebook, normally we can go longer on YouTube, but we're going to cut the stream regardless of where we're at. And then it's going to take me a couple of minutes and we're going to restart a stream and continue on. So ladies themed 2008 Jensen trial testimony. I picked out some really, really juicy content for you guys. It's going to give some really, really good case history. Now, on our YouTube page, we do have a playlist for the Mark Jensen trial where we have the actual trial, all 3 days so far. It's a brand new retrial, so there's only 3 days up there so far. Tomorrow is day 4, 8:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. We will be back live with the retrial. We also have a couple of streams up giving a lot of, background, case history, details. We talk about why there is a retrial, the letter from the grave, why that's not allowed to be brought in here. We talked about the website that Mark looked at of how to unalive your wife. It is a real website. We're not giving out the name of it. We're not showing it. Just because I'm a little nervous about showing that. I don't know if that whacks my streams or not. But they've talked about it. They've mentioned what that website is. You guys can go look at it for yourself. But we did read some of the content, and there is some spookiness to it because there's similarities between the case they talk about on that site and what Jensen allegedly did to his wife. So a lot of really good content on there, chat. Check out our playlist. We also, from the modern day trial, so you don't have to watch, 9 hours of stream and things like that. We did clip out each witness's testimony so you guys can go and watch, each witness however you want to view that. So thanks for tuning in, everybody on Facebook and YouTube. Please be sure to share these streams out. Let's try to get our viewer count up. Let's try to build these platforms more. Our goal is to get 1,500 followers on our brand new Facebook page since we lost the other one. And our goal is to get 5,000 followers up on the YouTube channel. Without further ado, let's get into video 2 of Kelly Labonte. Type in the chat, what do you guys think of this lady so far? Now, remember, chat, at this time, they were still married. So I'm going to safely assume that he is manipulating her and feeding her a bunch of, shenanigans, which is why she's a little hostile with the defense. Later on, after he's sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole in the first trial, she does end up divorcing him. But that doesn't come for, a while. So here we go.
Questioning of Kelly Jensen. I objected to a question as leading. The court sustained the objection, at which point Ms. Gabrielle turned to Mr. Jamboys in a voice that I could hear over here, and the record should reflect that I would say there are two or three jurors within the same distance as me away from Miss Gabrielle, but she turned to Mr. Jamboys and said, taking the fifth doesn't do it. I presume in suggesting that would make Mrs. Jensen a hostile witness. My concern being to be throwing things around like that the witness has taken a privilege is at the very least reckless. And
I don't know what we do about these kind of things, because she's saying it in a voice that could be heard by jurors, and she's talking about the fifth, and I mean that. So I have a concern that jurors may have heard her say something about Mrs. Jensen taking the fifth, and I objected to it. I asked for a sidebar to make sure that nothing like that would happen again. But I have concerns about that, and I don't know if the jurors heard it, but they're the same distance as I am away, and I easily heard it. Now she was turned towards me, but I don't know if the court has any suggestions, but I'm worried that jurors may have heard that.
Is there a response to the state?
Yes, Your Honor. Since I was a witness to that, Ms. Gabrielle was speaking to me, and I would point out that, and you can, and the record, I guess, should show this. When she's turned toward me, her back is to the jury, and my microphone was turned off, and it was a very quiet whisper. Now, perhaps Mr. Albee was able to hear it, but her back was to the jury. And Ms. Gabrielle was conferring with me at the time, and she apparently didn't agree with you. It was apparent to me she did not agree with your ruling, and she said, oh, taking the fifth doesn't do it? Thereby, she seemed to believe that since this witness had taken the fifth outside the presence of the jury, that made her an adverse witness. Then there was a sidebar, and on the way back from the sidebar, and you had said, no, that taking the fifth doesn't do it, I'd indicated to her that in my estimation, taking the fifth didn't do it either, and that we should not treat her as a hostile. It's one of the few times, every once in a while I'll get it right. And so that there was, I don't think even counsel is suggesting that Ms. Gabrielle intentionally would have done anything wrong, but I think he's suggesting, well, we've got to be careful about how we communicate with each other. And when she was speaking to me, it was in a whisper. It was not a stage whisper. It was directed at me. It wasn't really directed at Mr. Albee. It certainly wasn't directed at the jury, and her back was to the jury. There's virtually no possibility that even the juror with the best possible hearing could have possibly have heard that communication. And we understand that when we're communicating with each other, I mean, my wife has been telling me that, they can hear you on the television because your mic's on, and you'll notice that sometimes I reach like this to cover up the mic, and I try to remember to do that, and we're conscious of that. And I know that I'd spoken with Assistant Attorney General Tom Fallon, who prosecuted the Avery case, and he said that's one of the problems that you've got when you've got these mobile mics is that the television audience can hear. Well, this jury's not watching television anyway, and we have been mindful of that. We're trying to do that, and we're trying to consult with each other in such a way that the jury can't hear us. And I don't believe the jury heard what Ms. Gabrielle said.
Well, yeah.
There's a microphone right in between them. I don't know if I hear the whisper of the microphone.
So this is what they're talking about. We may see this in some other video later, but they not only have the mics that are on the desks, but because this is so old and these videos are cringy, they actually have lapel mics on. So Craig Albee here, plus the state's attorneys, Gabrielle and Robert, they have to mute their lapel mics, plus the desk mics. Because the lapel mics is what's going into Core TV's feed.
Starting point.
And they picked up some hot mic stuff where Albee and Jensen were talking.
20 feet away.
So there's a lot of concern about this.
To Ms. Gabrielle when she's facing Mr. Jamboy, I did not hear it.
And the state too. The state
you are
has the same
correct
issue.
That there are jurors, three of whom are probably closer than you are. And certainly are closer than I am the closest is probably only about maybe 8 feet away. But Mr. Janway's correctly states that the jurors, Ms. Gabrielle's back would have been to them at the time that the statement was made. Mr. Cafferty is at a right angle also and is about, I'm going to say 5 to 6 feet away. It didn't get picked up on the microphone, I'm quite sure, because I didn't hear it. And I didn't hear it without aid of the microphone. So it frankly would surprise, although not stun me.
Let me pause. Since we're talking about hot mics, chat, let me see if you guys, anybody remembers this. So There was a situation during the Kyle Rittenhouse trial where Judge Schroeder was picked up on a hot mic. Okay. Mark Richards, Rittenhouse's attorney, had taken some pictures of a witness, right? The court reporter turns to Judge Schroeder and says, hey, they're talking about some other stuff. And she says, he shouldn't be doing that. Schroeder says, what's that? And she says, taking pictures. Mark Richards took a picture of that witness. And Schroeder says, oh, he definitely shouldn't be doing that. That was on a hot mic. We clipped that, right? Here's what happened. They talked about it the next day because there may have been maybe some misconduct there doing that, right? We don't know. But we sent it to the state. The state, Binger, brought it up as some nonchalant thing. He didn't know what it was all about, even though our email described it in length. We have videos up on it, all the shit, whatever. And Binger puts it up like, I'm not sure what was said, whatever. And Judge Schroeder lied. He lied about the situation. He lied. He blatantly lied about it, that it was nothing to do with Mark Richards. He's like, oh, all I said was blah, blah, blah. He blatantly lied, and we caught him in a lie. I don't know if you guys remember that, but that was us. That's the reason it got brought up in the Rittenhouse trial. Once again, live streamers affecting trials in real life.
If a juror heard it.
A little fun fact for you guys.
Number one. Number two.
Fun fact.
Caution would be advised in respect to this. And number three, you've brought the subject up, but you've not suggested that anything be done about it. So I'll leave it with an admonition since I've not been asked to do anything else.
For mistrial right now.
You really want a mistrial?
Yeah. I don't know what jurors heard.
Do you want a mistrial?
Sure.
Well, I'm not going to, I don't think there's sufficient cause, but there is a difficulty when excessive motions for mistrial are made because at some point it could become a real situation, and that is a two-way street, but I'll say nothing more. There's not sufficient cause for a mistrial at this point. Anything else? Okay, let's proceed.
Wow, chat. Wow. Motion for mistrial in the 2008 case over some hot mic issues. This is a problem even in current day courts with these hot mics. These hot mics are crucial. They got to be careful with the mistakes that are made in court because, these cases are streamed live now, and, because the public's right to, be present and hear these things.
Remember, Mrs. Jensen, if we concluded this email, but it concludes with your response to Mr. Jensen. How was lunch? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. The next email is States Exhibit 54, which begins October 8th, 1998, subject 430. From you to Mr. Jensen, where you say, I'm out of here, talk to you later, IDLY. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then Mr. Jensen responds to your email October 8th, 1998 at 11:17 p.m. Correct?
Yes.
And he responds, just sitting here drinking wine, thinking about this time last week. No issues, just great. Missing something. IMY, a new one. IMY, IWY, IDLY. Thinking about the last line in your note, feelings the same. If you can't remember, ask. Kinda wondering how to put the crap in the office to bed. There's enough stuff being bounced around that should be able to find out where it actually originates. Suspect it's Mary. She's out tomorrow, so can talk to Rose, Midge, and Barry. If that proves to be the case, she'll have a bad day Monday. This, in quotes, is all tough enough without this stuff. Patience, time, and let it play out. IDLY. Correct?
Yes.
And on October 8th, 1998, is he referring to the weekend that you spent together the weekend prior to October 8th, 1998?
I would assume so. That's what it said in the email.
And do you recall if that's the weekend in Appleton or if it was somewhere else?
I don't know.
And what does IMY mean?
I miss you.
And IWY?
I want you.
And do you remember what the last line of your note was?
No.
And when he wonders how to put the crap in the office to bed, is he referring to the gossip that he's having an affair with you?
I assume so, yes.
And that was the gossip in his office in Racine?
Yes.
And then he says, this, in quotes, is all tough enough without this stuff. By this, is he referring to your relationship?
Yes.
And that it's tough enough being apart and having spouses so that you can't be together? Is that what's tough enough?
I don't know.
But he's asking you to have patience?
No, I think he's just stating that patience and time and let it all play out, just kind of throwing it out there.
In terms of getting your relationship as a more permanent one?
Just to kind of see what happens.
Okay, to see what happens.
I don't know. To
Your
see
relationship.
if our relationships with others, with us, I don't know.
So he might be referring to your relationship with others in this last line?
He might be.
But that's not what you think it is, correct?
Objection argumentative.
Just vague. I'm not sure.
Well, by this, he's talking about your relationship with him, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. And then he says patience, time, and let it play out. IDLY. I do love you.
Okay.
Okay. So he's asking you to have patience and let it all play out to see how far your relationship can go, correct?
Objection argumentative leading.
Overruled.
I don't know if he's asking me to have patience or if he's just making the comment that he's going to have patience and time and then he'll let it all play out. I don't know that there was, whether he was talking about himself or to me.
But it definitely relates to your relationship together.
Yes.
And then you respond the next morning at 6:35 a.m., correct? Or what appears to be 6:35 a.m.?
It wouldn't be 6:35 a.m.
What time do you think it would be?
It would be sometime after 8 o'clock.
Okay. So he emailed you at 11:17 p.m. the night before, and you responded the next morning?
I guess. That's how it looks on the paper.
Okay. You don't have a specific recollection of that particular email exchange?
No.
But you say to him, just don't make too big a deal out of Mary's jabbering. Kind of crabby today. Slept okay, but tired of not being able to do it in a bed. Couldn't you just see me pregnant and sleeping on the couch? What a friendly person I would be for all those months. Paren, not, exclamation point, close paren. Last night went about as I expected. Even without kids, marriage can be dull and predictable. He knows I'm in a mood, but since I won't talk to him, he just keeps his distance. Truth is, I don't know what to tell him. I feel like I just want some time to myself without him around getting in my space. And then there's, quote, this, close quote. By this, you're referring to your affair with Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
And in this email, you're talking about your husband?
Yes.
And how he knows you're in a mood, but you won't talk to him?
Right. Yes.
And you don't know what to tell him about why you're acting the way you're acting?
Right.
And you're acting differently because you're having an affair with Mr. Jensen?
Probably so, yes.
And he has no idea what's going on?
Correct.
And are you sleeping on the couch at this time?
Only when I wake up and he's snoring so loud I can't sleep in the bedroom.
So then Mr. Jensen responds now Friday morning, "We'll keep it lighthearted, was thinking, we're just friends, right? So all this stuff she's making up and suspecting is out of line." And it was also Barry's comment about you being in the knee hole of my desk to Scott. Just time to shut them down, especially Mary. If she's going to be my, is that assistant, ASST?
Yes.
Won't put up with that crap from her. Expect some discretion. If she has something to say, she should say it to me, only then shut up. I'm pretty cranky today too. Thought I'd go to bed early and see what happens, so watched ER in bed. Nothing there, so got up and spent some quality time with my charts, etc. Preg and on the couch. Pretty picture. Oh, did you ever locate them? What do you think you'd like to tell him? Does this enter into it? Was IMY last night, and sure it will be the same tonight. Obsession. That was his response to you?
Yes.
And is he talking when he says it was also Barry's comment about you being in the knee hole of my desk to Scott? Was that a comment that Barry Peterson had made to Scott, everyone's boss, that you were under Mr. Jensen's desk performing oral sex?
I don't know what the reference was exactly.
Well, he's talking about the gossip in his office, correct?
Yes.
The gossip about your affair?
Yes.
And for you to be in the knee hole of his desk, it would be for oral sex.
Objection argumentative.
Hold on.
If that's what that term means, yes, I'm not familiar with that term.
The knee hole,
Yeah.
you mean? The opening where you put your knees under a desk? Does that help you remember what this is about?
Again, Judge, she's being asked to interpret what somebody else says about what she wants.
She can answer.
I don't know specifically what that meant. I don't know if it was a sexual connotation or if she just meant, or if he just meant I was hiding under the desk. I don't know.
And then he indicates that he expects some discretion from Mary, his assistant, correct?
Yes.
And he also says that we're just friends, right? Correct?
Yes.
But on October 9th of 1998, you weren't just friends, were you?
No.
You were having sexual intercourse and oral intercourse and communicating daily with each other, correct?
Correct.
So he expects Mary to cover for him?
I don't know if that's what he's trying to say.
Well, he says, especially Mary, if she's going to be my assistant, won't put up with that crap from her, expect some discretion. If she has something to say, she should say it to me only, then shut up.
Judge, I object. It's not for this witness to interpret those words. They are what they are.
Man, chat, the conversation in this
Jensen, at the time
testimony
that
is
you-
really going to screw up our ad revenue.
Are you withdrawing the question?
Not that we make any
The objection is.
ad revenue anyway, but
Or
man,
that
it's
she
going
can answer if she
to
knows.
really screw it up, chat.
Okay. Would you like to tell me the question again?
Sure. Could you please read it back?
Conversation over on Facebook is pretty spicy, chat.
Question, well, he says
Spicy.
especially Mary, if she's going to be my assistant, won't put up with that crap from her, would expect some discretion. If she has something to say, she should say it to me only, then shut up.
I almost feel like when Johnny Depp was telling
so
Amber
he's
Heard's lawyers to
telling you
repeat
that he expects
some of this
Mary,
type of
his
explicit
assistant,
content.
to cover for his affair with you,
Made me
correct?
laugh. Spicy chat over
No,
on
he expects
Facebook.
discretion. I would read it as
Spicier
he
than
expects
what
her
we're
not to
hearing
talk
in
about
this testimony.
And if
Man,
it's considered covering.
it is getting hot in here, chat.
I don't know.
Would you consider it covering?
Objection, relevance. And Judge, I renew my 90403 objections.
Overruled.
So what you understood from this email is that Mr. Jensen expected Mary, his assistant, to keep quiet about your affair or his affair with you, correct?
Well, just not to talk about it with everybody else if that's what she knew.
And Mary is who? Meredith Schultz
Yes.
or Meredith Perez?
I only know Schultz.
And then you respond, "What the F have I done?" Exclamation points. So did you learn anything with your charts last night? Mark came home last night with 3 beers in him, ate dinner, grabbed his book, sat on the couch with me, read, fell asleep. So I turned off the TV and we went to bed. No chasing. Just asked me if I was interested in getting any. And now I've been informed that he isn't playing golf with Sully this weekend and I have him all to myself the entire, in caps, weekend. This should sound nice, but for some reason, of course, this enters into it to some degree, but mostly the funkiness of it all is starting to wear on me. Call me soon so we can speak. That was your response?
Yes.
And by this response, you're saying your husband, Mr. Greenman's weekend away was canceled?
Yes.
And that instead he'd be spending the weekend with you?
Yes.
And you're not happy about that?
Yes.
And when you say, of course, this enters into it to some degree, you're referring to your relationship with Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
And mostly the funkiness of it all is starting to wear on me. What are you referring to there?
I'm not sure.
Sunday nights.
Man, chat. Over on Facebook, one of the comments, Kelly had an advantage. She wears glasses. I don't know how accurate that is. I think Kelly had an advantage because she had a pulse. Sorry, that was a little rough. We got a commercial. We got to get through it. Share the stream, guys. Thanks for tuning in. We got a long day ahead of us. This is pretty fun. This testimony is spicy. The chat on Facebook is even spicier. We're getting rowdy over there.
And then Mr. Jensen responds at 11:24 a.m. on Friday, October 9th, 1998. What the F have I done? What is this? Looked at some nice rounded bottoms with the charts. That was his response?
Yes.
Yeah, it's definitely a 21 and over on
I need a
Facebook.
serious attitude adjustment. 3,000 lashes would help, but might not be enough today. Operations just pulled a stunt that possibly has me looking like a liar to the Rockford office. Needless to say, not very happy about it. And Kathy Fassel just got an earful on her voicemail. No tolerance today. That's your response?
Yes.
What do you mean by no tolerance today?
Oh, just that I wasn't going to have a lot of patience with the people that I worked with as far as mistakes.
In that term, no tolerance today, is that a phrase that at the time that you knew Mr. Jensen in 1998 that you used often?
I have no idea.
Well, do you often interchange tolerance with patience?
I don't know.
Did you at the time?
I don't know.
And then he responds that same day, how about an X and O, a nice dinner, a couple of glasses of wine, curl up, watch a movie, and 6,000. That was his response?
Yes.
And by an X and an O, is he offering you a hug and a kiss?
Yes.
And he's offering you a nice dinner?
He's suggesting it, yes.
And a couple of glasses, he's offering you a couple of glasses of wine?
Well, he's not going to run down and give it to me, but yes.
Well, I didn't ask you if he was going to run down and give it to you. I asked
I don't
you-
think he's offering. I think he's just,
Please.
I think he's just suggesting it. I don't know that he's offering anything.
And the 6,000, that refers to the 6,000 lashes?
Yes.
And is that a sexual connotation?
Yes.
Yep, that's that
And you
whips and
replied, "How
chains,
wonderful.
excite me shit.
What
That's
time
that
should
is,
I come
chat.
over?" Yeah, right. Correct?
You know about Rihanna
And that's because
before,
you're in St. Louis
Rihanna
and
came
he's in
out.
Racine, correct?
Correct.
And he responds, "If only." And you respond, "No sh ... or dash dash. Life would be so cool and I wouldn't be!" Exclamation points and then the cunnilingus symbol, correct?
Yeah.
And when he says life would be so cool and he wouldn't be, meaning he'd be hot because of your the ability to have sexual contact on more regularly?
That's my email to him, so that would be me saying.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. So that would be your reference to having the ability to have sexual contact with him on a regular basis?
Yes.
And again, he responds by time, patience, and figure it out. Way too cool, and I think I could warm you up, correct?
Yes.
So in this email, he's telling you that with some patience, he can figure out a way for the two of you to be together?
I don't know. I think it's just time, patience, and figured out for a time to get together, but not necessarily be together. Well, yeah, yes, be together, yes.
And then you respond, "My point exactly," correct?
Yes.
And that's in reference to his "I think I could warm you up" statement?
Yes.
Because you're saying, what you meant by this is that you know that he could keep you sexually satisfied and active if you were together?
Leading. Stay.
Well, what does that mean? When you said "my point exactly," what were you referring to?
Just that I would enjoy being with him.
Sexually or otherwise? Or
Otherwise, both.
Thank you.
In addition to 90403, I'd renew my previous due process objections.
Overruled.
States Exhibits S53, which is an email dated October 8th. Oh. This is a duplicate of S54, the first part of S54, so I'll pull that one out. States Exhibit 161, which is an email dated October 11th, 1998. This is an email from Mr. Jensen to you, Ms. Labonte, Ms. Jensen.
Yes.
And it's dated October 11th, 1998 at 8:36 p.m.
Yes.
And he's saying, "Good morning, so how was the rest of the weekend? Hoping you're okay."
Yes.
And do you recall whether October 11th, 1998 was a Sunday night or Sunday?
I don't.
States Exhibit 145, which is dated October, it starts out October 9th, 1998 at 8:14 a.m. And this is an email from you to Mr. Jensen. And does it appear to be the same email that we read regarding your contact with your husband the night before October 9th, 1998, where he says his weekend he'll be home all weekend with you instead of golfing?
Yes.
And then Mr. Jensen responds to this email October 11th, 1998 at 11:51 p.m.
Yes.
And this is a different response from, well, I withdraw that. He writes, so did his whole weekend get ruined? Poor guy. It's not you, it's the funky. Hope he came back with a newfound attitude. A whole weekend would be too good to be true. Can't wait to see what's in your trunk. Remind me to tell you about the story with Dave and Seth. Kept the phone with me all day today just in case. If it worked, I'll be calling as soon as I get a chance. Hoping you're okay. I know you're all right no matter. That sucks, but hoping you're really okay. 12, time to hit the rack, almost literally. Sweet dreams. That's his response?
Yeah.
And when he says 12, time to hit the rack, is he referring that it's midnight and he needs to get to bed?
Yes.
And so he's writing this email from home?
Objection, calls for speculation.
If she knows, she can answer.
I don't know.
It appears that way though, right?
Objection, reading. An argument.
Well, it's without more foundation, it sounds like it would be speculative.
Well, Mrs. Jensen, did your husband at the time of October 11th, 1998 have a bed in his office at Stiefel, Nicholas, and Racine?
Not to my knowledge.
So time to hit the rack would refer to his bed at home?
Objection, still calls for speculation.
That would be argumentative, speculative.
Well, at the time that you read this email, Mrs. Jensen, you had an understanding of what it meant when he said time to hit the rack.
Judge, this is all argumentative and the court's already found it to be speculative. She's answered the question.
Sustained.
He wrote that, remind me to tell you a story about the story with Dave and Seth. Do you know who he's referring to by Dave?
No, it could be a couple of people.
And then he tells you to have sweet dreams?
Yes.
The next exhibit is State's Exhibit 56, dated October 11th, 1998, 11:10 p.m.
Conoce a tres mamás que cuidan sus finanzas a su manera. Por suerte, todas tienen Chase. Representantes inteligentes, herramientas prácticas.
All right, chat. Look at chat. We got it. It is getting spicy over on Facebook chat. Spicy. It's an adult conversation over there, though, chat. Very adult. Very adult. Here we go.
And 2, naringd@stiefel.com, exnerd@stiefel.com, petersonb@stiefel.com, and jensenm@stiefel.com. Subject: Kramer's rewrite of his Broken Field running piece. And as good as an explanation as any for the intraday 10% moves. Tail wagging the dog, and the tail is the Hedgies and LTC. Maybe something to talk to clients about. Cheers. Now, Mr. Jensen also forwarded this same email to you then? Do you see that, Mrs. Jensen?
Yes.
And the forward to you occurs Monday, October 12th, 1998 at 1:19 a.m.
Okay, yes, I see that.
And was Mr. Jensen forwarding to you an article from www.thestreet.com?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And were you aware at that time that www.thestreet.com was a financial type of news group?
Oh, objection, characterization, news group.
I'll rephrase. Were you aware at that time what www.thestreet.com was?
I don't think so. I don't recall, no.
But it appears, from your understanding, it contained an article regarding stocks and the market moves and 10% moves and intraday, correct?
Objection. it's leaving.
Sustained.
I'm sorry, was it sustained?
Yes.
Well, you received this email with this article, correct? Is that true?
Yes, it would appear so.
Okay. And do you recall what the article was about that Mr. Jensen forwarded to you?
No.
Did it appear to have something to do with work?
Also speculation. Overruled.
I would only assume that based on what he said in the comments below.
And then you respond the next morning. Well, actually, let's go back. This email that he forwarded to you was from mjensen@execpc.com. Is that correct?
Yes.
So was it your understanding that Mr. Jensen had a home email account in addition to his Stiefel Nicholas email account?
Yes.
And did he at times email you from this home account?
Yes, it looks like it. He did, yes.
And this wasn't the first time that he emailed you from his home account, was it?
I don't remember.
But you do recall getting other emails from mjensen@execpc.com?
Yes.
And that's in the fall of 1998?
Yes.
And then you reply to Mark Jensen, have you ever noticed that Dan's email address is xnerd? Thought that was amusing. I am Y2. Correct?
Yes.
And then you reply again before he replies on Monday, October 12th, saying, replied back to your home address. Correct?
Yes.
And then he replies, you're right. I like that. Thanks. IWI. Correct?
Yes.
And when he says, you're right, I like that, is he referring to the fact that Dan's email address is xnerd?
I would assume so, yes.
And he has nothing to say about the fact that you replied back to his home address?
I don't know.
Well, then you reply, me too, correct?
Yes.
So you pointed out to him that you replied back to your home address and he does not refer to that comment at all in the rest of this email that you see, correct?
I don't know, I guess. I'm not sure.
Well, do you see it?
Objection, argumentative. There's no claim that these are all the emails.
I asked about this email.
I don't know if he's referring to the home address or if he's referring to Dan's email. I just don't know. It's been 9 years. I have no idea.
I didn't understand your answer. Could you say that again?
I don't know.
You don't know whether this...
I don't know which one he's referring to. I don't know if he's referring to the Dan Exner or if he's referring that I replied back to his home address. I don't know.
Well, replied back to your home address. You're right. I like that. You're suggesting that you're right, I like that, might refer to the fact that you replied back to his home email address?
It might.
And it has nothing, you're suggesting that it might have nothing to do with Dan's email address being xnerd?
Objection, leading in this states what her testimony was. She didn't suggest it had nothing to do with that. She said she didn't know.
She stated she didn't know.
And then you reply, me too, correct?
Yes.
And is that in reference to his IWY, I want you?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
And then he responds, Monday, October 12th at 12:45 p.m. You like it or IMY? And you respond, actually, it was IWY, not MY, correct?
Yes.
So you were reminding him that you said, I want you, not I miss you?
I think he said it and I said me too.
And then he replies, hey, all three apply. IMY, IWY, IDLY, correct?
Yes.
So he misses you, he wants you, and he does love you.
Yes.
And then you reply, well, okay, I suppose you're right about that. Could really use a face-to-face today. IMY pretty a lot right now. Could use a X and O or two. That's your response?
Yes.
And what you're saying is that you would like to see him today on
Yes.
October 12th?
Yes.
And that you miss him a lot right now?
Yes.
And that you would like a hug and a kiss or two?
Yes.
And then he responds, XO, XO, XO. Doesn't quite work. That's what I meant about the computer. Would be nice, but it sucks at the same time. Being there and not being there. That's his response?
Yes.
And then you reply, yeah, but it's better than wanting to be able to talk to you and not being able to, don't you think? Is that your response?
Yes.
And are you referring to the fact that at least you can communicate by email when you're not together?
Yes.
And then he replies, if it saved wondering for 2 days, yes. And you reply, I've got to stop doing that to you, and you need to learn I'll be fine. If it's really bad, parent, and sometimes just kind of bad, close parent, you'll get a call. Trust me, in all caps and exclamation points. But thanks so very much for caring. That's your response?
I can't see it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, that's my response.
Chat. It is interesting. You can tell she's really irritated. She doesn't want to be here. You gotta think too, chat, like for real. I mean, this gotta be embarrassing, right? Like your entire personal life is blasted for the public. It's not just the people in the courtroom. This was televised. People are watching this. This is like private, intimate time between, two consenting adults. And they're like deep diving into, man, a lot of stuff. But what are your guys' thoughts on her besides the fact she's clearly a freak? What do you guys think? Do you like her? Do you hate her? Where are you at?
It's really bad. You'll get a call. Trust me. Are you referring to the problems you're having in your marriage?
I assume so, yes.
States Exhibit 62, an email dated October 15th, 1998 at 10:26 a.m. And this is an email from Mark Jensen to you, where the subject is last night, and he asks, how did things go with Missy? Correct?
Yes.
And who's Missy?
She was a lady that I worked with.
And obviously, well, strike that. Was Mark aware that you worked with Missy?
Yes.
And you had other conversations with him about Missy?
Not that I remember specifically, but probably.
Okay. And you reply, we had a nice time, went to dinner, Italian, showed her the pictures and just talked about her surgery and blueprint. I was home before 8, as you know, and spent the night on the couch watching TV, thinking about computers and boyfriends. The old man spent the evening on the love seat doing work stuff and reading. Pretty low key. I was exhausted. Went to bed at 10, fell asleep fast again. and didn't wake up this time until 2:45, and no alcohol was involved. Yippee. That's your response?
Yes.
And when you're thinking about computers and boyfriends, were you thinking about Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
And when you refer to the old man who spent the evening on the love seat, are you referring to your husband?
Yes.
And then he replies, computers and boyfriends, question mark. And you reply, yep, correct?
Yes.
And then he replies, and care to elaborate? And you reply, well, I was bored watching TV and Mark wasn't talking and I wanted to talk to you. That's all. Correct?
Yes.
And he says basically ditto. Correct?
Yes.
So he's saying that he wanted to talk to you last night also?
Yes.
And then you reply, so here we are. IMY can't wait. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he replies that same day, big time, IDLY, meaning I love you, correct?
Yes.
And is it that you can't wait for an upcoming trip where you'll see each other?
I assume so, yes.
Ooh, let me pause here, chat. Let me pause here. We got to stop the spiciness for a second. We got a great question on YouTube. So, Darlene on YouTube, let me pull the first question up. Darlene on YouTube says she didn't have to take the stand, right? And I said, I'm sure she did, subpoena and all. And Darlene says, even though she's married to him. Now, so here's some detail that we haven't shown yet on this stream. I watched it, because I've been watching just hours of this footage and stuff. So we all know that if you're married, you don't have to testify against your husband. In one of these videos and like the breaks and stuff, the lawyers are arguing. And one of the things that came up was the recorded jailhouse phone calls and things like that. So there was a lot surrounding whether or not Kelly Labonte was privileged to not testify against her husband Mark, and there was a lot of ruling about her having to testify because a lot of different conversations that were going on weren't privileged information. She couldn't plead the fifth on certain things because really the fifth only implicates you if there might be a crime. But there was a lot of behind the scenes chat and argument about whether or not Kelly had to take the stand. So I don't remember if any of that conversation is going to be played in some of the video clips that we're playing for you guys today. I don't remember. We'll see, but that was kind of that. But that's a little bit of an explanation. There was a lot of argument about this. So back to the trial. And listen, it is spicy over on Facebook. It is going to be a very wet day over there. Get your raincoats. Get your raincoats out. The weather is wet. There might be some flooding, chat. There might be. So I would recommend going out, grab the pink canoe, grab the brown kayak. A lot of flooding today on Facebook.
This is States Exhibit 59, an email exchange that commences October 12th, 1998. So actually, this is out of order, Mrs. Jensen. The last email was from October 15th, 1998. This is October 12th, 1998. And it's an email to you from slacker@pgh.net, correct?
Yes.
And at this point on October 12th, 1998, your email address is still labontek@stiefel.com?
Looks like it, yes.
Although your name had changed to Greenman?
Yes.
Because of your marriage in September, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this is an email from an ex-boyfriend?
Yes.
Where he says, Kelly, how's it going? Okay, here. Hey, I just have one question. I seem to be having the same problem over and over with the opposite sex. They think I'm the greatest thing since sliced bread, then all of a sudden I'm not worth dog crap. So since you were the first one it happened with, I'm asking for you to tell me what changed your mind all of a sudden. Don't hold back, just tell me straight up. I figure if I can get some feedback, maybe I won't keep repeating the same mistakes. I still think you and I were meant for each other, but that's another story altogether, isn't it? Well, hope things are going well for you. I don't mean to keep bugging you, but I still think of you as a friend. Wish you could get to that point with me. Thanks for the memories, Tracy. And then you forward that email from the ex-boyfriend to Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
And you tell Mr. Jensen that love notes from my psycho in Pittsburgh. He tricked me by changing his email name. See, everybody wants to be my friend, even when I dump them like, quote, dog crap, close quote. What a day. And he responds, nice name, slacker, should be stalker. Did you respond? Is that correct?
Yes.
And you respond to nope in all caps and exclamation points. I haven't responded to this guy in over a year, yet he still persists. Unbelievable. Multiple exclamation points, correct?
Yes.
And then he replies, I can kind of understand, in a way, that gorgeous thing that got away, even if he is a psycho, correct?
Yes.
And by that gorgeous thing that got away, he's referring to you?
Yes.
And you reply, if she had told you you were insecure and a whiny, manipulative baby, would you pursue? And he replies, think not, correct?
Yes.
And then you reply, okay, bored with talking about Psycho Man, on to bigger and better things. How's yours? That's your response?
Yes.
And does that exchange contain sexual innuendo referring to his penis?
No, it's just a comment.
It's just a comment, bigger
Yeah, like how's your day?
Okay.
How's your life? What's going on?
So by
It's just a
bigger and
comment.
better things, how's yours? You're not referring to his penis?
No, not that I remember.
And then he replies, my what? ... And you reply, just testing to see what your answer would be. Nothing in particular, but my mind can go just about anywhere and usually does. Is that your response?
Yes.
And so does that help refresh your memory as to whether by bigger and better things you're talking about his penis?
No.
It does not?
No, I just don't think I was. I just think I was just asking him what was going on and just presented it in a way that gave it a sexual connotation.
Okay. And then he responds, wasn't sure if you meant that or my psycho women. It's lonely and neglected, nothing you can't fix. So was that his answer?
Yes.
And by it's lonely and neglected, nothing you can't fix, is he now referring to his penis?
Yes.
And then you reply, how is she? Didn't you get to play, quote, hide the salami this weekend? And he responds, hide the salami. Actually did that Friday night. She was sore and walking funny this weekend. Didn't want any more. That was his response?
Yes.
And by how is she, didn't you get to play hide the salami this weekend? Are you referring to his wife?
Yes.
Mrs. Jensen?
Yes.
Mrs. Julie Jensen?
Yes.
And by hide the salami, are you asking him whether he had sexual intercourse with his wife?
Yes.
And he's telling you that he actually did have sexual intercourse with his wife Friday night?
Yes.
And this is October 12th, 1998 that he's telling you this?
Yes.
And then you reply, would you do her to get her to walk funny, correct?
Yes.
And he replies, other than the obvious, there wasn't a Boy Scout issue, correct?
Yes.
So he's indicating that he didn't have a problem with his penis?
Yes.
Or performing sexually?
Yes.
And then you reply, does she always walk funny after you're done with her? Is that correct?
Yes.
And he responds, I guess at least she knows she's been done. That's his response?
Yes.
And you respond, maybe it's just me, but I never realized that was so hard on women. I know when I've been done, parent usually, close parent, but it certainly doesn't put me out of commission, parent, at least not after the first couple of hours, exclamation points, close parent, correct?
Yes.
And when you say, I know when I've been done, you're referring to sexual intercourse?
Yes.
And was it your understanding that he was making fun of his wife's stamina for sexual intercourse?
No, I didn't take it as making fun. No, I just took it as just what it was.
And what was it?
Just a comment about what had happened.
And then he replies, you recover rather quickly, huh? And you reply, I'm resilient and usually ready for more. Parent, not that I ever get it. Close parent, problem with that? Was that your response?
Yes.
And he says, hell no, I'll try to fix that. Correct?
Yes.
And by fixing that, he means that you're usually ready for more, but you don't get it at home?
Yes.
And that refers to sexual intercourse?
Yes.
And then you reply, we'd have to be in the same room, not to mention the same town or even state to accomplish that. But thanks for the thought, correct?
Yes.
And then he replies, well, technically, it was more than the thought I was thinking about. That's his response?
Yes.
And you respond the 23rd, and he responds, and the 24th, but who's counting? Correct?
I don't see it all.
Oh, I'm sorry. There you go.
Yes.
And by the 23rd and the 24th, are you referring to your plans to meet in Chicago?
Yes, I believe so.
On October 23rd and October 24th of 1998?
Yes.
And then you reply, how did things go with Mary? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. States Exhibit 57 begins with an email exchange Monday, October 12th, 1998, 11:56 a.m.
Judge 90402, 90403, due process.
Yeah, so here's why they're really drilling into her on these emails and this talk and all these things. So one, they're obviously trying to paint Mark as a bad character, right? But more importantly, they're trying to paint it that he unalived Julie so that he could continue the affair with Kelly. And it is obviously suspect about how fast Kelly moved into the Jensen house after the unaliving of Julie, right? He moved her in pretty damn quick. Neighbors were seeing them together, and so they're trying to show motive, and that's why they're going so deep into this. But I don't know. I mean, it does suck. This lady's, she's obviously not part of, whatever plan, either Julie concocted herself or Mark did this lady's obviously not part of it, and it's a bit embarrassing for her. So, and then all this stuff went out into mainstream media. She had to deal with this for years, right? Julie died in 98. This is 2008. It's 10 years of these details coming out. And then, here we are now, 2023, and they're still talking about it again. And then, of course, shit, we're playing it. But she is expected to testify in the retrial. So we're going to hear all of this stuff, all these emails that they're showing. We're going to see it again. There might be some juicy pictures. We'll see if they screw up and show the pictures like they did the other day.
Overruled.
And this is an email from you to Mr. Jensen, dated October 12th, where the subject is Chicago. Oak Brook will move on October 23rd and open for business October 26th. This line came from Crystal in an email from last week's meeting, which I didn't attend. How perfect is that? Where is Oak Brook in relation to the airport? Any ideas? Is that correct?
Yes.
And by Oak Brook, you're referring to, what are you referring to?
Another branch that the company was opening.
And Mr. Jensen responds, right next door, somebody's taking care of us. Ideas? Yeah, a lot of ideas. That's his response?
Yes.
And did this email exchange precede your plans to meet in Chicago?
I don't know.
Were you and Mr. Jensen planning on using the opening of the Oak Brook office near Chicago as an excuse to get away from your spouses and families and get together?
Yes.
And then you reply, really? Oh, this is so cool. I'm definitely psyched now. Man, I can't wait to go. Correct?
Yes.
And then he replies, or come as the case may be. Did you smile? That's his response?
Yes.
And by or come as the case may be, he's referring to having sexual intercourse with you on this trip to Chicago?
Yes.
And then you reply, you certainly don't help my state of mind at work. Of course I smiled right after I slowed my breathing. That was your answer?
Yes.
And then he replies, 3,000 lashes. Think about it. That's correct?
Yes.
And by 3,000 lashes, what is he referring to?
It's nothing, just a sexual connotation.
Okay. And then you reply, you're an evil man, Jensen, to the core. And then it appears there's a J after that. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then he replies, okay, 6,000, or maybe you'd not be wanting them. And then you reply, let's see, blue, silk, shorter than a cocktail dress, and not planning on keeping it on long. What the hell do you think? Correct?
Yes.
And then he replies, I guess you'd be wanting them then. Just don't be letting me stop when things are getting, well, GGOD. Is that his response to you?
Yes.
And by GGOD, is he meaning good?
Yeah. Yes.
So he doesn't want you to stop him when things are getting good?
Yes.
And then you reply, why would you even think I would do such a horrible thing as that? Correct?
Yes.
States Exhibit 58, email dated October 12th, 1998, beginning 12:57 p.m. Ms. Jensen, this starts with an email from Mark Jensen to you, where the subject is Patagonia online store. Do you see that?
Yes.
And there's http www.patagonia.com/products/products.ehtml. The file Patagonia online store. The shelled version does come in a dark green. I'd rather be keeping those guys warm, and then there's another link to patagonia.com. You see that?
Yes.
And was Mr. Jensen forwarding you a link to patagonia.com with women's clothing displayed?
Yes.
And then you reply, do you look at women's clothes all the time or just on occasion? That's your reply?
Yes.
And then Mr. Jensen replies, I guess just kind of browse at times to see if anything catches my eye, especially when thinking about somebody. Sometimes specifically go looking for something. That's his response?
Yes.
And so he's suggesting that he looks at women's clothes when he's thinking about you being the somebody?
Yes.
And you reply, what am I supposed to do with you? Correct?
Yes.
And he replies, can think of a couple of different things, correct?
Yes.
And you reply, care to elaborate? Correct? Can you see that one?
Yes.
This is State's Exhibit S-160. Where the subject is quotes dated Thursday, October 15th, 1998. Oh, Ms. Johnson.
Clerk, this one has not been admitted yet.
I think it was offered earlier as a different.
169, did you say?
160.
Any objection to the offer?
Well, I received my objections on 90402, 90403, and due process grounds. I asked for a continuing objection to the emails, but I don't object to this particular one being received.
It'll be received.
And I think that's our objections are overruled.
Your objections are overruled.
And I do have a continuing objection on those grounds. Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Jensen, is this an email to?
If you spill water on that piece of equipment, you will have to answer to the county supervisors.
I'll put it very far away.
I was already warned about that.
Is this an email from or to tjones27555@aol.com, KRONJ@aol.com, Cindy Schroer, Kelly Labonte, and Don Godomsky from Tom Jones, dated October 15th, 1998?
Yes.
And was Mr. Jones forwarding you some funny quotes?
That's what it looks like.
Okay. And you forward that email to Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
And you write, Dan Quayle was either a bad comedian or a real idiot. The last story is my favorite. I'm not sure why. Multiple exclamation points, ideal why?
Yes.
And by the last story, were you referring to this? The man thinks for a moment and said, oh, a man is driving home late one afternoon and he is driving above the speed limit. He notices a police car with its red lights on in his rearview mirror. He thinks, quote, I can outrun this guy, close quote. So he floors it and the race is on. The cars are racing down the highway 60, 70, 80, 90 miles an hour. Finally, as his speedometer passes 100, the guy figures what the hell and gives up. He pulls over to the curb. The police officer gets out of his cruiser and approaches the car. He leans down and says, quote, listen, mister, I've had a really lousy day and I just want to go home. Give me a good excuse and I will let you go, close quote. The man thinks for a moment and says, quote, 3 weeks ago, my wife ran off with a police officer. When I saw your cruiser in my rearview mirror, I thought you were that officer and you were trying to give her back, close quote. That's what you were referring to?
I assume so, yes.
Okay. And then Mr. Jensen writes, hey, want to run off somewhere? IDLY, correct?
Yes.
And you reply, what sparked this bold attempt at messing with me? Sounds wonderful. Where should we go? Correct?
Yes.
And he replies, really bold attempt, question mark? If it was really bold, you'd have tickets for the WinStar in your hand. Doesn't take much to spark anything when it comes to you. What was that word again? Keep forgetting. You name it. You have the number. Let me know. With an X at the end. You see that, Mrs. Jensen?
Yes.
And that was his response?
Yes.
And by the WinStar, is he referring to a cruise line?
Yes.
Newsy is now Scripps News.
All right. Man, chat, I'm over here in a Facebook fight. I'm about to Jordan Klepper this person real quick. I want to point something out. I know we're having a lot of fun in chat, especially over on Facebook. The chat is pretty spicy over there. But I want to point something out. It's very important, especially with watching this trial, right? So for those of you that are new to our platform, we're an independent investigative journalist company. So, you know, what we're really good at is investigating, you know, different types of corruption within systems and then exposing that. So a lot of what we do is we look at situations and we try to find the inconsistencies. And, you know, if there's something there to expose, then we expose it, right? So that the system could be better and it's equal justice for all people, you know, all these things, right? And we get bad police officers off the force so that they're not a danger to the community. They're not a danger to their fellow officers. We get bad district attorneys out. We get bad judges out, things like that. And when we're watching this trial, and I'm over here, like I said, arguing on Facebook while we're watching this Kelly Labonte stuff. And a lot of people are looking at this trial and when these witnesses are testifying in this retrial as, well, of course, their statements are inconsistent because this is decades later, right? She dies in 98. The trial is in 2008. And then now here we are back again in 2023. The critical part here that people are not paying attention to, right, is the fact that there was evidence that went missing after she died in 98, before the trial in 2008, such as the original pathology report. That is a massive screw up, people. That is not good. We don't know what the original pathology report says. We only know what the new version of the pathology report said for the 2008 trial. That's huge. Okay. The other thing when it comes to witness statements, again, she died in 98. Yesterday, we streamed jailhouse snitches that were coming forward in 2002 after Mark got arrested, right? Because he was arrested in 2002. Okay. Jailhouse snitches that were repeating stuff. And there's some inconsistencies with those statements. When it comes to like Ed Klug, Joanne Klug, right? Neighbors, co-workers, okay? Nobody said shit in 1998 when Julie had died. Nobody said anything. But then in 2007 at the bond forfeiture hearing, conveniently, everybody is remembering conversations from 1998. There would have been so many news articles, news reports, on the television. This was a massive case for Kenosha. This is one of the biggest cases in that time. So that's the part that we're trying to point out. And everyone just keeps saying, well, it's decades later. Of course, their statements, are going to be inconsistent. They don't remember certain details. It's a long time. We get that part. We understand that part. We're talking about when she died in 1998. People are being interviewed and they don't remember these conversations that would have happened in the months leading up to her death. They don't remember this shit. But then all of a sudden in 2007, after all of this information is already out there, now they're remembering details. 2008, when the trial starts, now they're remembering more details. We're just pointing out that it's convenient. It sounds a little suspect. There might be some fishiness there, right? It could be. Okay? That's what we're trying to point out. And I'm literally about to Jordan Klepper this person on Facebook because I love pointing out how dumb people sound. Just pay attention to those things when you're watching this trial, right? Pretend you're a juror, okay? We obviously I don't think any of us like this guy. I don't think any of us do. He's definitely not innocent. We've said that on the stream before. He's not innocent by any stretch of the imagination. But is he guilty? That's the thing. It's guilt or not guilt, right? So just listen for the inconsistencies. Listen for the corruption within the legal system, law enforcement, the pathology, the crime lab, right? These rulings. You've got drug deals, alleged drug deals between witnesses and Robert Jamboy, the DA. You've got, decades of prison sentences that are just, gone over some testimony, right? There's just a lot of stuff. So I just want to point that out to you guys. I'm involved in a lot of chats over here on Facebook and a lot of groups, and people are not paying attention to that stuff. And fuck, man, God forbid some of those people are on goddamn juries. Holy mother God. This is why convictions get overturned, because people miss, critical details like that. Maybe I'm just a little bit more, in tune to it because that's what we do here at Never Stop. We find, the missing pieces and then expose that.
And when he says, you have the number, let me know, what is he referring to?
I don't know.
Well, is he referring to the fact that you have his phone number and you can call him if you really want to go on this trip with him?
I don't know if that's what he's referring to.
And then you reply, tickets in my hand, huh? What's a good time of year to go on one of these fabulous trips? Correct?
Yes.
And he replies, yep, with you any time of the year, but generally February through April when it's 0 here and 80 there. That's his response?
Yes.
And he's telling you that February through April is a good time of year to go on a Windstar cruise?
Yes.
And you reply, what's it like in October, correct?
Yes.
And he replies, don't know, would be fun to find out, right?
Yes.
And then you reply, considering you have a milestone birthday next year, and we would both need some time to, quote, clean up, close quote, our lives, so to speak, I was thinking what a lovely way to spend your birthday. You, me, sunsets, ocean, champagne, and no, quote, outside, close quote, issues. That's your response?
Yes.
And when is Mr. Jensen's birthday?
October
what?
5th.
And in October of 1998, had he turned 39?
Yes.
So the milestone birthday you're referring to is his 40th birthday, the next October?
Yes.
And by cleaning up our lives, so to speak, you mean getting rid of each other's spouses?
Yes.
And by outside issues, again, you're referring to the fact that you're married and he's married and has 2 children?
Yes.
And he replies, that would be a dream come true. Which trip, when should I make the deposit? That was his response?
Yes.
And did you understand that to mean that would be a dream come true?
Yes.
And he's offering to make a deposit on a cruise?
Jokingly, yes.
Well, it doesn't say jokingly in the email, does it?
Well, that's how I took it.
Okay. And you reply, the commitment part, well. And he replies, you have a problem with commitments? That's okay. Could probably find someone else to go if you changed your mind. That's his response?
Yes.
And he replies, or you reply, such as? And he replies, Kodak, he's my buddy. He would probably go. Don't know if they accept animals though, or kids. Guess I'm screwed. Doug B, exclamation point. Wouldn't be the same, but we'd raise all kinds of hell. That's his response?
Yes.
And who's Doug B?
Doug B is a friend of his, Doug Brandt.
And had you met Mr. Brandt at this time?
No.
And Kodak is the dog?
Yes.
And he calls him my buddy?
I guess so, yes.
And this plan to go on a cruise, Mr. Jensen wasn't planning on taking his kids, was he?
No.
And he certainly wasn't planning on taking his wife, was he?
No.
And then you reply, it's good to know I'm so easily replaced, correct?
Correct.
And you say, or excuse me, he says, ooh, didn't say you could be easily replaced. Couldn't be replaced, wouldn't be the same, and I'd be screwed, parent or not, as the case may be. Close parent, correct?
Yes.
And then you reply, so let's say I have until the end of the year to decide one way or the other. And then in January, you can send in the deposit if I'm still in. Deal? That's your response?
Yes.
And you're setting a deadline for January to make a decision as to whether you'll stay with your spouse?
Yes.
And you're setting January as a time for him to decide whether he'll stay with his wife?
No, if he wanted to take the trip while he was still with his wife, I don't think I made that differentiation.
Well, did you discuss how you would take a cruise in January if he was still married to Mrs. Jensen?
No, we didn't talk about the details. It was for fun.
But you did go on a cruise with Mr. Jensen after January of 1999, didn't you?
No.
You didn't go on a cruise with Mr. Jensen and Douglas and David Jensen?
No.
You didn't go on a cruise to a Disney cruise?
No, we did not go on a cruise.
And then he replies, fair enough, but no deadline on deciding. Whatever time it needs to be figured out, correct?
Correct.
And you say, and do you have it all figured out? correct?
Correct.
And he says, I'm thinking so. Barring seeing a bunch of disgusting habits I couldn't live with, but then you'd have a hard time topping the boys with all I've taught them. And if it just keeps getting better, some details to be worked on, but then those are just the details, not the big issue. That's his response?
Yes.
And so in this email, he's talking about barring seeing a bunch of your disgusting habits.
That's what it looks like, yes.
And he's talking about living with you, correct?
I guess so, yes.
And then he talks about you having a hard time topping the boys with all that you've taught, with all that he's taught them, correct?
Correct.
So he's anticipating that if the details are worked on, you could be with him and the two boys, correct?
Overruled.
No, it reads to me like he's trying to say my disgusting habits can't be any worse than theirs.
And then the details that needs to be worked on relate to what he's going to do with his wife, Mrs. Jensen, Julie Jensen.
I have no idea what details he was referring to.
He never told you how he would take care of Mrs. Jensen, did he? Mrs. Julie Jensen?
No.
And then you reply, it was the details I was wondering about. Disgusting habits, huh? Correct?
Yes.
So you're asking him what details he needs to work on so that you and he can go on this trip together?
I just mentioned I was wondering about him, I think. I don't know that I asked about him.
Well, when you mention them, what I'm asking you, did the subject matter relate to how he would be able to go on a trip while still married?
Yes.
And how he could take care of the fact that his wife was still in the picture, correct?
Yes.
And then he replies, Murphy spins on details. Details are just noise in the bigger picture. And yup, disgusting, correct?
Yes.
And you reply, and you plan on dealing with the details how? What kind of disgusting, correct?
Yes.
And he replies, one at a time, correct?
Yes.
And you reply, evasive little shit. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you're asking him in this email exchange how he plans on getting rid of his wife, and he won't give you an answer, will he?
Characterization. What it says is dealing with details.
Well, he's in this email exchange. He's referring to how to deal with the issue that he's currently married, correct? To someone else?
I don't know if it's that or just the details of going on the trip, but yes, that would be part of it, yes.
And you're asking him how he plans on dealing with the fact that he's still married, and he won't give you an answer.
Objection, characterization, it says dealing with the details.
Well, overruled.
Okay, I'm sorry, what was that?
Can you read it back, please?
And you're asking him how he plans on dealing with the fact that he's still married and he won't give you an answer?
Correct. Yes.
And he replies, oh, she went to lunch and came back nasty, not trying to be evasive. What exactly are you looking for? We can talk about the details. Smile, you're cute when you smile, and other things, correct?
Yes.
And then you reply, I didn't come back nasty. I'm usually like this. Okay, we'll discuss the details. I'm cute when I smile, not trying to suck up, are you? Correct?
Yes.
And he replies, okay, you're cute when you try to burp, correct?
Yes.
And then you reply, nice way to avoid the subject. You're worse than me. You see, is that his reply to you or your reply to him?
Yes.
So again, you're commenting on the fact that he's avoiding the subject as to what he'll do with the fact that he's still married to Mrs. Julie Jensen?
Yes.
And he replies, okay, ask me about a detail. I'm not avoiding. You're not asking. I'm supposed to guess the question. Okay, I'll be Karnak. That's his response to you?
Yes.
But he never told you about how he would take care of the details, did he?
Not at that point, no.
And then you reply, you asked me if I wanted to run off with you somewhere. I'd love to, but there are issues we have to deal with. I'm not sure how I'll deal with my issue, parent, thus the deadlines and agreements for any backing out that might be necessary, close parent. Do you know how you'll deal with your issues? Parent, details, whatever, close parent, correct?
Yes.
And he replies, are deadlines and agreements necessary? Not trying to pin anything down. And I got my ticket punched, had that conversation, heard the answers. We're just hanging out for the lack of one of us making a decision. Just need to decide what to do and make an announcement, correct?
Yes.
And you reply, okay. Deadlines and agreements are necessary because I don't want to let you down, correct?
Yes.
And he replies, why? And you reply, IDL, why, correct?
Yes.
So when he asks you why you don't want to let him down, you reply, because I love you?
Yes.
And he replies, IDLY too?
Yes.
And you reply, I know, thank you, correct?
Yes.
And then he replies, don't forget. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, Mrs. Jensen, were you aware that then after this email, on the evening of Friday, October 16th, 1998, Mr. Jensen was looking up ways to kill his wife on the internet?
The objection is sustained.
Mrs. Jensen, were you aware that after this email on October 16th, 1998?
It's going to be improper again.
I don't know. I'm not serious.
Were you aware that after this email exchange on October 16th, 1998, Mr. Jensen was looking up botulism and pipe bombs?
It's improper. She knew.
I think you need to rephrase the question in a way that is more open to the witness.
Mrs. Jensen, were you aware if Mr. Jensen was looking up
Whether.
what I said if or whether? Whether.
All right, I'm gonna pause here real quick. I gotta make this announcement. So yeah, bye, fuck off. Here's the thing, chat, and if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, okay, if you come into my chat and you start trying to promote your own streams or somebody else's stream to go watch stuff that we're doing, or even stuff that's not even related to anything that we do, okay, it's ignorant. It's absolutely ignorant. All right, don't do that. Okay, if we see it, if you at another channel or you reference another channel, we're going to delete your comment. Okay, if you're persistent about it, you're going to get put in a timeout. If you continue, you're going to get banned from the platform. Okay, it's ignorant. We spend a lot of time here on what we do, creating content, and so does every other content creator and live streamer, lawyers that break down cases, whatever it may be. Whatever, if you have a platform, people spend a lot of time and effort and money doing this stuff. Do not come on my fucking platform and fucking promote somebody else. Okay? Be respectful or don't fucking watch. It's that simple. Okay, chat? We're having an issue over on fucking YouTube right now, and that's why we got to make this fucking service announcement. Just be respectful. Okay? I've spent a lot of hours on this case trying to provide good content for you guys. Okay? This costs me fucking money. This costs me my time. All right? I'm doing this to try to help you guys and educate you guys, provide some good content. I live here in Wisconsin, so this case is important for us out here. You guys are watching because it's fucking drama. All right? We're affected out here. And more, I'm from Kenosha, so even more affected. Okay? But we're trying to give you guys some really good quality content. We're trying to give you guys some details, some historic background, stuff you're not going to hear during this current trial. We're trying to give you an understanding of why certain things are happening. Okay? Please don't come on my platform and try to fucking bring people to another platform. All right? This dude's over here talking about, oh, go to this fucking thing and watch the fucking testimony of Kelly Labonte. Why? We're playing it right here. Well, I don't like all the interruptions. Fuck off then. How about that? Fuck off. Okay? You like that? Your comments are going to be removed. If you keep doing it, you're getting put in a timeout. If it continues, you're getting fucking banned. That's it. Okay? Sorry, chat. Sorry I got to fucking yell sometimes. But, man, let's just be respectful of any content creator's time. Any content creator.
He was looking up botulism and poisoning and pipe bombs on the very same night that you set January as a deadline for getting rid of your issues or taking care of your issues?
I don't believe he did that, but no.
Were you aware, I asked you?
No.
And you don't believe he did that because you've only heard Mr. Jensen's side of the story?
Objection is sustained.
This is State's Exhibit 65. It is dated October 19th, 1998. And this appears to be, well, this is an email from you to Mark Jensen saying thanks, dated October 19th at 1998, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And do you know what you were thanking him for?
No.
Yeah, it's not on center.
I'm sorry, what?
It's not on center. Oh, maybe it is.
The remainder of that email, I don't think was read.
What do you know?
The last one I read.
I think I did. See, it's where mine ends. Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. I'm sorry, Ms. Jensen, I'm going to refer you back to State's Exhibit 160, where you're talking about these deadlines and agreements. And you respond to Mr. Jensen, never, in relation to you forgetting that he loves you, correct?
I'm not following you. Where are we?
Okay. Do you see to Kelly Labonte?
Yes.
And it says, don't forget.
Yes.
And then you reply, never.
Okay. Yes.
Okay? And then he replies, let me down how? And is your response by getting our hopes up and then backing out? Is that correct?
Yes.
And then he replies, either way, it'll be an always thing. You have to do what's right for you. I'll just be hanging out. Do you realize that you never use the word now, even in the past ES? That's his response?
Yes.
Now, Mrs. Jensen, does it appear from your memory of this email that your talks of getting together were getting more serious now?
Yes.
And that was conveyed to Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
And then you reply, what would change if I did? And I really haven't had a need for it now, have I? And he replies, I saw it. Oh, shit. Did you say, quote, when I say, double quote, now? Does reading count? Was that his response?
Yes.
And what is he referring to?
I think now was used as a word to use if I was ever ready to get together or meet or something like that. I don't remember exactly.
And then you reply, wondered if you'd catch it. Very good, but you haven't answered my question. Correct?
Yes.
And he replies, what would change? Some things, still respectful of messing with your deal. Rather than thinking about all the fun stuff, start planning the fun stuff. Wouldn't be letting 3 or 4 or 6 weeks go by. Hasn't been a problem lately, though. That's his response?
Yes.
And so he's indicating he's still respectful of your marriage with Mr. Greenman?
Yes.
He does not mention anything about his marriage with Mrs. Julie Jensen?
No, not at this time, it looks like.
And then when he says wouldn't be letting 3 or 4 or 6 weeks go by, hasn't been a problem lately, though, he's referring to the fact that you've been seeing each other fairly regularly?
Yeah, I guess so.
States Exhibit 65. Monday, October 19th, 1998. An email from you to Mark Jensen saying where the subject is thanks. Correct?
Yes.
And then Mr. Jensen replies, a weekend, you got it. Trust, that's the big one. Give you a call soon. How's Dawn? IDLY. Correct?
Yes.
And Mrs. Jensen, do you recall whether there was more to your original email to Mr. Jensen on October 19th, 1998 than is reflected in this exhibit?
I don't remember.
Okay. And who's Dawn?
She was another woman that I worked with.
And what's her full name?
Dawn Cooper.
And was she also a friend of yours?
Yes.
A close friend?
Yeah, at the time, yes.
At the time? States Exhibit 66, dated October 20th, 1998. And this is an email from you to Mark Jensen dated Tuesday, October 20th, where the subject is good morning. Where you write, so how are you this lovely Tuesday? Me, I'm okay. Last night was quiet. He came home trying to act like nothing had happened. Didn't bring it up and was all smiles and friendliness. Parent, but not too friendly if you get my meaning, close parent. I wasn't very talkative and he noticed it, so kept his distance. Don't know what he's thinking, and since he won't talk to me, I guess I can only imagine. Pity, I don't seem to care much anymore. 6 years, I really thought I had it in me to love and accept him as is forever. Didn't realize just how selfish she was. Maybe it's me a little bit now. I finally seen the light kind of thing. I had hope, lots of hope, that things would go back to the way they can be when he decides to be a loving individual. The hope's gone. A part of me has slowly been fading away these last few months, and this weekend just completely killed it, I think. I don't care if he never touches me again. Hell, I'd prefer it. And I don't really enjoy his company much anymore either. I'd rather be left alone to do, quote, my thing, close quote, than have him around. It doesn't even bother me when he's late getting home. A year ago, it was a major point of contention between us. I was always harping on him about that. Now, the later he is, the more time I have to myself, and that's just fine with me. Numb, 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 weird. Looking forward to Friday. Smiling and laughing will be good for me. Some time off from the tension, eh? Talk to you soon, IDLY. That was your email to him?
Yes.
And in this email, are you referring to your husband, Mark Greenman?
Yes.
And in this email, well, then Mr. Jensen responds to your email saying, hey there, maybe it's me a little bit now. I finally seen the light kind of thing. Smiley face. In relation to quote this, close quote, late getting home, where is he? I'll give you a call pretty quick. Cheers and IDLY. That's his response?
Yes.
And he's referring to fragments or sections of your email below?
Yes.
And at this time, although your email started out from Kelly Labonte, it's being sent to Kelly Greenman. Can you see that?
Yes.
States Exhibit 67. Dated October 20th, 1998. Ms. Jensen, does this appear to be a continuation of the email that we just read, where you talk about your husband the night before?
So far, it looks just like the same thing, not a continuation.
Okay. And then Mr. Jensen replies that he'll give you a call. And then you reply, he's just pokey. He's never gone long enough to make me really question where he's been. What would, quote, this be, close quote, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Jensen replies, something special, could be everything. It is what we make it, could go on and on, be or not to be thing. What would this be? Cheers. That's his response?
I can't see it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, that's his response.
And he's indicating that his relationship with you and you with him could be something special?
Yes.
And that it could be everything?
Yes, I guess.
And that your relationship could go on and on?
Yes.
And then you reply, this is special, but I was talking about seeing the light with my husband and myself. That was your response?
Yes.
And then he responds, just notice that you're still Labonte. Oops, N-G-R-I-E. I get it from Labonte and it goes to Gree. Get your point. Was that his response?
Yes.
And so he's noticing that, is he noticing that after a month of being married to Mr. Greenman, emails to you are now addressed Kelly Greenman?
Yes.
But that when you send an email to him, it's still Kelly Labonte?
Yes.
And then you reply, they just talked to me about it. They were going to keep the outside able to reach me with Labonte K, and I told them no. They did tell they could block harassing emails, but since he's changed his address 3 times already between these 2 attempts, all he's left with now is calling me at work. If that starts, then maybe I'll change my extension or move to a new town and get another job. Any ideas where I should go? That's your response?
Yes.
And he replies, yeah, yeah. Is that his response, Ms. Jensen?
Yes.
And you reply, well, and he replies, 2 ideas, small Midwestern towns, and they don't include Denver. Was that his response to you?
Yes.
And you reply, How about Joplin, Missouri? Was that your response?
Yes.
And he replies, been there at 4 a.m., not much there. Nope. And then you reply, Springfield, Illinois. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then he replies, nope. How about KEN/RAC, correct?
Yes.
And he's referring to Kenosha, Racine?
Yes.
And he worked in Racine and lived in Kenosha at that time?
Yes.
And you reply, never heard of it, haha, correct?
Yes.
See, and then he replies, see, no one would ever find you, correct?
Yes.
And you say, good point, hope you could though. And he replies, wouldn't be a problem even in the dark. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then he replies, you make me smile, big, are you really so sweet? And you reply, you make me smile, big, are you really so sweet, correct?
Yes.
And then he replies, what you see is what you get. I'm not sure, but thinking you do know the answer to that, and it's probably not. Cheers. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you reply, salty perhaps? Was that your response?
Yes.
And what are you talking about there?
It's a sexual connotation.
And then he replies, IDLY, correct?
Yes.
And you reply, me too? You reply, me too, Mrs. Jensen?
Can you move it down?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And then he replies, so the Appleton furniture is in St. Louis, walls are being moved in Brookfield, maybe explains why he's in a bad mood. Cheers. And you reply, maybe, I love getting emails from you, makes my moment. If Joyce doesn't call me back soon with some answers, everyone at Blueprint may not get to eat. Was that your response?
Yes.
And at that time, were you part of the group that was planning the Blueprint Conference in St. Louis?
Yes.
And that was to occur in November?
Yes.
Do you recall if it was the first weekend in November?
I don't recall.
Okay. And then he replies, and I may not be able to either. Correct?
Yes.
And is that again a sexual connotation?
Yes.
And you reply, don't go there?
Yes.
And he replies, I know, but want to. Correct?
Yes.
And you reply, me too, talking to the old man. That's your response?
Yes.
And are you referring to the fact that you're talking to your husband at the time that you're having this email exchange?
Yes.
And he replies, is he being nice? Excuse me, Mr. Jensen replies, is he being nice? And you reply, yeah, he's trying. Things are so awkward now. I don't have anything to say and he can tell. He calls to be nice and I'm so much for being nice. Is that the exchange?
Yes.
And he, Mr. Jensen replies, at least you have him trying to be nice, correct?
Move it down.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
States Exhibit 68, dated October 20th, 1998. Ms. Jensen, this is an email from you to Mark Jensen entitled Subject Short Blue Cocktail Dresses. And do you say, maybe I'll bring the green one too and you can decide which one I wear?
Yes.
And he replies, how could I possibly decide that? Okay, wear both. Would the green one be the one that he said makes you look like a working girl? Was that his response?
Yes.
And by he, is he referring to your husband, Mr. Greenman?
Yes.
And then you reply, yep, maybe I'll have them sent to you at the hotel for Thursday delivery just to give you some time to mull it over. I could also include the white one, correct?
Yes.
And at this point, Are you referring to your planned trip to Chicago?
Yes.
And Mr. Jensen replies, laughing, would they be smelling like obsession? Oh my God, and a white one too? Was that his response?
Yes.
And then you reply, of course, if I'm going to play dirty, I'll have to go all the way now, won't I? Correct?
Yes.
And he replies, why hold back? Was that his response?
Yes.
And you reply, had a lunch class today, very informative, wasn't trying to hold back. And Mr. Jensen replies, class on what? Is that correct?
Yes.
And you reply, estate planning? And he replies, Mr. Jensen replies, yawn. Thought perhaps short blue cocktail dresses, but then you're probably better suited to teaching the course. Was that his response to you?
Yes.
And when he says you're probably better suited to teaching the course, is he referring to estate planning or something else?
Something else.
Something sexual?
Probably, yes.
And you reply, it wasn't a yawn, it was very interesting, correct?
Yes.
And he replies, okay. And you reply, what do you mean, okay? Is that correct?
Yes.
And he replies, you must need a little stimulation if that's interesting, correct?
Yes.
States Exhibit 70, Sunday, October 25th, 1998. This is an email from Mr. Jensen to you entitled Question, dated Sunday, October 25th, 1998 at 5:31 p.m. And he says, so I have this question, remember? Don't tell me what I want, in quotes. So what do you really think? Was that his email to you on Sunday, October 25th at 5:31 p.m.?
Yes.
And you reply, what do I think about what? Correct?
Yes.
And you're replying the next day, Monday, October 26th, 1998?
Yes.
Which would be a work day?
Yes.
And then he replies, remember what quote, don't tell me, close quote was in relation to? Just wondering if you had given that any more thought, if it would be an issue, if you'd be okay with it, if whatever. Thought I'd toss it up in the air and see what came back down. Wasn't that the crush conversation in Columbus? That was at a time when I wasn't at this point with quote, this close quote? Was that his email to you?
Yes.
And did you have a conversation in Columbus, Ohio?
I was in Columbus. It was a phone conversation.
Okay. And why does he call it the crush conversation?
I'm not sure. I don't recall.
And you reply, I think it would be a piece of cake and a joy taking on all three of you. Correct?
Yes.
And are you referring to the fact that it would be a piece of cake and a joy taking on Mark, Douglas, and David Jensen?
Yes.
And Mrs. Jensen is not considered in this conversation?
I'm sorry?
Mrs. Julie Jensen is not considered in this conversation?
No.
And then he sends you an email, October 26, 1998, which would be that same Monday at 11:11 p.m., where he says, we kind of got off on a tangent there. So wanted to come back to this. I like that answer. Taking on could be the appropriate verbiage, IDLY. That was his response to you?
I can't see the last part, but yes.
How's that?
That's better, thank you.
And does that email exchange relate to a conversation where at the beginning of your relationship, he wondered if you would be ready or willing to take on a man with 2 children?
I think the comment he said was you wouldn't want a man with 2 children, and I said, don't tell me what I want.
Okay. But that was at a time when you wasn't at this point with this. Do you know what he's referring to there?
I'm sorry, where is that?
You see that right there?
No. I don't know exactly what that means.
Okay. But the this in quotation marks refers to your relationship with Mr. Jensen, correct?
Yes.
The next exhibit is State 71, dated Monday, October 26, 1998, 1:09 p.m. Mr. Jensen sends you an email saying, going out to run out and get some lunch. FYI, I sent the change, paren, dollar symbol, close paren, for the phone down. Thought I'd let you know for your, underlined your, budget purposes. Don't want to be helping him, but know you're taking care of yourself. So in that regard, just part of the deal with this. That was his email to you?
Yes.
And when he says he sent the change or the money for the phone down, was he assisting you in purchasing a cell phone?
Not purchasing, just paying the phone bill, the cell phone bill.
The cell phone bill?
Mm-hmm.
And why would he do that?
Because we talked a lot on my cell phone, and back then they didn't have the deals they have now, so it was a pretty substantial monthly bill.
Did you have Sprint service at that time?
I don't remember what service it was.
Do you recall whether Mr. Jensen had Sprint service on his cell phone?
No, I don't know.
And then you replied, didn't know we made deals with, quote, this, close quote, smiley face. You're too good sometimes. How did this happen and why to me? Is that your response?
Yes.
And he replies, we didn't. Guess it's my deal with this, like opening a door for a GF. How and why? I was just sitting there and there she was. And the more I talked to her, the better it got. That was his response to you?
Yes.
And by GF, does he mean girlfriend?
Yes.
And by the just sitting there, there she was, the more I talked to her, the better it got. Is he referring to you?
Yes.
And he's referring to you as his girlfriend?
Yes.
And you reply, you're too much, enjoy lunch, correct?
Yes.
States Exhibit 69. Begins Sunday, October 25th, 1998 at 5:31 p.m. Mrs. Jensen, this begins with an email from Mark Jensen to you where he says, so I have this question. Remember, don't tell me what I want, so what do you really think? Is that the same email or the start of the same email that we just read from Sunday, or excuse me, Monday, October 26, 1998 at 11:11 p.m.?
This is one we've gone over, yes.
Where you say, I think it would be a piece of cake and joy taking on all three of you?
Yes.
And this goes on with Mr. Jensen's response to that, where he says, that got me laughing. Piece of cake and a joy taking on all three. You know, I can see that. I think you'd be able to handle 3 or 4 as the case may be. Perrin, got pics from Doug and Robin of the new edition, close Perrin. I think that you'd be good for them too. Was that his response to you?
Yes.
And who's Doug and Robin?
Friends of his.
Doug and Robin Brandt?
Yes.
Who had recently had a new baby?
Back then, yes.
And did you know Doug and Robin Brandt?
No.
Well, how does he know that you'll know who he's talking about?
I don't know.
Well, at the time that you received this email, did you know who he was talking about?
He might have told me about them before.
And then you replied, don't want to take on Doug, Robin, and baby too, correct?
Yes.
And he replies, cute. You may be sick, but you haven't lost that sense of humor. Don't worry, you won't have to. Although at times, Doug and I, well, you know how guys are, but we're generally self-sufficient, as in can get our own beer and stuff. Correct?
Yes.
And then you reply, rarely do I lose the sense of humor. Feeling funky today with the throat thing. Don't want to talk to anyone. Takes too much effort. Yesterday was weird with Mark. Wish I could explain. Thinking it was mostly me not feeling well. So oversensitive to everything. Hopefully tonight will be better. On the one hand, he tried to be good and take care of me, but for the most part, he just irritated me and I took care of myself. He's suddenly doing that, quote, do you know how much I love you, close quote crap. I just want to punch him in the nose when he says that. Real romantic of me, huh? Is that his response to you? Or excuse me, your response to him?
Yes.
And what do you mean by the funky?
My husband and I had a funky relationship. It was on again, off again for a long time.
But at the time of this email, you were wondering if maybe it was just you feeling that way?
Yeah, I guess so.
And that you were maybe perceiving things oversensitively?
Yes.
And your husband was trying to be good and take care of you?
Yes.
But that just irritated you?
Yes.
And then Mr. Jensen responds to that with, yesterday was weird too, other than the obvious reasons. I guess that a part of it has to do with coming off a great time and still wanting to be there and comparing that to funky. I don't have a great tolerance for funky. Know how I want it to be with your deal. Would guess that he knows he got himself in trouble, which is the reason for the I love you stuff. But you are taking it as shallow because of the lack of consistency, the funky, being in second place, etc. Make any sense? On a lighter note, I told you you were sweet, and I started getting this stiff neck Saturday, and by Sunday it was really sore. Still is. Every time I move and it hurts, I smile. Weird. That's his response?
Yes.
And he's talking about the fact that he doesn't have a great tolerance for funky?
That's what it sounds like, yes.
And he seems to have information that your husband knows he got himself in trouble, which is the reason for the I love you stuff?
Yes.
Was your husband having an affair at the time?
Not to my knowledge.
And when Mr. Jensen talks about his stiff neck Saturday and by Sunday it was really sore, still is. Every time I move and it hurts, I smile. So you're referring to the fact that you had sexual contact or oral sex the weekend before or the days before?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
And that would have been in your trip to Chicago?
Yes.
And then you reply, maybe I'm just being weird, but it's not so much shallow as it is that it frightens me, almost as though the question is some sort of threat. Does that make any sense? As though I love you so much. Don't even think about leaving because it'll never happen kind of thing. I know it's mostly me, but the vibes are really bad when I'm around him these days. Sorry to hear your neck is sore, but at least the memories are good. Multiple exclamation points and then your symbol for cunnilingus?
Yes.
Or, okay. Or oral sex?
Yes.
And at this time, what you're describing in this email, is it that you're not really sure what's going on with your husband?
Correct.
And you're not really sure what his intentions are?
Those are my feelings, yes, I believe, at the time.
And how long had you known your husband at the time that you married him?
About 6 years, I believe.
And at this point, okay. So as of the date of this email, October 26, 1998, it was, what, a little bit more than 6 years? Or just around 6 years?
I'm not sure exactly.
Okay. But you knew him about 6 years before you married him?
I think so.
Okay. And even though you knew him approximately 6 years before you married him, you're still having a hard time understanding what's going on inside your house and with your relationship?
That's the case, sir. What's the relevance of that to the case?
I believe it has relevance, but I won't do a speaking objection, or I won't. I'll go on. I'll move on.
Go on. Well, better yet. Well, finish this trail, whatever they call it in the internet world, and then we'll break for the day.
Okay. And then you reply, I don't know, just really weird. Makes me most uncomfortable sometimes. Is that your response?
Yes.
Oh, I skipped a line, I'm sorry. He replies, that they are, with the symbol for oral sex. As to the rest, wow, a possession thing, huh? Is that correct?
Yes.
And does it appear to you that he's referring to the fact that your husband is being possessive?
I think that's what I alluded to, and he's
responding to that?
Responding to that, yes.
And then you reply, I don't know, just really weird, makes me most uncomfortable sometimes. And then he replies, almost as though the question is some sort of threat. Does that make any sense? Yeah, I think I know what you mean. A heed and obey, don't question kind of thing. The only real problem I'm having with the neck at this point is looking straight up. Wonder why that is. Guess I'll stop looking straight up. Besides, the memories then come to mind. I probably look kind of silly looking at the ceiling with my tongue hanging out of my mouth. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the first couple of lines, almost as though the question is some sort of threat. Does that make any sense? He's taking that from your email, correct?
Correct.
And he's indicating that he understands what you mean?
Yes.
He understands the heed and obey, don't question kind of relationship?
That's his interpretation of it, yes.
And he understands that?
Objection, past and answer, reading.
Sustain.
And you reply, you're a bizarre one sometimes. Tongue hanging out, huh? And he replies, guess that is kind of bizarre. Oh well, wasn't actually doing that. Just this strange image came to mind. Okay, how about the other part of the response? And then you reply, what do you mean? Is that correct?
Yes.
And he replies, heed and obey. That was kind of the feeling, sense I got. Was wondering if that was on track as it goes with the personality thing. Kind of ambivalent to a point. Then when pressed, this, quote, if you know what's good for you, close quote, thing comes out. The next step is getting really hot about it. Correct?
Yes.
And you're still talking about your feelings regarding your husband's behavior in October of 1998?
Well, he's talking about them right now, yes.
Okay. And you reply, he's never been like this before that I can recall, so I don't know what the real motivation is. It's like he's become wicked insecure and oversensitive about everything. And if I don't act a certain way, he kind of lashes out of me. Not anything major, but small bursts of irritation. Make any sense? Was that your reply?
Yes.
And are you describing the fact that your husband is having small bursts of irritation and is insecure and seems to be oversensitive about things in your relationship at this time in October of 1998?
Yes.
And do you think that could be because he sensed you were having an affair with someone else? And then Mr. Jensen replies, yep, maybe it's that you're married to him now, still think it fits the profile, and maybe you're developing a lower tolerance for funky. Is that his response?
Yes.
And when he says still think it fits the profile, what is he talking about?
I'm not sure.
And you reply, maybe, what a pity, correct?
Yes.
And when you reply, maybe, what a pity, is that in relation to still think it fits the profile, or the fact that you're developing a lower tolerance for funky?
Probably the developing a lower tolerance for funky, but not sure.
And then Mr. Jensen replies, pity, which part? And you reply that I have to deal with this crap, correct?
Yes.
And by crap, you mean the developments or the state of your marriage at that time?
Yes.
Okay. I'll stop here.
All right, we'll stop for the day. And again, please don't read, watch, or listen to any media account of the trial. Don't discuss the case with anyone, not even amongst yourselves. And enjoy the evening. Any questions? 8:55.
Oof. All right, chat. It's getting interesting. They're really going at her big time. So while we're waiting for me to load up this next video, man, chat, there's stuff happening in the background. Facebook arguments. Told you a little earlier, I'm arguing with some people because we're talking about the Jensen case, and some people are not paying attention to details and whatever, and it turned into a little bit of a debate in some of these chat groups that I'm in, and basically, we're dominating the argument here, and here's the response after we basically Jordan Kleppered this person. Here's the response. I looked into you, and let's just say our opinions will never align. That's the response. Here's what that means. First off, you don't value truth. Second off, you're on the fucking right, and you view me as being on the left. It's stupid. It's fucking dumb. And then she says, I find your language offensive. Well, we use naughty words here, guys. We do. We use naughty words. It happens. The other thing, so a little bit earlier, we had to ban somebody because they wouldn't stop posting shit on our YouTube, trying to refer people to other platforms and things that are, showing or have. Basically, we're showing this content right now, and I guess there's another platform that also has this, which no shit. And we had to put out a warning to people, like, stop referring people. And I had just read this from our buddy's platform, Mercado Media, right? So Mercado Media, Andrew, was in Kenosha with us. He streamed a lot of the Kenosha stuff that happened, during the 2020 unrest, and he's a good friend of ours, right? He talks about me. He promotes the platform over here. During the Brooks trial, he was streaming the Brooks trial while we were in court, providing him like background behind the scenes. Hey, here's what's going on. Here's the reaction from the jury, whatever, right? And we were sending him videos and pictures and stuff, and he's popping them up on the screen and, saying, hey, Kevin over at Never Stop, he's providing this for us. This is awesome. Shout out to him, blah, 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 right? So we talk about other platforms here, right? We talk about Peter Tragos over at The Lawyer You Know. He's a cool lawyer out of Florida that breaks down, court cases, whatever, right? So we do talk about platforms. We refer people, hey, check this platform out, all this and that, whatever. The other day, Merck puts up on his YouTube channel, I'm pretty sure he posted this on his Facebook page too. He's got a pretty cool platform. He's been streaming the Ukraine stuff. Check that out. I don't know if you guys are interested in that stuff, but I mean, he is covering that to no end. He's been doing it for months and months, and just killer content. But he's going through the same thing that we just, kind of gaffed off on everybody about. And he puts a little announcement up on the platform, and he says, if you moderate other YouTube channels, Discord servers, Reddit boards, active in other communities, please be respectful of mine and do not promote them in my live chats. If you have your own Discord server, YouTube channel, Telegram channel outside of Mercado Media, do not promote it in my community unless you ask me personally. And we've had people that send us stuff, right? And they're like, hey, Kev, check this out. Check this YouTube channel out. Check this Facebook. And that gives me the opportunity to look at what you're sending me. And then I can value whether or not this is like a good site. Are they promoting good quality content? It's not misinformation. It's not rhetoric. It's not just some bullshit, right? And then if, we're like, okay, cool. Like, guys, check this, platform out that we found. A viewer recommended it. It's pretty awesome. Like, we had a viewer recommend Peter's channel, and we started watching it. And I watch Peter every night, right? Killer ass channel. If you want a cool lawyer, pretty good on the eyes for the ladies, that breaks down some cases and, fun quality content, check his platform out. Anyway, he goes, I don't go into other communities asking for viewers or people. It's happened to me for nearly a year straight, and I just appreciate if it would stop. It's not respectful. I'm completely welcome to any and all communities. That will always continue. But the promotion of said communities must be approved by me personally. Otherwise, please enjoy the community myself and those that have been with me for nearly 3 years now have been building, right? We build these platforms. We build these communities. Did you play the mistress yet? Yeah, that's what we're doing today. We've been playing her for 4.5 hours. But we got to make a service announcement because we got people that want to, misbehave in our chat now. So Merck says, just going forward, if we see any promotion in regards of a viewer in our chat promoting their own platform and asking others to join it, regardless of what it is, meaning you could be talking about painting your toenails. He doesn't care. Stop promoting it. Without my consent and approval to do so, it will result in you being timed out from my chat. If it continues, temporary ban. If you persist, perma-ban. The overwhelming majority of you do not do this, but I need to put my foot down on it because it's even happening on my gaming channel. So he's a gamer, live streamer guy too. Thanks, everyone. He goes, for further clarification, viewers suggesting other channel sources for more Ukraine information is not what I'm talking about. Or a new video from a source reporting on a topic we love to use on our streams, right? So that stuff's acceptable. Right? Like, hey, Kev, check this out. It's solely based upon viewers that have their own platforms coming into my chat and promoting it, asking my viewers to join their Discord servers, Reddit board, Twitch stream, etc. When it comes to moderating other platforms, if you're a Discord mod, Reddit mod, YouTube chat mod for other creators, if you assist any other channel in any way, just use discretion. There's a line between I mod for XXX and it's awesome, and hey, join XXX platform because I mod it, like a promotion of the platform. Hope this clarifies. He's a little more diplomatic in what he does. I'm a little bit more crass and abrasive and rude. It's, you know, it is what it is. But I read this because it's not just me that's going through this. It's every content creator. And, you know, my buddy is dealing with it too. So I just wanted you guys to know that, right? I mean, like I said, it takes us so much time. My response to his post, right? I wrote, and very diplomatic, I wrote, I have to deal with this on my platform as well. People don't understand the amount of time, effort, and money we put into creating quality content, and promoting other platforms takes viewers away from what we are trying to provide them and takes away from our streams being recommended, money we could earn, and ultimately hurts our platforms. It's also problematic if the platform being recommended is not quality or promotes misinformation. Support independence and be respectful of their platforms and all the hard work they put into giving you quality, fun, entertaining, and informative content. That's all we ask, guys. That's all we ask. Most of you guys don't do this. Most of you guys are awesome, right? And especially our viewers that have been with us for, you know, the last couple of years. You guys are awesome. Our new viewers that have been tuning in, you know, this last week, we've picked up quite a few new viewers. You guys have been really awesome as well. The chats are fun, especially over on Facebook. The chats are super fun, guys, right? If you have a platform or a video or something you want to recommend, shoot us an email on the Facebook page. We'll take a look at it. We've had viewers do that, and we've pulled their videos up, right? You message me personally, whatever. So, kind of put me in a mood today now. Took the fun out of what we're trying to do. Anyway, here we go. Back to Kelly Labonte. So we've been streaming her for the last couple of hours. Around the next portion of video with her. And yeah. So remember, chat, we are doing a long marathon stream of the 2008 trial. Today is ladies theme. Okay. So we're doing all Kelly Labonte's testimony. Probably take up most of the stream, if not all of it, for this one. And then on the second stream, because we're going to stream for 8 hours for the first stream, 8 hours for the second stream, another 16-hour day. We're going to play some lady neighbors that testify. It's all about females today. Lady neighbors that don't like Mark, make them look really creepy. So you guys are going to love that. We're also going to play the forensic scientist, computer expert. That's a female as well. So you guys are going to get a firsthand look at what they investigated on the computer. Then we're going to see some crime scene video footage where law enforcement is walking through the house. You're going to get a firsthand look inside the Jensen house, and viewer discretion advised. They do show Julie Jensen laid down on the bed, face down. So I want to pre-warn you guys. I don't know when in the streams it's going to happen. We obviously got to get through Kelly's testimony first. So in one of these streams, either this one or the next one, that will be coming up. So just keep that in mind, chat. Some of you don't like seeing those things. I will warn you when that happens. Okay? I will. Just because I know some people don't like watching that stuff, and because we do see Julie. Okay? So that's what we're doing today. Please like the streams, hit the thumbs up if you like what we're doing over here. If you like the naughty words and you like the details that we give and the truth that we provide you guys, and we try to have fun over here. We try to laugh and keep things mellow because, you know, we talk about some depressing stuff over here on this channel. Okay? So on Facebook, you know, like and follow the Facebook page. Share the streams out. Share out our, you know, daily news posts that are interesting to you guys. You know, YouTube. Subscribe over on the YouTube channel. Hit the bell for all notifications. If you guys find a video over there that you guys like, share that over on your Facebook pages. Find some content that you guys like. You know, we welcome all people, all opinions, whether we disagree on those opinions or not. whether we're on different political sides, of the aisle. Doesn't matter. Just be respectful. The thing here is to have civil discourse, try to learn from each other, and just try to be better human beings. All right? That's what this is about. If we can't do that, I just have no fucking desire to stream, and I just start taking more hiking trips. That's that. So, here we go, chat. Love you all. Thanks for tuning in. And again, if your feelings got hurt by anything I just said right now, it's probably because you're on bullshit. If they didn't get hurt, it's probably because you're one of the cool ones, and we love you.
This is States Exhibit 75, an email dated October 26, 1998, from Mark Jensen to Kelly Greenman, 11:39 a.m. Ms. Jensen, in this email, does Mr. Jensen forward you the Patagonia.com products link and says, okay, I'll help you out, recognize it here? Is that correct?
Yes.
And then did you reply, okay, I don't see the exact one, but it's similar to the description of the Shelled Capilene 2 jacket. It was purple, I think, $119 to right of the entrance walkway, and behind it were the longer jackets with the tie around the middle. I'm not good at asking for things because I'm used to just getting them myself or going without. Too many strings seem to be attached when I let someone else buy. Is that your reply?
Yes.
And then Mr. Jensen replies to that, understand, I know, but hey, I'm having fun, no strings. Well, maybe just one for whoever, and that would only be being, quote, there, close quote. Think I could warm you up. Remember I said I'd give you anything? If you can't try to spoil your GF a little, what the hell, IDLY. Was that his response?
Yes.
And by GF, he means girlfriend?
Yes.
And then you reply, well, the GF appreciates it, trust me, just not used to it at all. Thank you. IDLY, IWY? Was that your reply?
Yes.
And then Mr. Jensen replies, XO, it's fun. There's so much there. I'm really surprised that no one really ever took a real big shine to you and decided you were worth it. Obviously not getting past other thing and checking out the eyes. Is that his response to you?
Yes.
States Exhibit 76. Monday, October, it begins with an exchange Monday, October 19th, and ends with an exchange of October 26, 1998. Ms. Jensen, did Mr. Jensen in this email written Sunday, October 25th, 1998 at 5:02 p.m. write, oh, I take that back. Let me start below that. Mr. Jensen wrote an email to you sent October 19th, 1998, 4:01 p.m. where the subject was he called. And he writes, BC, question mark, just a thought. Did you smile? Was that his email to you?
Yes.
And by BC, is he referring to Big Cedar?
I believe so, yeah.
And what is Big Cedar?
It's a lodge resort in Missouri.
And is he suggesting perhaps you could plan a trip to Big Cedar?
Perhaps, yes.
And then he answers that email to you with another email dated Sunday, October 25th, 1998 at 5:02 p.m. saying, so what do you think? Was that his email to you on Sunday, October 25th?
Yes.
And is he asking you what you think about going to Big Cedar?
Yes.
And you reply, thinking about it, IDLY. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your response is Monday, October 26th, the day after Mr. Jensen sends his email to you?
Yes.
And then Mr. Jensen replies on Monday, October 26th, let me know. I'll see if I can get the HM cabin again, IWY. Was that his reply?
Yes.
And is the HM cabin the honeymoon cabin?
I believe so. I'm not sure.
Had you been to Big Cedar with Mr. Jensen at this time?
No.
Do you know why he's saying, I'll see if I can get the HM cabin again?
No.
Was it your understanding that he had been there before?
Yes.
And that he had gone with his wife, Julie Jensen?
I don't know if he went with his wife, Julie. I just know he'd been there before. I can't remember the dates.
At some point after Mrs. Jensen died, did you go to Big Cedar with Mr. Jensen?
About a year, maybe 2, yes.
And did you stay in the honeymoon cabin?
Objection to the relevance.
Sustained.
And then you reply, what days are you thinking about? Is that correct?
Yes.
And then Mr. Jensen replies, what days are you free? Was that his response?
Yes.
And then you reply that same day, never free, and free is in bold. Is that your reply?
Yes.
And then Mr. Jensen replies later that same day, was waiting for that. Well, what do you cost? See, this is the flip side to that one, and I wasn't going there. Okay, what days are you available? Was that his response?
Yes.
And then you reply, the opportunity was there, so I took it. Smiley face. Would a one-nighter work? Say Friday, come back Saturday, or would that be a problem? That's your reply?
Yes.
And so you are planning with him a trip to Big Cedar, possibly on a Friday, coming back Saturday?
Yes.
And then Mr. Jensen replies that same day, that would work, would only be a problem because of the lack of time, both with this and would need to be fitting a fishing trip in there. Guess I'd be driving. Drive down Friday, fish Saturday, return Sunday. Tough to fish in the dark. That's his response?
Yes.
And then you reply, who are you going fishing with?
Yes.
And is this part of your banter, the who you going fishing with?
Yes, I suppose so.
States Exhibit 77, an email dated October 26, 1998. This is an email from Mr. Jensen to you sent Monday, October 26, 1998, where the subject is mail. And Mr. Jensen writes, so do you get things in the mail that are addressed to Greeman? Was that his email to you?
Yes.
And you reply that same day, yes, it's very weird, but getting used to it. Was that your reply?
Yes.
And then he replies, does Labonte still work? I'll change the name. Was that his reply?
Yes.
And then did you reply for what? Mail, yes. Email, no. Anything else? Is that your reply?
Yes.
And then he replies, nope. And you reply, okay, or K. Is that correct?
Yes.
So in this email, is Mr. Jensen expressing a question as to whether your last name has changed for purposes of work?
I guess so, yes.
Come be a part.
All right, nothing I can do about commercials, guys.
States Exhibit 78. It's an email dated October 27th, 1998. This is an email from you, Ms. Jensen, at the time named Kelly Greenman, to Mark Jensen. Busy today, voice is better, finally getting the details taken care of for Blueprint and BM meeting. You seem pretty busy today, didn't check your emails until after 11. Busy? Question mark. How was your evening? Saw you were up past 1. My evening was okay, but this morning was interesting. Need to talk to you about it. Was that your email to him?
Yes.
What's the BM meeting?
Branch manager meeting?
Did that occur at the same time as the Blueprint?
I believe so.
And then you asked Mr. Jensen about his evening. Can you tell us how you would know he was up past 1?
The only way I would know is I received an email that had that time on it.
And by 1, you're referring to 1 a.m.?
Yes.
States Exhibit 72. Begins with an exchange Monday, October 26, 1998. Ms. Jensen, this is an email. Is this an email you sent to Mr. Jensen where the subject is the Patagonia online store?
Yes.
And then there are some items listed below: home, business and economy, companies, office supplies and services, writing instruments, fine pens. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it goes on to list companies that presumably sell pens.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, yes.
And do you see this one right here?
Yes.
Can you read that, please?
Fountain Pen Hospital.
And is that a company that sells, according to this description, a large selection of contemporary writing instruments, limited edition pens, and vintage fountain pens?
Objection to this witness's knowledge.
Well, according to that description, yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Jensen seem to have an interest at that time in pens or fine writing instruments?
Yes.
And then Mr. Jensen replies to your email that same day. Understand, I know, but hey, I'm having fun. No strings. And then this is a repeat of that prior email where he says, if you can try to spoil your GF a little, what the hell, IDLY? Does it appear to be the same as that prior email we read?
Yes.
But then at the top, the string continues. I'll show you. Here, where you reply, so what is it that you see in my eyes, Mr. Jensen? And then you ask him, do you have a Harry and David catalog? Is that correct?
Yes.
And then Mr. Jensen replies that same day, the eyes a lot, I'm always checking them out, aren't I? Believe I look right in them and see all kinds of things I like. Sweet, remember I told you you were sweet? Didn't believe me, huh? Harry and David, what if I told you I did? And then you reply, okay, don't get excited. I need a copy because I think the family's gifts are coming from there this year. If I find stuff I like I did last year, that's all. That's your reply to him?
Yes.
And then Mr. Jensen replies, I'll see if I can find it. Red meat and fruit. Huh, IDLY. Was that his response?
Yes.
And then you reply, you are so strange sometimes. Actually, I like their plants and some of their gift packages. Not a big fruit fan most of the time. IDLY chew always. That's your response?
Yes.
And then he replies, I'm strange, huh? They used to be all red meat and fruit, and they can both be fun. I am why. Is that his response?
Yes.
And then you reply, I am why too. Don't remember the meat last year. Correct?
Yes.
States Exhibit 79 begins or contains an email dated Tuesday, October 27th, 1998, from Mark Jensen to you, Kelly Greenman, at that time. Subject is good morning. Family, or at least David. Yep, real good is great. There's no real perfect, and real good can, underline can be real easy, or at least that's what I remember. Was that his email to you?
Yes.
And you reply, have you talked to her about it yet? Or are you just going to bang her over the head, drag her out to the car, and tell her she's going to have a good time? Remember the caveman days? Is that correct?
Yes.
And in that email, do you know who you are referring to?
I believe I'm referring to Julie.
Julie Jensen?
Yes.
And then States Exhibit 81. Tuesday, October 27th, 1998. Subject is my story. And is this an email from you to Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
And did you write, he said he was up all night frustrated and mad because I have shut myself off from him these last 3 or so weeks. He asked me if there was someone else, if I still wanted to be married, and what was going on with me. At 5:30 a.m. and half a voice, I was hardly in any shape to battle with him. But I did realize I need to give this a fair shot or get the hell out. I've decided to give it a fair shot first. A 6-year relationship that I have fought tooth and nail for, and a 1-month marriage deserves at least one bold effort. Anyway, I would very much like your support on this. Your friendship means so much to me. Parent, maybe too much for the sake of my marriage. Close parent. Obviously, BC is out for now. Maybe someday when the cards are working for us, we can do that together. 1, I don't feel right about going right now. And 2, I have a lot to do, and those few days to myself would be a great help. I know things have been funky, but he did notice that I've been funky too and suspected one of the issues. For my own peace of mind, I need to focus on the positives of this marriage and see what happens. So let me know your thoughts on this, please. IDLY, always really, exclamation points, correct?
Yes.
And in this email, are you informing Mr. Jensen that you'd like to give your 1-month marriage more of a chance than you had given it previously?
Yes.
And you refer to it as a 6-year relationship that you fought tooth and nail for, is that correct?
Yes.
And was Mr. Greenman married at the time that you were seeing him or dating him before you got married?
Yes.
No, I was just thinking. Disregard the answer, folks, please. It doesn't have anything to do with anything of importance to this case.
And although you're indicating you'd like to give your marriage a shot, you still continue to inform Mr. Jensen that maybe when the cards are working for us, we can do that together, referring to a trip together?
Yes.
And when you say that he did notice that I've been funky too and suspected one of the issues, did Mr. Greenman suspect that you were having an affair?
I would assume so. I don't recall the discussion my husband and I had that night.
Pardon me?
I don't recall exactly what the discussion was between my husband and I that night.
Okay. And although you want to give your marriage a chance, you're still telling Mr. Jensen that you still do love him always, really?
Yes.
And then he replies that same day, hey, fair enough. You never did say, quote, now, close quote. My support, you've always got that, Kelly. Only concern I have is for the funky and you being okay, but not going there now. Whatever happens, I really hope that you're that happy little camper. IDLY always. That's his response?
Yes.
And he's indicating to you that he still loves you despite the fact that you want to give your 1 month marriage a shot?
Yes.
And then you reply that same day, as long as I have your friendship and support, I'll be fine. Because I know if the funky gets out of hand, you'll be there for me, question mark. I hope we can still enjoy our fun emails and talks. Just need to bring it down a notch, if you know what I mean. Wanted to comment on something you said yesterday about my eyes. It's a control thing for me. I feel myself enjoying myself with you and being happy, and then I start falling, realize it, catch myself and pull back. It's a protection thing only in the sense that the timing for falling isn't quite right, if you get my drift. Happy little camper, cute phrase. That's your response?
Yes.
And by just need to bring it down a notch, if you know what I mean, are you referring to your sexual contacts?
Yes.
But you still hope to continue having contact with Mr. Jensen by phone and email?
Yes.
And perhaps in person as well?
Yes.
And you tell Mr. Jensen in this email that you, when you're with him or think about him, you feel yourself falling in love with him?
Yes.
And then you also tell him that if the funky gets out of hand, you'll be there for me. Does that mean if things with your marriage get worse, that you'll know he'll be there for you?
Yes.
And that he'd be willing to have a relationship with you?
I think I meant it as just somebody to talk to.
And then Mr. Jensen replies, wow, you've always got the friends and support thing. I'll be there one way or another. See, a Dear John letter of sorts. Just kidding. We can bring it down a notch. Have wondered at times over the last month what was going to happen with your situation. Just last night mentioned quitting Stiefel before doing anything. Things were really funky. Things were real funky. It was either going to hit the wall or there was going to be a decision to regroup, so to speak, and see if it was going to work. Makes sense. Like I said a while back, I could see how this was going to play out, Denver, etc. Wouldn't it be ironic if the bottom doesn't fall out of the box and the women nosedives, or the bottom does and the women get fixed? Or just think of all the permutations and understand the I thing, if the falling is what I think it is. That's his reply to you?
Yes.
And what does he mean when he talks about Denver, etc.?
My previous husband, for business, had gone out to Denver to look at opening an office there for that company.
For what company?
The company that he worked for.
Not Stiefel Nicholas?
No.
Okay. So he's referring to the fact that there was talk that you might be moving to Denver?
Correct.
Okay. And then you replied, I'm sure the following is what you think. We always seem to be on the same page when it's us involved. Have faith, Mark. It'll all come together eventually. What's the wow for? Was that your response?
Yes.
And by it'll all come together eventually, are you referring to your relationship with Mr. Jensen?
I think just that everything would work out regardless of who it was with or whatever.
Okay. And then Mr. Jensen replies, yep, I think we're on the same page with the eyes. I'm a little confused. What will come together eventually? Quote this, close quote, or what, wherever the pieces happen to fall. The wow was for, quote, I hope we can still enjoy our fun emails and talks, close quote. You just seem to be questioning the friends part. That was his response to you?
Yes.
And so in this email, Mr. Jensen is questioning you about what will come together, and he seems to be referring to your relationship with him. By the
Either that or whatever happens, happens, yeah.
Mrs. Jensen, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 70 again. And in this email, you tell Mr. Jensen on October 26th, which is actually the day before the email we just read where you want to give your marriage a chance. You tell Mr. Jensen, I think it would be a piece of cake and joy taking on all three of you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you wrote this email, did you know that David and Douglas had a stay-at-home mother?
Yes.
And what would make you or Mr. Jensen think that in the event of a divorce or in the event that you two could get together, that Mrs. Jensen would not have custody of her children?
I didn't think about it, I just made the comment.
You made the comment?
I mean, I figured if they got divorced and I was with Mark, we'd have the boys some of the time.
Now, Mrs. Jensen, although you wrote that email to Mr. Jensen on October 27th saying you needed to give your marriage a shot, did you continue to have contact with Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
By phone and by email?
Yes.
And did you also see him in person?
Yes.
And did you continue talking to him daily?
Yes.
And continue to email him daily?
Yes.
Did you also see him at the Blueprint Conference in St. Louis?
Yes.
And did you flirt with him, and did he flirt with you at that conference?
Question.
Sustained.
Did he flirt with you at that conference?
Yes.
And did you flirt with him at that conference?
Yes.
And did you attend the dinner that night for all the brokers who
What
attended? Excuse me?
What night?
Did you attend a dinner at the Blueprint Conference that Mr. Jensen also attended?
Yes.
And what kind of dinner was that?
It was a dinner with all the salespeople for the brokerage firm.
Do you recall who you sat with?
No.
Do you recall how many drinks you had that night?
No.
And after dinner, did you go to the bar in the lobby of the hotel?
Yes.
And how long did you stay in the bar at in the lobby of the hotel?
I'm not sure. I was probably there a few hours.
At the time that you left, was Mr. Jensen still in the lobby of the hotel?
Yes.
And was Mr. Klug still in the lobby of the hotel?
Yes.
And were you and Mr. Jensen flirting while you were in the bar at the hotel?
Yes.
Were you telling Mr. Jensen that evening that you still loved him?
I don't recall. I don't think so. My husband was there.
Your husband was there, but you were still flirting with Mr. Jensen?
Objection, pleading, argument.
Oral.
Yes.
Did Mr. Jensen call you on the day that Mrs. Jensen died?
Yes.
So the very same day that his wife died, he called you, and did he tell you now his issue was taken care of?
No.
Compound question.
Well, no, the first part was just repeating what she had said in her prior answer.
I don't think it's proper to repeat the.
Well, that part is true, but it's done now, so there was an answer. I didn't hear what it was.
No.
No. Did Mr. Jensen call you also the day after his wife died?
I don't believe so.
Did you have multiple contacts during the month of December of 1998 after his wife died?
Yes.
And did he actually fly to St. Louis approximately a week and a half after his wife died?
I don't recall that, no.
Do you recall him attending a Stiefel Nicholas Christmas party in St. Louis?
No.
And during your conversations with Mr. Jensen in December of 1998, did you begin making plans to leave your husband?
No.
Well, did you leave your husband on January 8th?
Yes.
Object to the well. It's comment.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Yes, I did leave him in January.
So did you begin making plans to leave your husband in December of 1998?
No, my leave was an impulse leave.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the answer.
My leave was an impulse leave.
Had you discussed leaving your husband with Mr. Jensen during the month of December 1998?
I don't believe so specifically, no.
Did he ask you to leave your husband?
No.
After you left your husband on or about January 8th, 1999.
Did she object? No. I don't recall January 8th. Did she say that?
I can ask it. Okay, I'm sorry. Did you move to Wisconsin?
I didn't move to Wisconsin until end of March, beginning of April.
Did you open a P.O. box in Pleasant Prairie in February of 1999?
I believe I did, yes.
And was that so that you could receive mail in the state of Wisconsin?
I was planning on moving at that point, yes.
So you opened up the P.O. box a month before you moved?
Yes.
And did you come to the Jensen home in December of 1998?
No.
Did you come to the Jensen home in January of 1999?
Yes.
And how often did you come to the Jensen home in January of 1999?
I don't remember. I think I was there a couple of times.
And did you spend the night?
Yes.
And did you engage in sexual relations with Mr. Jensen?
I don't remember, possibly.
Do you recall testifying at the at the prior evidentiary hearing that you had engaged in sexual relations during those visits in January of 1999?
Okay, yes.
So did you?
Yes, then I did.
And did you engage in those sexual relations with Mr. Jensen in the bedroom where Mrs. Jensen died?
Objection. Argumentative. She doesn't know.
Sustained.
Well, Mrs. Jensen, where did your sexual relations with Mr. Jensen take place?
In his bedroom.
And this is the same bedroom where Mrs. Jensen died?
It's the same question, just ask. Sustained objection.
Okay. Did Mr. Jensen give you $12,000 in March of 1999?
Yes.
And he helped you move from St. Louis to Wisconsin?
Yes.
Was your divorce finalized in March of 1999?
Yes.
At the time that you were married to Mr. Grieman in October and November of 1998, did he drive a Volvo S70?
Yes.
Conoce a la futura mamá.
All right, another commercial. Nothing we can do about commercials in the archive footage. So we are streaming old 2008 Kelly Labonte testimony. We are doing a marathon 2008 Mark Jensen trial stream. Today is a ladies themed testimony day. So we're playing all of Kelly Labonte's testimony. We'll play some testimony from some female neighbors, some friends of Julie Jensen. We're going to play testimony from the forensic scientist lady. So we'll see what they found on Mark's computer and what that was all about. We'll also see during this marathon streams a police walkthrough of the Jensen residence. You will see the inside of the house, all the rooms. You'll see what the house looked like. And some viewer discretion, you will see an active crime scene. It's very fluid, which means Julie Jensen is still lying in the bed as they're videotaping. So all day today, chat, we will be live. We got like about 3 more hours left on this stream. As soon as the 8-hour mark comes, we're going to end the stream, restart another one, and go for another full 8 hours to get through everything we want to show you guys. Tomorrow morning, we resume the current retrial of Mark Jensen at 8:30 a.m. We will be live streaming that. So be sure to tune in. Make sure you guys like and share the stream. Appreciate everybody being here.
Did you live in an apartment after you moved to Wisconsin in March of 1999?
Yes.
Did you spend multiple evenings at the Jensen home?
I was there late, but I don't think I ever stayed the night after I moved up here.
Were you present at a birthday party for David Jensen in January of 1999?
Yes, I was.
Did that party take place at the Jensen home?
Yes.
And do you recall who was present at that party?
Mark, the children, a lot of their guests, Paul and Jill Griffin.
Were Florence and Dan Jensen present?
I don't believe so.
Were Lori and Todd Koster?
No.
Who were the other guests then besides?
Just the children is all I remember.
And Paul and Jill Griffin?
Yes.
And did Mr. Jensen introduce you to his children and to, well, did Mr. Jensen introduce you to his children as a friend?
Yes.
And did Mr. Jensen introduce you to Paul and Jill Griffin as a friend?
I believe so.
So he did not tell Paul and Jill Griffin that in fact you were his girlfriend?
No.
So he lied to them?
Objection, that's not a lie.
Sustained.
He was misleading to them?
Objection.
Sustained.
In December of 1999, the 1-year anniversary of Julie Jensen's death, did Mr. Jensen give you a $3,000 diamond bracelet?
I don't know. I received a diamond bracelet. I'm not sure when I received it.
Are you aware that he purchased that diamond bracelet in late November, very early December?
No.
And in December of 1999, the 1-year anniversary of Mrs. Jensen's death, did you and Mr. Jensen move in together into a new house?
On what date?
In December of 1999.
Is there a specific date or is it just the month?
She can ask it in the form in which she's got it posed.
But I think she initially asked a particular date and then she backed it up to the particular month, and I don't think it's clear right now.
Which is your question?
I said in December of 1999 for the 1-year anniversary of Mrs. Jensen's death.
Well, I suppose that makes the question vague, so why don't you rephrase
I
it?
can rephrase it. Did you move out of your apartment November 30th of 1999?
No, I moved out before the end of my lease. I believe was November 30th, or that's what I paid the rent through. But I moved out before then.
And did you and Mr. Jensen begin moving into a new house December 1st, December 2nd, and December 3rd of 1999?
No, he moved into it in September.
But you moved into it in December?
Objection, she said November.
No.
She said, when did you move into the residence, if you did?
I believe I moved in before Thanksgiving.
And this was a house other than the house on Lakeshore Drive where Mr. Jensen and Mrs. Julie Jensen had resided?
Yes.
And was it a bigger, more expensive house than the house on Lakeshore Drive?
It was bigger, but it was barely more expensive.
Well, do you recall that it cost $30,000 more than the sale price of the home on Lakeshore Drive?
Approximately, yes.
And in the process of moving into that house, did you and Mr. Jensen or Mr. Jensen spend approximately $18,000 in furniture?
Objection to the relevance.
What is the relevance of that?
The relevance is the financial motive.
Well, the acquisition of the proceeds of the insurance policy, the manner in which they're utilized is irrelevant. So I'm going to sustain the objection.
And there weren't proceeds, we already.
That is true, that as of this time, there have not been proceeds paid.
I would like to say a little bit more about that.
Go on to something else, we'll come,
Okay.
if there's, at the break, we'll take it up.
Okay. Mrs. Jensen, do you know what the IDLY bar is?
The what?
IDLY bar. Was there a bar that you and Mr. Jensen would meet at that you referred to as the IDLY bar?
No, I'm not familiar. No.
What grade is Douglas currently in?
7th grade.
7th grade. He attends Kenosha Public Schools?
Yes.
Did you recently have to apply for a reduced price lunch for Douglas?
Yes.
And is that an income-based formula?
Yes.
And you were granted reduced price lunch?
Apparently, I was never notified.
Well,
my children told me, yes.
In the course of your relationship with Mr. Jensen, did you come to know Dan Jensen?
Yes.
And is Dan Jensen Mark Jensen's father?
Yes.
And did you come to find out that from your husband, Mr. Jensen, that Julie Jensen and Dan Jensen did not get along?
Objection to relevance.
Overruled.
Yes.
And was that because Mr. Jensen is sexist and holds a low, Mr. Dan Jensen is sexist and holds a low regard for women?
Objection.
Your Honor, I'd like to be heard on that issue outside the presence of the jury.
We'll take it up later.
So would I.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions at this time, but I think there's some issues we need to take up before I officially conclude.
Let's take a break. Please don't talk about the case during the break.
Please all rise.
All right, so it looks like we might be getting to the defense's cross-examination now. We still have quite a bit of testimony from Kelly Labonte left. Where are you guys at so far? Had some chat members say that they're not really a big fan of Kelly. Remember, she has
that issue.
No, they're still married at this point.
I think that they're relevant because it demonstrates.
You got to think. I think it might be safe to assume that Mark was manipulating her too, right? He's proclaiming his innocence. He's in jail. You got to think he probably manipulated her. Things he probably said about Julie, right, which would put some disdain, in Kelly's mind about Julie. He probably painted Julie like we're hearing in other testimonies, like a crazy whack job, a horrible wife, a bad mother, all of these things, right? He does have some abusive tendencies. That's what it sounds like. At least that's what I'm gathering, right? There's got to be some emotional, and mental abusive things that are happening in this relationship. I think we can kind of safely assume that that's probable, right? It's a plausible reality. We can kind of draw an inference to that. So he's probably manipulated Kelly's thought process. So she is going to be combative when it comes to questions in this trial. The guy she loves is on trial for something she probably at this point believes to be an untrue accusation. But what do you guys think about her?
Demonstrates a pattern of living by Mr. Jensen in which he's very materialistic and indulges in very expensive items. And as such, he would have a financial motive, one, to get the insurance money, two, to not want to split his money with his homemaker wife who didn't earn any money during most of the course of their relationship. So that's why I was beginning to ask those questions.
But there are people who are very, who are skinflints, who spend as little as possible, who are just as avaricious as people who spend themselves into bankruptcy. I don't see the point.
Well, we're arguing to the jury that there's a financial component.
But you see, that can be established without regard to the spending habits. I mean, there are people. Look at Michael. Oh, I can't think of it. The biggest stock fraud in history. What was it? What?
Milliken.
Yeah, went to prison for this man had hundreds of millions of dollars and was still trying to steal money from people. More than he could ever spend, and he's still trying to steal. So I don't think that the quality of being avaricious is demonstrably linked to people's spending habits. So I'm not inclined to allow that testimony or argument for that matter.
Ms. Gabrielle apparently didn't know this, but during the course of Michael Milliken's trial, they presented evidence of the lavish parties that he would, like the $1 million birthday party that he threw for his wife. And the reason they
object to any $1 million birthday parties being put into evidence.
I understand, but in Mr. Milliken's case, it was relevant and it was admissible. And the fact is that spending habits can be relevant. Now, you offered up the example of a skinflint, and if a skinflint was on trial and we could present evidence that he was very, very concerned about money, that could be another motive for somebody to commit murder. And
look, trial's long enough without getting into spending habits. You're talking about he spent the money that he didn't even have. I mean, what does that say? It doesn't tell me. It doesn't tell the jury anything.
We're not talking about the insurance proceeds, Your Honor. We're talking about an estate of worth maybe $500,000.
Okay,
you get $500,000 of it instead of $250,000.
If you want to prove the value of the estate, that maybe I'd look at that differently. But whether they spend the money on furniture or spend it on jewelry or spend it on gourmet foods, I don't see where it makes any difference to the jury. And as I say, the trial's long enough already, so the answer is no.
And Judge, just to register my objections on it, it would be 404B evidence for which I didn't get notice. And also, I mean, I think it's a far cry to find somebody materialistic based on some purchases at some point in their life. I mean, there's all sorts of reasons why at some point people buy things. We just get into it.
All right, the objection is sustained.
Just for the record, he did get notice because he got copies of all of Mr. Jensen's financial documents, which is where we found all his check writing activity.
All right, I've sustained the objection.
The next subject was regarding Mr. Dan Jensen. Mr. Dan Jensen has been a source of information for the defense expert who came up with a conclusion based on in part, Mr. Dan Jensen's assessment of Julie Jensen's character and personality and behavior, that Julie Jensen was in a major depressive disorder and was suicidal at the time of her death. I think the fact that he has a bias against Mrs. Jensen and in fact has a bias against the current Ms. Jensen due to his sexist viewpoints is pertinent to how much weight Mr. Dan Jensen's viewpoints should be given.
We are not going to have this trial about whether someone who's not even on trial here is a sexist individual or not.
Well, can I ask her if they got along?
Yes.
Well, but I don't, what's the relevance of whether Kelly Jensen and Dan Jensen get along in 2007 and 2008 when his son's in prison and also, I mean, it doesn't have any relevance to anything. And I have a strong...
Really get along? Mm-hmm. You mean in an effort to show that she's having trouble with him as well? Is that it?
That's it.
No.
And that he's not an accurate source of information when it comes to his daughter-in-laws.
You know, if he wants to bring in a bunch of other women who say that he gets along very well with them and he's very cordial in his relationships with women, and shall I entertain that evidence too? This will take forever. No.
All right.
And Judge, I have strong objection to it. I believe the last question that was objected to and sustained is, she said something like, it's true, or isn't Dan Jensen sexist or something like that?
She said something to that effect.
Yeah, and to engage in that kind of name calling against somebody it would not be admissible character evidence. I
have to say that I was very, very disappointed that you would fire off a question like that in court. You ought to have known that that would cause problems. So that's what I want to say. All right.
One more.
Yeah, go ahead.
The CDs of the phone calls.
Okay, well, I have one actually. Now, I just want to make sure that we don't get into a squabble later in the trial. There are more emails. Are there not?
I believe there's one more email dated December 2nd.
Ooh, are they coming into evidence?
I'm not introducing them.
Just so I know, you're not going to recall one of these witnesses to the stand to introduce that material.
No, I feel that that email contains a lot of self-serving statements on the part of the defendant.
Well, I'm not advising you as to how you want to proceed, but I just wondered if we were going to see that in evidence, and if so, through what vehicle? And if you're telling me that you don't intend to offer it, fine. Now, what was the one more thing?
Your Honor, these CDs, I provided them to defense counsel last night and as directed by the court, and I didn't get them back until just before court started. So when I listened to them last night on the CD that I have in my room, it doesn't have a counter on it. So I don't know exactly where these statements are on the CD, and I think that we need to put them on this recorder, which is something we would have done this morning, but we didn't get them back in time. So now we need to do it now. So we need a long enough break for me to find.
Why wasn't this done before the trial? I don't understand this.
Well, Your Honor, we had fully expected that Mrs. Jensen would not be testifying, that this conversation had occurred at the time that she says it now occurred. But it was.
Well, you told me yesterday that you were suspicious of that very thing.
Well, we'd heard the defendant make those kind of statements, we have a number of CDs where this defendant is trying to coach people as to what they're going to say, but we have no reason to believe the witnesses are going to be coached in that fashion. Now, in this particular instance, we had this CD where the defendant was telling Kelly Jensen at that time that, that conversation didn't occur in 1998. We had not expected that she was going to be testifying in that manner because we have clear evidence that these documents were created by the defendant in 1998. Now,
copyright from 1997?
Yes.
Your Honor, it wasn't nearly as clear to me as it was to you.
Well, Your Honor, I would ask you this: if you've got any daily planners for 2008, you can expect that the copyright is going to be somewhere around 2007. And if you've got any daily planners for
knowledge, no.
Judge, and if I could just interrupt on that point, in the same stack of documents that I received with the planner, here's a page from June 13th of 2000 that has a 1998 copyright date on it. So there goes the wonderful theory upon which that was based, because this is 2 years afterwards. And the pages on which the other notes are written are blank pages, so there'd be reason that the company would publish those even further in advance and not change them. But from that same planner, we have a 98 copyright for a 2000 calendar. The other thing is that these were all seized, the court will recall, in June of 2004. And all these planners, I believe, are from 2000 and later. They're not 1998 planners. And in fact, those were seized from Mr. Jensen at the time of Mrs. Jensen's death. They took his current planner, and it wasn't in that planner. And then this is a later planner that they seized in June 2004. So, I mean, I don't think there's any, and in terms of this coaching, one of the CDs I listened to yesterday, the coaching consists of Mr. Jensen saying something along the lines of, we need to put together a timeline or something like that. That's something that I probably beat Mr. Jensen up about all the time is because I don't have as much time, especially after he was in jail, to talk with him. I'm like, put together a timeline or something. Give me some information as to what's going on. There's no coaching. There's no here's the timeline and let's get it done. And the conversation that Mr. Jensen has regarding the timing of these notes about Jock Joseph, what he's telling Mrs. Jensen is that I had been arguing in court as to how were these relevant from 2001 and 2002.
About it at this point, because the issue is actually not up right now. How long of a break are you talking about?
20 minutes or so.
Oh, man.
But Your Honor, but wait, I believe that I'm permitted to make an offer of proof concerning the evidence regarding these documents that record this conversation, that record Mr. Jensen's notes of his conversation with Kelly Labonte, establishing that that conversation occurred in 1998. It's an important point, so I think I should be permitted to make that record. So here we have excerpts.
Can I have copies so that I have them in front of me while we're talking about them?
I believe that Ms. Gabrielle is getting the copies right now. We're looking for them.
Exhibits, the salacious materials.
No, and once you get them and you look at them and you look at the document that we're referring to that has the copyright of 1997, we're going to ask you to look at that document and compare it to this document, which comes out of the 1998 planner of the defendant. And you'll see it's identical at the bottom. It's identical.
Giving back, spreading love.
All right, nothing we can do about these commercials. We'll play a little clip from the modern day trial while we're waiting on the commercial.
Of the ability to have this witness testify about prior testimony or admit the prior testimony of this witness.
I denied it.
I know you did, and you denied
Bringing the jury back.
Judge, you denied it, but you didn't allow the state to make its argument. So
Your counsel made her argument.
Your Honor, you denied it.
Counsel made your argument. Bring the jury back.
Your Honor, it's prior testimony. It's not being offered to refresh a recollection. It's prior testimony. It's admissible under 908.045 of the Wisconsin statutes. This witness is unavailable on that particular issue. We deserve to be heard on this, Your Honor. It's a first-degree murder case. We should be following the rules of evidence. The rules of evidence indicate this testimony is admissible, and it's an important part of this case.
The jury probably could hear you yelling.
Well, Your Honor, please, the state is entitled to make an argument on evidentiary issues.
Go ahead and make your record. In front of me right now, and I want to see, and I don't know what you're talking about when you say this document.
Okay, so you're going to dig through them here? Well, Ms. Gabrielle is digging through the documents from the salacious remarks. I'll show you this page, which is out of the planner that we obtained from the defendant for 1998. And you can see, Your Honor, the dates on the...
Do you know what he's talking about? The particular document he's given me?
Well, we got it from them, Your Honor. We got the defendant's day planner from defense counsel.
But this particular page, do you know what?
Well, he hasn't seen it. I'll show it to him.
All right. So just so we all can talk about the same thing at the same time, or we'll never get anywhere.
This is the page from the planner that you obtained from.
Well,
and, you know, there's a number of them. That we have a number of these pages. And, Your Honor, if you look at these pages from this 1998 planner, you'll see that they don't have any dates across the top of them.
Okay.
There are.
Well, it's handwritten at the top, Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated. That someone would handwrite that suggests that this was blank and somebody felt, but go ahead.
Now, if you look at that document and then you compare it to, I think it was the last few pages, I want you to look at the pages in these documents and compare them.
Well, they have page numbers on the bottom. Original -CO, there's a 17393 and the other one is 17404. Another one is 17392. Presumably those were sequential. But there's two, well, no. I guess they're not, that doesn't show that because there's another one here that has 404 on it.
Yes, and Your Honor, if you look at these, here, there's There's others here with a phone with that, like, for example, a name and address. And if you look on the left-hand side here, it says 1997 Franklin Quest Company printed in USA. And then on the right-hand, on the bottom of the right-hand says original CL 17582. So those numbers can be different in terms of the CL number. And we could bring in, I suppose, somebody from Franklin Covey to explain what that means. But there's clear similarities indicating that this document here is from the 1998 planner of Mark Jensen's calendar. And
why?
They look exactly the same, Your Honor. They look exactly the same, and they get the same copyright date from 1997. Now, do you suppose that that they printed their 1999 calendar in 1997 as well, and their 2000 calendar in 1997?
Why do you assume it's a day planner?
Because it looks like the day planner in the defendant's calendar, daily calendar from 1998.
I'm going to ask that because I can't tell what's going on. He is up there pointing at particular things. We're not making a record on this.
Well, why don't you come up here and you can see what I'm pointing at?
It still wouldn't be clear on the record.
Well, Your Honor, I'm looking at a document where the top writing on it is Barry Peterson, underneath that Dave Naring, underneath that Dan Exner.
No, I don't see that paper.
It's right here. That's what I'm pointing at right
I haven't
here.
got that paper.
But I didn't say you had it. I said that's what I was pointing at, and that's what I was referring to. And I want you to compare this document, which says 1997 Franklin Covey Company printed in USA. And
it doesn't look, why do you say it's a date planner as opposed to a notepad?
Now, Your Honor, I want you to look at this exhibit.
And they don't look alike because that one doesn't say date on the top and this one does.
That's all right.
And Judge, if I could add some information to the record, Detective Ratsburg seized Mark Jensen's 1998 day planner on December 3rd, 1998. He didn't have any of these notes that are being referred to here. Then those were seized in 2004. I think it's perfectly reasonable that Franklin Covey, if those are additional blank pages, as the court noted, they don't have dates. There's no reason to recreate a new blank page each year. Those would just be somewhere for random notes, not in the calendar. All of these, this whole calendar, including the ones if Mr. Jamboys didn't show, like I just have some notes from June 3rd on a calendar page dated June 13th, 2000. All these things were together. 2000, what's clearly the 2000 day planner, and then those blank pages. But they were seized by Detective Ratsburg 98. None of this stuff was in there. Seized in 2004, it was in there. It's because it was all afterwards. And there's no evidence to the contrary.
Well, I don't know that I share your view of that, but I certainly don't. You talked about bringing someone in from Franklin Covey. Maybe that's the key because maybe somebody can establish what these are. I don't know that they're, quote, day planners. The fact that they have vertical rules on them, lines, almost suggests to me that they're just like notepads or something like that with a date plan.
You mean horizontal lines?
No, vertical. They're vertical along the sides.
Oh, okay, along the sides.
There are also horizontal lines, but I'm not. I mean, from what kind of a pad did these come from? Is it in fact from a day planner or is it from a notepad? And the documents are not the same because some of them have the date indication on the top and vertical, is that the right word, rule? The one sister said always right on the right side of that little vertical line.
She didn't say it to me, Judge, so I don't know.
Well, you went to public school, but that's why you, well, anyway. And some of them don't have those. So I don't know. Okay. They don't look like they're necessarily from the same source.
Well, so we can go to that with something from Franklin Covey, Your Honor. But in terms of what we want to do with this witness, after the jury comes back is we want to play those CDs. And so we got to get started on finding the precise point.
I
of the
don't
CD.
want this to happen again during this trial.
I apologize, Your Honor. I'll accept full responsibility for it. And we are in the process of duplicating all of the CDs in our possession, and we're turning them all over to the defense.
Well, then we have the Irby problem. You might put red stickers on the ones that you think that you may be using to impeach people.
I mean, for instance, the 2 CDs at issue here each contain 5 conversations, and each conversation, I think, is about 15 minutes long. So it's 150 minutes of conversation on just these 2 CDs, and they're talking about multiple CDs. I simply can't listen to those and then try to figure out what might be important and then get it transcribed and figure out a way to use it. It's just not possible in the midst
Well,
of
I've
the
stated
trial.
I don't want it to happen again. Of course, if it happens again, then we'll have to take whatever measures are necessary to make sure it doesn't happen again.
And Your Honor, forgive me, I don't know what you mean by an Irby problem. It's
That's the case where
IRBY.
the prosecutor gave the defense attorney 97, a list of 97 witnesses, the vast majority of whom were never going to testify. And the Supreme Court said that's an abuse because the defense is just snowed under. So that's the right case, isn't it, Irby?
Yeah.
And you've got to give them fair notice so they can actually be ready. And that's the same thing here. You can't just dump all kinds of CDs on him. You've got to alert him to ones that you reasonably think you're going to use. And I accept you at your representation that you didn't purposely do what's occurred here, but I am simply telling you, you better re-examine this so it doesn't happen again.
I will make every effort to ensure that it doesn't happen again.
All right. So let's reconvene at the earliest possible moment.
We will do that, Your Honor. Can you go through those? And I'm going to do something else.
I think it's fair to wait.
I'm gonna ask you one more time. Pick up your stuff and stop.
What I'm telling you is that you just got arrested last night and you're putting us in a fucking difficult position every time. Just don't be out here after curfew. We don't want to deal with it.
Goodbye. Nothing to report anyway.
Well, that's what we were trying to show her.
Well, how long does it take? What is it?
There's been nobody out here for a couple hours. Right, but after curfew, like from 6 o'clock on, there's been nobody here.
Ma'am, keep walking.
I'm going 397. I'm walking. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I'm walking. You don't need to touch me. I'm walking. You don't need to touch me. At this point, you're just showing all of us how little your dick is. I'm out.
You're under arrest.
For what?
Disorderly conduct and curfew.
I'm not. You've got 4. Don't touch me. I haven't done anything.
She's under arrest.
For what? For what? I haven't done anything. I'm not doing anything. I literally, he's
Calm
like
down.
waiting for this.
Calm down, okay?
What are you?
Okay. Put your phone down, ma'am.
Hey, can I give him my phone?
Put your phone down. You're under arrest. Well, we're not trying to break it.
So now what are you arresting me for? You're going to get trial. Don't tell me I was walking away.
Appeals has made a decision about reporters having to take down things that are played in the courtroom on an audio device. And I'm assuming that it was so that they can review the record effectively, efficiently. But really, when you think about it, what the jury's hearing is what the jury hears, not what the reporter hears. And the acoustics, even in this excellent courtroom, are not such that it's the same as the spoken word, because a lot of what the reporters do, as all of us do, we hear much better when we see the person's lips, even if we don't read lips. And many other considerations. Does anyone object if I tell the reporter that in the event there's a later issue about it, that she may listen to this tape recording or this audio CD at that time and make her transcription of it at that time, as opposed to taking it here in the open courtroom with all the sound banging around?
Well, in other words, you'd be instructing her to something the Court of Appeals has said not to do?
Well, they say, they said that the reporter is supposed to take down what's played on the audio device, but that could be done anytime. It doesn't have to be done right here in this big room where the sound doesn't carry so well.
Your Honor, I'd put it this way. I have a high opinion of my own opinion, but I understand this courtroom, your opinion prevails. And so when there's a disagreement, we do what you say. And if there's a disagreement between you and the Court of Appeals, I'd say we should follow what the Court of Appeals says.
Of course, I will always follow what the Court of Appeals say, even if I don't agree with it. I'm not saying that I wouldn't. I'm asking if parties would waive that.
I don't have an objection, Your Honor, to her. If the Court of Appeals wants her to take this as it's being played in the courtroom, I think she should do that. And then, again, when it's played in front of the jury, I think she should do that. And then later on, if she has a question about what was actually said, I don't have a problem.
No, I will not tolerate that. She's not going to prepare a third one based upon what she hears outside the courtroom. If the Court of Appeals wants what comes out of this courtroom, that's what they're getting. So the heck with it. Play it.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Take it down. You can argue about it with the Court of Appeals if you think there's an error.
I won't argue with the Court of Appeals, Your Honor. It's the Attorney General's office.
No, I mean, you can argue, I meant you can argue with Mr. Albee about it if there's a content dispute, given the poor conditions in which it would be being played. It makes absolutely, well, I'll say nothing more. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is an excerpt of a conversation between Mr. Jensen and Mrs. Kelly Jensen from September 14th, 2007, in which prior to the excerpt that you're hearing, Mr. Jensen is referring to what happened in court either that day or the day before regarding some motion hearings. And then he brings up the topic of this note, the John Jock Joseph note, and tells or reminds Ms. Jensen that it was written in 2000 or 2001.
I don't think that number is the machine right now.
This is call number 5, and I'm beginning the play at 9 minutes and 26 seconds into the call.
Has this got an exhibit number?
No, not yet.
Well, at least make it exhibit B at this point, I think. Exhibit B, just for, at this point.
Why not just sign an exhibit number, Your Honor?
Well, if you want to give it a regular exhibit number, that's fine. Usually those that I'm in question about whether they're going to come into the regular trial, we give a alphabetic number or alphabetic designation, but
I think
I don't care.
Just for the record, I think we should use that. What's the exhibit number?
This will be State's Exhibit 162.
Whatever you want.
They brought in, but I'm not sure. There's so much crap going on.
It rewound to the beginning of the call. I can't hear you. I said it rewound to the beginning of the call.
Now for the Court of Appeals, write down ringing sound.
I don't think that note that they had you read off of, they brought in, but I'm not sure. There's so much crap going on, but it's kind of funny. Craig says, I don't know how he wants to use a document that was produced in 2001, 2002 as, this produced to show knowledge on somebody's part so that they might be on a computer looking at something pertains to what might have happened 3 years later, 3 years prior to the note being produced. There was just a dumb silence at that point going, okay, well, we hadn't thought of that, so, it's crazy, isn't it?
What note?
Oh, that one with Jock's name on it.
Oh.
I mean, it's, that wasn't a conversation we had in 1998. But yeah, I don't think that's gonna. What you're trying to do is just nullify everybody who doesn't, say something positive for them. They're gonna go down the line. They're doing it to Laura. They're doing it to you.
Before I take it out, do you want to hear it again or no?
Why don't we just keep it where it is?
Well, I can't and then play the next.
Just
Oh,
put it on
well,
pause.
okay.
We'll rewind if we need to.
Okay.
No, what do you want to say?
We want to play that to the jury, right? It's an indication that the defendant was coaching the witness as to what to say about that conversation.
What do you want to say? That's not coaching. This whole conversation up to this point, he's telling everything that happened, his opinions about what had happened. I think we had a hearing that day. I think it was September 14th of 2007. I think that's the day we had a hearing. Mr. Jensen is discussing all those things. His wife has virtually no response to anything he has to say. He's just talking. And even in the clip that the court just heard, she listens to him and he keeps talking. And finally she's like, what note? And he's like, oh, that note. And he says, and that was in 1998. There's no coaching going on. He's not like, let's get this straight, that was in 1998. I mean, he's just saying what is obvious, and he's mostly talking about what I had to say in the courtroom based on my review of the documents. I mean, he's not, this whole thing, he's talking about venue issues, he's talking about rulings on other acts, he's talking about being unhappy about the court's rulings on other acts, and he's just rattling off all these things. And as the court has heard, the district attorney has dozens of hours of tapes, and that's the coaching that Mr. Jensen says what he believes this wasn't a conversation in 1998. He's certainly free to talk to people without being coaching. I mean, anything he says, if he says, whatever, remember we took that car ride? Oh, that's coaching automatically?
It could be. Not automatically, but it could be. And ultimately, my job is to let the jury hear every piece of relevant evidence that is not by law to be kept out for a good reason.
Well, the good reason is that I don't think any relevance has been shown. It doesn't sound like coaching. If you listen to the rest of the time,
I don't know.
It doesn't sound like coaching.
Well, I haven't listened to the rest of the tape.
Then we end up having to argue about this with the jury and spend that time, and it's a waste of time on a point that doesn't very clearly support what the state is saying. I mean, when they have maybe 100 hours, who knows, of Mr. Jensen's phone calls, and they say him just letting her know what happened and saying that didn't happen in 98. How is that coaching? He's not saying get that right for your testimony.
Well, there you're arguing. You're saying that's something for you to say to the jury. Look, he wasn't coaching the jurors, and you can hear it for yourself.
Not everything that they can argue should be admissible as testimony, Judge.
Tell me the rule I should keep it out on.
Let's start with 90403.
No, I don't think you're using that as a catch-all through the trial to keep out everything that you don't like.
No, I am not. Because I would start with 90402. Obviously, the court sees some potential relevance to it. But how does the fact that anytime the use of these recorded statements, he's not telling her what to say. Doesn't there have to be something where he tells her to say something that's false? He's not telling her, he's not correcting her. He's not telling her to say something false. He's not telling her to change her mind.
I understand what you're saying, and certainly those are more blatant and evident cases of tampering than a more subtle form. But for me to slam the door and say, no, the jury can't hear this, statements of the defendant himself. No one knows more about the situation than he does. And these are his statements. And for me to say to the jury, you can't consider this evidence, you have to give me a very good reason.
Well, I'll tell you another problem, Judge, because when I get this stack, I'm going to ask for a long continuance when I get this stack of CDs from the district attorney, because in the rule of completeness, I may be required to play hours worth of conversations to show that what he does is he talks about his case and why he's innocent, and he talks and talks and talks about the reasons he's innocent and his view of the facts of the case, but that he is not coaching.
And much of those would be hearsay statements under State versus Johnson.
Their completeness, because they're trying because it's the only way the jury can understand that this 10-second snippet is not coaching in the slightest bit. The only way I can show that is to play all of his.
Maybe he's trying to coach all the witnesses.
Maybe, but I can play completeness to make my argument. Again, the same thing the court's saying about it being relevant because it allows me to make the argument. I don't see any other way. It's being taken out of context to bring this 10-second snippet rather than play whole conversations. The problem with the whole conversation, Mr. Jensen has not too kind things to say about court rulings and about the prosecution's conduct in this case. No surprise, the rulings didn't go his way that day, but that's certainly not admissible for the jury. But I would have, I think, the option of playing lots of hours of tape, but I need time to listen to lots of hours because that little snippet we hear is taken out of context. His wife listens to this whole conversation. She has no response to anything. He's not talking to her about what her testimony should be.
May I hear it again, please?
From the same starting point?
Yes.
Your Honor, maybe we should play it a little bit earlier than that, so that, counsel's making an argument on the doctrine of completeness.
How long is the whole conversation?
Oh, the whole conversation is 15 minutes long.
Make it, run it back 3 or 4 minutes.
2 to 3 more?
Instead of starting at 9:26, it started around 6.
Yeah, it was calling you a liar today.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because first you said we hadn't, and then after talking to the attorney, you said we had, and they says, she got her story straight then and all this other crap, so. What he tries to do, if you don't say anything that he wants you to say, he tries to vilify you. Okay. Yeah. And then that's what it is all across the board with everybody in every way, And, I kind of talked to Stephen Craig about that today. He's very effective at telling a story and using not much of anything to back it up. He doesn't have a lot of data points, in his story. And the story keeps changing. When we talk about it, you keep telling me that something, this isn't strong enough, this isn't good enough, we need something more, and stuff like that. Because that's what it comes down to is evidence, and I said, yeah, but he gets away with it and he sells it. At the end of the day, it's believable. Schroeder buys into it, that's why they said, he's good at the soundbite stuff. It's just, but again, it's been the story, so that's basically it. So we're just going to sort out again how to defend this thing. Most of that work was already done years ago when we went through it. I think out of the 16 pages or something, you can identify almost 100 phone calls during the evening when we're home, presumably together, most of the time, if not all the time, and calls come in that she's logging, it can't be me, on and on and on. So, just that kind of stuff. But, it's going to be, it's like Steve said, it could make measurably longer trial. It could make the trial only 2 weeks longer. It could push it out to 8 weeks now, 2 months. It's crazy. So that's what happened today. Good and bad, And we'll see what happens in 2 weeks when they get this shit done. Or the end of next week, we should know something about the samples.
Yeah.
We'll even have, it turns out that the DA talked to Dawn well before we did, and they knew about her, even when it was up on the staff.
Yeah.
And Dawn told them, no, this didn't happen. There was none of that in the conversation. Well, now Ed's saying apparently that he said that part of the conversation occurred later when we were just, alone together. But come on, he didn't have that initially. So it's crazy. So Craig won't tell me everything on the phone, but there's something else going on too. So it morphs around and it waffles, and ultimately at the end of the day, the DA doesn't have a whole lot. But now they get to make this whole other acts. This crap. Which I don't understand how this shit comes in, but it's one more thing to have to defend yourself against.
Yeah.
It's just the BS of it, you know. So all that crap with, you know, I don't think that note that they had you read off of, they brought in, but I'm not sure. You know, there's so much crap going on, but yeah, it was kind of funny. Craig says, I don't know how he wants to use a document that was produced in 2001, 2002 as, you know, this produced to show knowledge on somebody's part so that they might be on a computer looking at something pertains to what might have happened 3 years later, 3 years prior to the note being produced. You know, there was just a dumb silence at that point going, okay, well, we hadn't thought of that, you know, so, it's crazy, isn't it?
What note?
Oh, that one with Jock's name on it.
Oh.
I mean, it's, you know, that wasn't a conversation we had in 1998. But yeah, I don't think that's gonna. What you're trying to do is just vilify everybody who doesn't, you know, say something positive for them. And they're gonna go down the line. They're doing it to Laura. They're doing it to you.
Let it go.
I'm so tired of this, sweetie. Bring it on. Go on it over with.
Yeah.
I am just.
Your Honor, now that I've heard it a second time, I'd like to start playing it at 6 minutes instead of at 9 minutes and 26 seconds, because I think it's clearer if you put that statement in context. I think it's even more clear what the defendant is trying to accomplish. And, you know, when we're talking about the admissibility of this statement, let's get back down to the principal rules of evidence. And this is a statement by a party opponent. And is it being offered for a relevant purpose? And yes, it.
Chat, let me pause here. What do you guys think? You think Jamboy's right that he's trying to coach Kelly in his jail phone call? Put a 1 in the chat if you think he's trying to coach her. Put a 2 in the chat if the argument from Craig Albee is correct, that he's just complaining about the trial and the things that are happening on the, you know, daily court hearings. Put a 2 in the chat if he's just complaining. Put a 1 in the chat if you think he's actually trying to coach this witness.
Yes, it is. And so I think that conversation starting at 6 minutes and going to about where we cut it off is relevant, and it demonstrates consciousness of guilt on the part of the defendant. But even if is it being offered for any relevant purpose? And yeah, it's being offered for the relevant purpose of showing that this witness, this defendant, is tipping off this witness as to what she's supposed to say about when that conversation occurred regarding John, Chuck, Joseph. So we'd like to play the tape starting at 6 minutes instead of at 9 minutes and 26 seconds, as was just played just now to the court.
Did you want to respond?
Judge, the rest of the tape is about, well, it's about all sorts of things, but I guess he spends a fair amount of time complaining about the other acts kinds of issues that have nothing to do with Kelly. That's obvious. That's obviously has nothing to do with coaching. I mean, there's not one thing in that whole area that he's talking about up to the note in which Kelly is a potential witness or has any relevant information at all. It has to deal with things dealing with Mark Jensen that and his marriage to Julie and events before that. So I don't see how that comes in, but what it does show for the court is that Mrs. Jensen is just letting her husband vent. He's just venting about what happened in court that day. He's venting about his problems in jail. He's venting, at the end, I'm so sick of this. It's a tough day in court. He's venting the way anybody might do to their loved one about what happened. And to take any statement he says or any complaint as being relevant, that's just one, it's just not right, but it does open up this whole can of worms as to, well, what do we play? And it's out of context unless I play all of his conversations to give this jury an understanding. But of course, we can't play all the conversation because there's no relevance to him talking about what his lawyers have to say. There's no relevance, and it is excludable, I think, under 90403 to have him give his opinions about Mr. Jamboys or about the court or about his
Yeah, I am
lawyers.
eating lunch, a late lunch. What did everybody eat for lunch? Put it in the chat. What do you guys eating?
And also, when we get to the rule of completeness, this does become a whole new area that shouldn't be gone into.
I didn't eat it at all yesterday, chat.
You know,
Not at
you
all.
were talking in the
My first meal.
in the preceding days about improper bolstering. That was one of your objections, and I thought about it, and I thought we have a statutory evidence code in this state, and I wondered, where's that in the statutes? I mean, what I admit and what I don't admit is determined by what the statutes say about what's admissible evidence and what isn't, and that's some amorphous term, improper bolstering. Now that can be a code word for some kind of a statutory deviation from the statutory plan. Now today you're telling me, well, this isn't fair. Well, the code is designed to ensure a fair trial. So you need to have statutory references to what I should and shouldn't keep in instead of just this catch-all 2 and 03. No. This is evidence that the jury can consider. And I don't think it's the judge's role to slam the door on the jury and say, you can't consider this evidence.
I disagree. The court's, the evidence code doesn't make the court, with all due respect, a potted plant. I mean, the court has to look at what this means in the context of the whole trial and how much time it's going to take, given its minimal relevance and minimal probative value.
If the jury decides he's trying to coach a witness, the probative value is not minimal.
But and if he was doing Aaron Dillard, you got that? You understand? Coaching kind of things, then I would understand. But we don't have that here, and so I honestly think I will need a continuance to listen to phone calls so I can present a full, reasonable picture of what Mark Jensen's phone calls are all about, instead of some short little snippet.
Well, now you have had access to a large array of calls already, have you not?
This is coming in.
I'm not talking about this one. You've had a lot of phone calls. You've heard a lot of these phone calls of your client talking to various people who are witnesses in this case. So this is not, you're making it sound as if there's all kinds of tapes or CDs and that you've never heard any of them. And you apparently have heard of large numbers of them. Now, maybe there's some you haven't heard. I understand that. That apparently is the case. But you have already listened to enough that you can give, if you want to respond to this under the rule of completeness, to show this is how he talks to all the witnesses. And as I said, that may end up proving only that he tries to control all the witnesses. I don't know. I don't think there's been a sufficient showing that that's necessarily going to be a problem, that there's necessarily any need for an adjournment. If that happens, then we'll have to deal with that. And I warn the DA that I do not want to have an adjournment. So if you think he's reasonable in his suggestion that this is going to trigger a delay in the trial, then you better pull your horns in right now, because I do not want to adjourn the trial or delay the trial any longer. And if necessary, I'll strike the evidence if that's what could have been the expected result.
Your Honor, I would point one thing out to the court. These recordings that we have obtained are no less available to defense counsel than they were to us. He could have asked for these conversations if he'd wanted to. It's a matter of public record. And then any member of the news media can walk into the Kenosha County Jail and say, I want the recordings of this particular inmate from this date onward. And they will produce it.
At least the prison system will not do that.
Right. That's not true, chat. That's not true. It's not true. Jamboy just lied. It's very difficult to get those tapes, and especially, chat, especially if there is a current investigation or there is a current trial, and especially something surrounding a trial like to this magnitude. Nope, that's not true, chat. It's not true. He's trying to be deceptive to the court. They're very difficult to get. A lot of records are when there's active investigations. You know, it's not that easy.
Well, I'm not talking about, we're talking about the Kenosha County Jail.
And so will the Walworth County Jail. And I happen to deal with open records all the time, Your Honor. It's a public record. And explain to me how it's not a public record.
I could go in there and get.
He deals with it because he's a DA. He's able to get that stuff.
And you know, Judge, you'd probably be proud of the things they're saying about you, as I am proud of things they're saying about me. But and there's, you know, he's making it sound like, oh, well, this is something we've been hanging on to and keeping it secret from him. The only limitation is how much of this stuff I can endure listening to. And he can go, because Mr. Jensen probably spends several hours on the phone. I mean, tens of hours on the phone.
Of anything, and he's sitting in jail for a crime he didn't commit.
No, I think.
And here's the other thing.
No,
this is
I can't do it.
Well, then take down what I said.
Oh, damn, the court reporter was yelling.
This is 971-23, so everything he has to say about that, I should have gotten this. I don't have any obligation to do anything until I get noticed or using my client's statements.
It says plans to use.
And there's an obligation. Well, he obviously was planning to use this. If it didn't, he can't assume he's going to get whatever answer he thinks he's going to get from people.
Well,
and he didn't expect to get that answer.
I've already admonished him about that, and I told him I don't want this to happen again. And I've stated that I think you have had access to a large array, access to and apparently listened to a large number of these phone calls. So if there's a thread about whether or not this is the way he talks to people, and you want to run the risk that the jury will just decide that he's controlling about it, you're welcome to do it. But I'm not going to presuppose that there's going to be a delay in the trial. In fact, I'm going to presuppose just the opposite.
Well, and Judge, I don't waste my time listening to a lot of phone calls unless I have notice as to what I'm going to do with them, because I can't introduce the calls as substantive evidence.
All right, I'm sure the Court of Appeals has an adequate record of what's the issue here, and I think the discussion is now fruitless. To go further, I'm going to permit the part you originally wished to offer, because the other parts would need substantial editing.
Okay, so from, I think it was about 9 minutes to about, was it?
9:26 to 10:45.
Okay, so we'll say from 9:20 to 10:40, just.
The part that was originally played.
Okay.
And you can check with the reporter because she took it down for the Court of Appeals.
And you're on, now there's a second CD.
See, even back then,
play
2008, Schroeder
There's
still has
another
no idea,
conversation,
no
and we're gonna play another
concept
excerpt.
of how technology works. He doesn't get it. And Jamboy knows that, and he's playing upon that to try to get this tape in or these tapes in, because he knows that Schroeder has no idea how any of this stuff works. And he's blatantly lying. That is a blatant lie that he just told the court. It's ridiculous. I don't think the phone calls were coaching. I don't think they were coaching, chat. I really don't. Now, could it be argued manipulation with Kelly, right? Because he's got to make sure to convince her that he's innocent. Otherwise, he loses a lot of contact to the outside world. He loses a lot of help. She's got the kids. I could see it as manipulation towards her, but not coaching her about testimony. No way. No way.
Well, just a lot of work yet this week to get it all gang together. So, other question is what he should be getting out of you when he questions you. He is going to put you up there and have you read the emails, and that's the opportunity to have, forget about it all. But I know that doesn't always come across. Who's going to get it all? Get it all.
Okay,
I'll turn the sound down.
it's paused.
Yeah, but turn the sound down so that. there was distortion and feedback from the microphone. That's, I think, what the problem was. Maybe you should move the microphone away from the CD player.
Look how ghetto this is. They're using a Sony boombox thing with a microphone in front of the speaker.
2007, between
How
Mr. Jensen and
cringe.
Mrs. Jensen, starting at 5 minutes and 45 seconds into the call.
Yeah, you got it. Other question is what he should be getting out of you when he talks, questions you.
Turn it down more.
He is going to put you up there and have you read the emails, and that's the opportunity to have, what we want to do with it.
Okay.
So I guess in terms of homework project, you got to come up with some answers, and I'm going to do the same thing. Maybe it'd be worthwhile. Think about it. We can compare notes, and then I'll give it to him.
All right, that right there. Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that? Oh. Let me know in chat on Facebook and YouTube. Did you guys hear that part clear enough? I'm gonna have to agree with the DA on that. Let me know in chat if you heard that pretty clear. Otherwise, I can back it up a minute. That's fucking questionable to me for sure. For sure. I would if I was Jamboy, I get it. I would argue that. He's talking about, well, they're going to question you, this is a good time to think about some answers, take some notes. You write some notes, I'll write some notes, and then I'll send you my notes. What do you guys think there, chat? Did they play that the first time? Did I miss that? I'm running around trying to make lunch though too, so I may have missed that, and I could be totally wrong here, chat. Holy God, Kevin was wrong. That happens, chat. I'm a human being. I'm wrong a lot of goddamn times. That was bad. I didn't like the sound of that. I'm gonna rewind it just a minute here anyway, because that was bad. That was pretty damning. Let's listen to it. Let me get this volume all the way up.
Yeah, you got it. Other question is what he should be getting out of you when he talks, questions you.
Turn it down more.
He is going to put you up there and have you read the emails, and that's the opportunity to have, what we want to do with it.
Okay.
So I guess in terms of homework project, you got to come up with some answers, and I'm going to do the same thing. Maybe it'd be worthwhile. Think about it. We can compare notes, and then I'll give it to him. Surprised I have managed to get through 2 months.
All right, did you want to say anything on this?
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing wrong with him following his lawyer's instructions to try to give me some responses to obvious questions that are here, or to confer with his wife and try to remember events of 9 years ago. There's no prohibition or anything wrong with that. And again, I think 90403. I think this goes. It's unfairly prejudicial. It's a waste of time. It's likely to cause confusion among the jury, and it has minimal or no probative value.
I agree with you that there's no prohibition against just discussing, witnesses' testimony with them in a non-threatening or aggressive or unlawful way, but that doesn't mean the jury can't consider the fact that he's doing that. And if you want a special instruction that there's nothing unlawful about it, I will give it.
I would. I also think these tapes are sort of unnecessary in the sense of Mrs. Jensen could simply be asked, "Did you ever talk to your husband about your testimony?" But
well,
But I would like.
Well, I think that this was all triggered by a question that the district attorney felt was not totally frank about a conversation, wasn't it?
Yeah, but they have no evidence to the contrary.
That's for the jury to decide.
That's what the CDs are for.
That's what the jury is to decide. So I would say that if you want to quickly prepare a special instruction about the propriety of an accused defendant speaking with a witness and engaging in a proper discussion about.
Well, Your Honor, I would oppose to a special instruction unless I get to put some language in there about there's nothing wrong with a defendant getting his story straight before his wife testifies, because that's what they were doing. They were getting their story straight. And so what kind of a special instruction are you going to give to the jury that it's okay for the witnesses to collaborate among themselves so they get their story straight before they come into court?
You want to put that in a less biased way? We'll add it to what he prepares.
Okay.
So the
instruction should be, because to prevent them from jumping to some conclusion, there's often an instruction given that it's appropriate for both sides to interview witnesses, for example. And there's no addition to that to say that, to add the suggestion that, well, but if there's some foul play, then you can consider that. It just says it's not improper for either side to interview witnesses. It doesn't go in.
Well, this is, to the extent of interviewing is one thing, and coaxing a witness to testify in a certain way is another.
And comparing your notes, which is what
we're arguing about something that hasn't been suggested to the court yet. What I suggest is you each write out what you think would be an appropriate instruction and present it in, let's say, 3 minutes. And then we'll haggle about it when we've got something concrete to work with.
Okay, Your Honor, and the prognosis is not promising that we're going to come up with something that bears any resemblance to each other. And so the court's going to have to make a decision.
Well, if you're reasonable, you will.
Okay. I think he's going to find mine more objective, but we could see. Your Honor, here's
Who are you talking to?
Here's my submission. What? Who are you talking to? I was talking to you.
And presented previous conversations between the defendant and his current wife, Kelly Jensen. There is no law prohibiting conversations between an accused and his spouse or any other witness relating to the subject matter of this trial. You and you alone should consider the purpose or objective to be served by the conversation.
That's the state's submission, Your Honor. Which I think is remarkably neutral.
Well, let's hear Mr. Albies and see how.
I'm trying to make it legible for you, but I'll read it first and I'll continue writing it if the court would like to see it. There is nothing improper about a defendant talking with witnesses about past events or about their prospective testimony for the purpose of investigation or to help refresh either the defendant's or the witness's recollection. It is for you to decide what the defendant's purpose was in talking with any other witness in this case.
And Your Honor, my objection to that proposed instruction is that he's giving examples of proper reasons for conversations. And if he's going to give examples of proper reasons and he wants you to read this to the jury, then I think in fairness, you should give examples of improper reasons because that's what I'm going to be arguing.
Let me have a look at yours in writing and so I can have the advantages.
Dude, for real, Jamboy is just like a tit for tat. Like, he's that guy.
Okay, how about this one?
He's that guy.
There is nothing impermissible about the state or the defendant discussing historical facts or potential testimony with any prospective witness so long as no effort is made to guide the witness to give false evidence.
That would be fine with me, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's the most neutral.
Could you say the first part again?
There is nothing impermissible about the state or the defendant discussing historical facts or potential testimony with any prospective witness so long as no effort is made to guide a witness to give false evidence.
I mean, that's the most neutral, right, chat? That's gotta be the most neutral thing I've heard. I still don't like the first minute of that phone call, though. I didn't hear that the first time. That part kind of bothers me. It does sound like
I don't think the jury needs an instruction on the latter part of that.
Definitely manipulative
sentence because they know that. I mean, I think that I do think this is an appropriate place for an instruction to prohibit
maybe. I guess you could
prejudicial inferences because they may, and I think the court's instruction, the beginning part does that in the sense that they need to be told that there's nothing wrong with Mr. Jensen talking with witnesses about events. So I think that part is appropriate, but I don't think the instruction in a sense, I think sort of suggests that this may be inappropriate here. And I don't think it is.
Well, I don't share your concern, at least not to any great extent. You know what? I like mine better. So that's the way we're going to go. So I will give that instruction if and when the recordings are played. Or testimony is given respecting.
So there's one other option available, possibly, and I don't know if council wants to pursue it or not. The one option is that there be no instruction given. And my understanding is that that's the instruction you're going to give if an instruction is to be given, correct?
I'm going to give an instruction. That is going to be it.
Okay.
If the interviews are played, the jail tapes,
well,
CDs.
We intend to play them.
Okay, are we ready?
Yes.
Ask the jurors to come in, please.
Oh, all right. So that's going to be the end of that video. And we have part 4 coming up. Right? Man, I don't know, chat. I guess it could be argued either way. They are just trying to get their notes right, details, so they can testify truthfully. Or, it's a little suspect. He's definitely manipulating. He's got to proclaim his innocence to her at least. He has to. He doesn't have a choice. And he's got to be careful what he says on the phone anyway, because it's recorded. So we know he can't be talking about his guilt. But is he trying to coach her, or is he just trying to manipulate her to believe his innocence? Let me get this other video set up. All right, here we go, chat. I think there's 1 or 2 more videos after this. So this video will take us into, this video and then the next video will definitely take us into the end of the first stream for the day. And then, like I said, like 5 minutes before we hit the 8-hour mark, I'm going to stop the stream. Give me like 2 minutes to, reset it back up, and then we're going to start the second stream right away. We still have a lot of material to get through. Again, we're going to play some of the neighbors, the lady neighbors, the friends of Julie's. We're going to play the computer tech lady, and, we're going to see a walkthrough of the Jensen house. So that's going to be super juicy. So there's still quite a lot to get through, chat. And then tomorrow, we are back live with the retrial of Mark Jensen. Make sure you guys tune in for that. Hopefully, we are still enjoying ourselves. We had a little bit of crotchetiness earlier. Here we go.
Go ahead, Ms. Gabriel.
Thank you. Mrs. Jensen, since the end of July 2007, have you had a number of phone conversations with your husband, Mark Jensen?
Yes.
And has he called you at least twice a day on average?
Yes.
I'm going to play for you an excerpt of a phone conversation. States Exhibit.
Yeah.
See, there's that hot mic.
States Exhibit 163, which is a phone conversation, September 29th, 2007.
lot of work yet this week to get it all together. So. Other question is what you should be getting out of you when he touches you. And I'm going to put you up there and have you read the email, so that's the opportunity to have, what we want to do with it.
Okay.
So I guess in terms of homework, guys, you got to come with some answers, and I'm going to do the same thing. Maybe it'd be worthwhile. Think about it. We get a pair of notes, but I'll give it to him.
Do you recall that exchange with your husband?
Yeah, barely.
Now I'll play an exchange or an excerpt of an exchange between you and your husband from September 14th, 2007.
I don't think that note that they had you read off of, they brought in, but I'm not sure. There's so much crap going on, but, it's kind of funny, Craig said, I don't know how he wants to use a document that was produced in 2001, 2002 as, it's produced to show knowledge on somebody's part, so they might be on a computer looking at something, pertains to what might have happened 3 years later, 3 years prior to the note being produced. It was just this dumb silence at that point going, okay, well, we never thought of that, so, it's crazy, isn't it?
What note?
Oh, that one with Jack's name on it.
Oh.
I mean, it's, that wasn't the conversation we had in 1998. But I don't think that's what I'm trying to do is just vilify everybody who doesn't,
Now, folks, with respect to these recordings that you've heard, keep in mind that there's nothing impermissible about the state or the defendant discussing historical facts or potential testimony with any prospective witness, so long as no effort is made to guide the witness to give false evidence. Any question about that? Okay, go ahead.
State has no further questions.
Mr. Albee?
You judge. Mrs. Jensen, as of 1998, where were you employed?
I was employed with Stiefel Nicholas
And that was in St. Louis,
in
right?
St. Louis, yes.
And tell me what your job was at that time.
I worked for, he was either director or vice president of retail sales. I supported him, kept his calendar, planned any events that he was in charge of, did reports, administrative type stuff.
Okay, and that person's name was Scott McKaig, is
Yes.
that right? How long had you worked for Mr. McKaig?
I only started working with Mr. McKaig, I believe, in February. We had a new president come in, and he was recruiting pretty heavily people that he wanted there. Before then, I had worked for another individual that had the same position.
And I'm sorry, one more time, the name of that position is?
Currently, it's president of retail sales, but it was, I think, senior vice president or director.
How big of organization is Stiefel Nicholas?
I don't know. It's big. I don't remember how big it was. I think they had 88 offices. I don't remember. Maybe that's too many.
Over 1,000 employees?
Yes.
How long had you been at Stiefel Nicholas?
I started in February of 97.
Where did you grow up, Mrs. Jensen?
I grew up mostly in New Mexico.
Did you attend high school there?
Yes, I attended high school, all my schooling before that, and a couple of years of college.
Where did you attend college for a couple of years?
University of New Mexico in Albuquerque.
And when was it approximately that you stopped attending college classes?
Well, I went full-time for 2 years right out of high school, so that would be 88, 87. And then I would go back and take classes here and there, but I don't think I ever went back full-time.
From approximately 1988 until 1997, when you began at Stiefel, were you always working?
Most of the time, yeah, except for a couple of months that I took off to go to Africa.
What kind of jobs were you doing during those 9 years?
Mostly banking, administrative, through that whole time.
You mentioned that you were in Africa for a couple months?
A couple months, yes.
And why were you in Africa?
I had followed my ex-husband, Mark Greenman. We weren't married at the time, though, there. He had gone there and had invited me out to live with them. But it only lasted a couple of months, and then I came back.
What year was this?
The end of 95. And it was like in November that I left. I came back in January of 96.
Why was Mr. Greenman in Africa?
He had joined the Peace Corps.
And you said something about it didn't work out. Do you recall what happened?
He had decided to go back to his previous wife while he was out there, after I had gone out there. And so he came back and went back with his first wife.
Leaving you in Africa?
No, I came home first.
Would it be fair to say that your relationship over those 6 years with Mr. Greenman had some ups and downs?
Plenty, yes.
And his dropping you after you'd gone to Africa was one of those significant ups or downs?
Yes.
Come be a part of.
All right, commercials. Be careful with these Disney ones.
Since when did you leave Stiefel then? Was it?
It was, I think, the beginning of March of 99.
And since March 1999, have you been employed?
I think it took me until about April, maybe May, to find a job in Kenosha, and then yes.
And what jobs have you had since 1999?
They've been administrative also. I temped for Jockey for a while, and then I went to Abbott, and they just weren't good fits. They were something completely different than banking. So then I went back to Southport Bank in 2001.
Is Southport Bank a bank in Kenosha?
Yes, it is.
Are you currently working?
Yes, I am.
Where do you work?
At Southport Bank.
And what are you currently doing for Southport Bank?
I am a commercial banking administrative assistant.
And what are your duties involved?
I support commercial lenders, and they go out and get the business. I just push the paperwork and make sure it gets done and everything gets filed appropriately, so we have perfected liens. I also happen to be the team leader for our department, so I'm the one that gets to delegate projects to the other admins in our group.
Okay. On direct examination, you read quite a number of emails, right?
Yes.
I take it that you don't independently remember now, 9 years later, using those exact words, or Mark Jensen using the exact words that were in those emails?
No.
at the same time, you have no reason to dispute what was in those documents you read.
Correct.
But when asked, for instance, did you say this? Did he say this? You're assuming that those are correct.
I am
right?
assuming that they're correct, yes.
And you have no reason to believe that they weren't, but you can't say you have an independent recollection.
That's correct, yes.
By the same token, the timestamps on the emails, it would appear that at least your timestamp was wrong, right?
Yes. Yeah, I don't get to work at 6:21 in the morning.
Okay. Was that, and do you know whether your timestamp was wrong on all the emails, some of the emails?
I have no idea if they were all wrong or not.
And as you sit here today, are you able to say whether the timestamp on Mark Jensen's emails were accurate?
No, I don't know.
You're not saying that?
I don't know if they were accurate. I don't know if they were inaccurate.
You don't have any reason to dispute those timestamps other than the ones that from yourself that would be before you got to the office in the morning?
Correct.
Do you recall being interviewed by Detective Ratsberg in March 2002?
Yes.
Did Detective Ratsberg come to your place of work?
Yes, he did.
Were you expecting Detective Ratsberg to come to your place of work?
No, I was not.
When Detective Ratsberg came to your place of work, did he tell you that Mark Jensen had just been arrested?
No, he did not tell me that until the end of our interview.
But he did come unannounced to interview you on that day.
Yes.
And then he asked you questions about your relationship with Mr. Jensen from the fall of 1998, correct?
Yes, he did.
You didn't have any opportunity before he arrived to reflect on when certain events happened, correct?
Correct.
You told Detective Ratsberg that you had had a sexual relationship with Mark Jensen, right?
Yes.
You told Detective Ratsberg that you had had a sexual relationship with Mark Jensen that existed while his wife was still alive, right?
Yes.
You told Detective Ratsberg that you had had an affair with Mark Jensen while his wife was alive, right?
Yes.
And you did your best to recall what the date was of when that sexual relationship began, correct?
Yes.
And am I correct that the first time you had sexual intercourse, and at least at this moment, by sexual intercourse, I mean penis to vagina intercourse with Mark Jensen, was in Appleton, Wisconsin?
Yes.
When an office opened there?
Correct.
And was that the only time that you were in Appleton, Wisconsin with Mark Jensen?
Yes.
You mentioned that sometime prior to that, you had sexual relations with Mr. Jensen in St. Louis. Is that right?
Yes.
And when you used sexual relations there, was that oral sex?
Yes.
And that was each of you performing oral sex on the other, is that right?
Yes.
And when you testified in July, you testified that you had had sexual intercourse in Appleton with Mr. Jensen, right?
Yes.
And you testified that that sexual intercourse took place prior to the time that Julie Jensen passed away.
Yes.
And you testified that you had had an affair with Mr. Jensen prior to the time that his wife had passed away.
Yes.
As to your ex-husband, Mark Riemann, you ended up being married from approximately mid-September until approximately mid-September of 1998 until approximately March of 1999. Is that right?
Yes, March was when the marriage was ended, I guess, yes. And the divorce was final.
That relationship with Mr. Greenman had had some problems prior to the time you'd ever met Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
Given those problems, and why did you marry Mr. Greenman?
I don't know. We had just been on and off for so long that maybe I just believed that getting married would be the answer. I think I was just naive and foolish at the time.
Do you believe that marriage might help fix some of the problems that exist in the relationship?
I guess that I might have been thinking that, yes.
And that took place even though you had begun having some sort of relationship with Mr. Jensen at the time?
Yes.
I know this. Oh, yeah. Yes, thank you. Mrs. Jensen, do you recall being asked some questions about, is that on? Yeah. It's Exhibit S 64, which were some emails from October 16th, 1998. You were asked about a lot of emails. Maybe I'll
I was.
show it to you. And 64, it looks like, but I'm not sure this is the same one. There we go. Yes, it is. That's 64. And Mrs. Jensen, I invite your attention to the email from Mark Jensen to you on October 16th at 1:21 p.m., where he says, "Our deadlines and agreements necessary, not trying to pin anything down, and I got my ticket punched, had that conversation, heard the answers. We're just hanging out for lack of one of us making a decision. Just need to decide what to do and make an announcement." Do you recall that email?
Yes.
What did you understand Mr. Jensen to be referring to when he said, "I got my ticket punched"?
He had had a conversation with his wife, and I believe the reference to getting his ticket punched was that his wife told him she didn't love him anymore, and that she didn't want to be married. I think she was only there for the kids, something to that effect.
I didn't hear the last.
That she was only there for the kids.
And didn't want to be married?
Yeah.
And you say had that conversation. Is that the conversation that you were just speaking of?
Yes.
And when he says heard the answers, is he referring to the answers you were just talking about where his wife told him that she wasn't particularly interested in their marriage?
Yes.
And then it says, "We're just hanging out for lack of one of us making a decision." Do you know what decision he would have been referring to?
Probably to decide whether to divorce or counseling or who knows.
And then he says, "Just need to decide what to do and make an announcement." Do you know what kind of announcement he may have been referring to?
Probably the announcement of them splitting up.
All right, another commercial in the archived footage. If you guys are just tuning in, we're doing a marathon stream of some 2008 trial coverage. We have Mark's mistress, Kelly Labonte, on the stand. Got about another hour left on this stream, and then we're going to start a brand new stream, and we're going to keep going. We'll finish off her testimony and then play some other testimony. Today is female-based testimony day. We're playing a lot of females that testified in this trial. We're going to see the inside of the house in the next stream. We're going to get a full walkthrough of the Jensen residence. So stay tuned for that. If you guys like what we do here, click that like button,
Mrs.
subscribe,
Jensen,
follow
you
all
heard
of that, and
some
share
tapes that
the
were just
stream
played
out.
in this courtroom.
Yes.
And do you recall in the first tape that was played that there was some statement about when he questions you? Do you recall that reference to when he questions you?
Yes.
And then went on to say, to have some discussion about emails and when certain events may have happened.
Yes.
And was the he that Mr. Jensen was referring to, did that mean me?
Yes.
And was it understood by you that I would be wanting to ask you some questions about your recollections about certain things in the emails?
Yes.
Was it your understanding that Mr. Jensen wanted you to lie about anything in the emails?
No.
Was Mr. Jensen trying to get you to change any of your stories?
No.
When Mr. Jensen said that it might make sense for him, well, let me back up. He also indicated that I had asked him to put together a timeline.
Yes.
And when he said, maybe when you put together some of your answers, we could compare notes. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And was it your understanding that he wanted you to compare notes so that you guys could make up a lie?
No.
What did you understand him to want to compare notes about?
He wanted to compare notes to see if, he missed anything, just so he could be sure of a story. Make sure he had all the details from it in there.
Did you understand that that he was in jail at the time? You knew that, right?
Yes.
And did you understand that oftentimes I had to get things from Mr. Jensen in writing because I wouldn't have an opportunity to visit with him in person?
Yes.
And did you understand that he was spending a lot of his time in jail writing notes to provide me with information to help him defend this case?
Yes.
And did you understand him to need to do that so I would know facts that I wouldn't otherwise have any insight to?
Yes.
At any time, did Mark Jensen ask you to lie in this case?
No.
Has he ever asked you to make up any story?
No.
Then on the second tape that was played, Constance, do you remember the exhibit number?
I gave it to him.
The second tape that was played, which is State's Exhibit 162. And in that tape, there was a discussion about a note. Do you recall that?
Only from hearing it just now.
That is, you have not committed to memory every one of your conversations with Mark Jensen over the course of the last 5 months?
That would be correct.
He's been in jail August, September, October, November, December, and part of January, right?
Correct, yes.
And you talk to him every day?
Yes.
So you've had several hundred conversations with him in the jail?
Yes.
And you have no reason to memorize what took place in each and every one of those?
Correct.
But you did now have a chance to listen to that
Yes.
portion. Did you understand that Mark was talking about events that had taken place during a hearing before the court on that day?
Yes.
And Mark was telling you what had happened in court?
Yes.
And during the portion that we listened to, Mark was telling you some of the arguments that I had made in court, correct?
Yes.
He explained that any discussion that you had with Jack Joseph after 1998 couldn't possibly be relevant to his knowledge in 1998, right?
Wait a minute. Is that the discussion that she had with Jack Joseph?
Mr. Jensen explained the argument that I made to the court, right? You heard that in that tape?
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Yes.
say yes for the court report.
Sorry.
And what Mark told you is that I had been arguing that information that you may have provided to Mr. Jensen after 1998 wouldn't be relevant to what his knowledge was in 1998.
Objection, Your Honor. It's irrelevant what this witness's perception of that statement is. The jury just heard it themselves, and they can draw their own inferences, and they don't need this witness to explain it.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
You understood, let me back up and do it a little bit different way. At some point, you had a conversation with your husband about a past encounter with Mr. Joseph, right?
Yes.
Did that conversation happen after 1998 or in 1998?
After 1998.
Did Mr. Jensen know of any encounter you had with Mr. Joseph in 1998?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained. Did you ever tell Mr. Jensen about any encounter that you had with Mr. Joseph in 1998?
Not that I can remember, no.
Are you aware of anyone else telling him about any encounter in 1998?
No.
What is your best recollection as to when you may have had any such conversation about Mr. Joseph with Mr. Jensen?
I remember we had discussions via instant messaging, and I didn't have access to that until I was working at Jockey or Abbott, so that would be the middle of 1999, early 2000.
So you know it could not have happened before middle of 1999?
Correct.
Do you know whether it was 99, 2000, 2001?
Well, I know I just had access to the instant messaging while I was working at those two places, and that was from April, May of 1999 through September of 2000.
So the best you can do is that it was sometime during that time period.
Correct.
And when we listened to this CD, did you understand that I was arguing that conversations that took place after 1998 would not be relevant to what Mr. Jensen's knowledge was in 1998?
Yes.
And Mark was relating to you what had happened in court regarding those arguments that day, right?
Yes.
And he was also telling you during this conversation how the court had handled various other matters before it that day, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Jensen said in that conversation that you had not spoken about Mr. Joseph in 1998, right?
Yes.
Was that true?
Yes.
Was that an effort to coach you?
I don't believe so, no.
Had you ever told Mark Jensen that you thought it had happened sometime earlier than 1999?
No.
Was it your understanding that he was just telling you what had happened in court?
Yes.
During your conversations with Mark Jensen over the past several months, is it fair to say he spends a lot of time on the phone talking about his case?
Yes.
He spends a lot of time telling you about the work he's doing on the case?
Yes.
He spends a lot of time telling you all the reasons he's innocent, right?
Yes.
Do you take any of those statements as being coaching?
No.
Has Mark been talking for years about the reasons he's innocent?
Yes.
All right, what do you guys think? So we watched a lot of behind the scenes arguing about this topic of coaching on these jail recorded phone calls. Obviously, the beginning of that phone call seemed maybe a little sketchy, but listening to her testify, what do you guys think now? Has your opinion changed? Do you still think the same? He was trying to coach her? Is it totally innocent? Jennifer on Facebook thinks Kelly is a liar. How many people think Kelly knows what happened? Like the truth. You think Mark shared that with her? How many people think that she knows? What do you guys think about that?
Let me show you Exhibit S79. Mrs. Jensen. And here we have Mark Jensen sending an email to you on October 27th at 3:19 p.m. Mark says, family, or at least David, yep, real good is great. There's no real perfect, and real good can be real easy, or at least that's what I remember. Your response to him at 3:23, have you talked to her about it yet, or are you just going to bang her over the head, drag her out to the car, and tell her she's going to have a good time? Remember the caveman days. Did you understand that Mark Jensen wanted to take his wife and his children to Door County for the weekend?
Yes.
And is that what you're discussing there is taking her on this trip to Door County?
Yes.
And did he tell you that he believed his wife was not interested in going to Door County,
Yes.
but that he thought it would be a good idea for the family to go to Door County?
Correct.
And that he was prepared to insist that she accompany him, right?
Yes.
And I take it that your bang her over the head comments are just something of a joke on your part.
Yes.
I'll show you Exhibit 81. Mrs. Jensen. And do you recall this email?
Yes.
And as of October 27th, 1998 at 10:16 a.m., you informed Mark Jensen that you had decided to give your marriage a shot, right?
Correct.
That you wanted to remain friends with Mr. Jensen.
Yes.
Had Mr. Jensen become a person of support during the previous months?
Yes.
That is, it was not just a sexual relationship?
Yes.
And did you sometimes talk to him about problems in your marriage?
Yes.
And as of October 27th, 10:16 a.m., you were telling Mr. Jensen that you did not want to have a sexual relationship any longer while you worked on your own marriage.
Correct. Yes.
Between October 27th and December 3rd, 1998, did you ever have sex with Mr. Jensen?
No.
You indicated that you were at the Blueprint conference in early November.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
And at that time in the bar, your husband was with you,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Did you and your husband stay together in the hotel?
Yes.
Even though you were from St. Louis, you stayed in the hotel at St. Louis?
Yes. I was helping to plan the event, so I needed to be on site if any problems occurred.
That is, you had so much on-site work to do that they needed to have you available at all times?
Yes.
And your husband came down and spent the night
Yes.
with you? And after giving your marriage a try for a couple months, you decided it just wasn't going to work?
Correct.
That was a continuation of the ups and downs you'd had over the period of 6 years?
Yes.
Do you think your relationship with your husband would have broken up regardless of Mark Jensen?
Yes.
And when you decided that that marriage wasn't going to work, you filed for divorce, right?
Yes, I did.
Mrs. Jensen, well, and back to that email for just one moment. Mark Jensen told you that he'd respect your wishes,
Yes.
and he characterized your letter as something of a Dear John letter.
Yes. Yes.
During October, November, and the beginning of December 1998, did you have any permanent plans with Mark Jensen?
No.
When you were talking about things like a cruise, did you ever have any permanent plans to go on a cruise?
No.
Were many of the conversations you had with Mr. Jensen, did you characterize them as fantasy?
Yes, I would.
You were never at Mr. Jensen's home in December of 1998?
No, I was not.
Was Mr. Jensen ever in St. Louis in December 1998?
Not to my knowledge, no.
You've had a chance to see Mark interact with his children?
Yes.
Is he a good father?
Yes.
Objection to the relevance?
The judge, you've had.
Well, I changed your mind. She's answered the question, the answer may stand.
Why do you say that?
He spends time with them. He's interested in what they do. He's always there for them when they need to talk to him.
When did you marry Mr. Jensen?
May of 2004.
This was 2 years after he'd been charged?
Yes.
Did Mark Jensen ever discuss with you?
So we have that. So
anytime
that's going
prior
to
to
correct
December
it.
3rd, 1998, harming his wife?
No, he never did. If he had, I would have run as far away from him as possible.
I take it then that he never talked about killing his wife
No.
at any time since December 3rd, 1998?
No.
Has Mark Jensen ever said anything to suggest that he caused harm to Julie Jensen?
No, never.
If Mr. Jensen had said anything like that, would you have married him?
Absolutely not.
Mr. Jensen, by the time when you married him, he'd been charged 2 years earlier?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
You felt comfortable in marrying him?
Yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Jensen.
Any redirect, excuse me?
There will be an extensive review.
All right, let's break at this point, and may I ask that you return at 1:15? And please don't talk about the case.
All right, so that's going to be that video. And next, we have the rest of her testimony. Let me cue that up for you guys. I don't know. Some of you guys think she knew. I think she does know. A lot of you guys don't like her.
President, your testimony on the cross-examination, the examination by Mr. Albee, that you and your husband were not getting your stories straight during the course of those two recorded conversations that the jury just heard?
Objection. I don't think there's anything about getting stories straight. The question is whether they're manufacturing any kind of false story.
Why don't you rephrase your question?
Well, you indicated on cross-examination that it was not your purpose to manufacture false evidence.
That's correct.
It was not your purpose to make sure that you testified in a manner which is consistent with Mr. Jensen's theory of the defense in this case.
That's correct.
Now, do you recall testifying at an earlier evidentiary hearing in this matter?
In July?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, you understood into that case, going into that hearing, you knew that your husband had lied to the police about the commencement of your...
What's the objection?
There's no evidence in this record, and she wasn't present for any conversation with police.
I'm going to let the prosecutor ask the question, but keep in mind that in order for the question to have significance when you go to deliberation, the evidence must have satisfied you that in fact the accused did lie to the police. Go ahead and ask the question.
Before that hearing back in July started, you knew that your husband had lied to the police about when your sexual relationship with him commenced, didn't you?
Yes.
You knew that he had told the police repeatedly that the sexual relationship between...
Well,
Direct.
All right, sustained.
Well, Your Honor, by the way, I do believe that we've reached the point where I should be able to conduct a leading examination of this witness.
Close, but I'm going to say no.
Okay. You understand, well, did you understand at the commencement of that hearing that your husband had repeatedly told the police that your sexual relationship with him did not commence until after his wife's death?
Objection to repeatedly, what that means. And again, she's not present for any conversation.
Well, just so...
Objection's overruled. Answer the question, please.
Do you remember the question?
Not specifically.
I request it be read back.
You understood going into your examination that your husband had repeatedly lied to the police about when your sexual relationship had begun.
I think that's a pretty fair estimation, Judge, of what I'd said. Thank you.
I'm going to put in for both pays.
I'm not getting much.
Yes.
And yet you also remembered at the time that hearing started that Detective Ratsburg had already interviewed you at about the time your husband was arrested, correct?
I thought he was interviewing me after he had arrested him. I did not know that at the time that I was being interviewed, though.
Correct. And at the time that you were being interviewed by Detective Ratsburg, you'd not yet had an opportunity to speak with your husband.
Objection leading.
Well, I don't know. I haven't heard the whole question.
Well, when you were interviewed by Detective Ratsburg, could you state whether or not you'd had the opportunity to get your story straight with your husband on this particular point of when your sexual relationship with him commenced?
No.
So when you were being interviewed by Detective Ratsburg, you had not yet been alerted to the fact that your husband's story to the law enforcement authorities was that your relationship did not commence until after Julie had died.
Objection assumes facts not in evidence. This witness isn't in position to characterize whatever her husband had to say to Detective Ratsburg.
Overruled. Did you answer the question?
No, I'm not following.
I'm sorry if I'm being unclear. I'll try to put it differently. You do recall giving a statement to Detective Ratsburg.
Yes.
You do recall the statement to Detective Ratsburg occurred on or about the same day that your husband, Mark Jensen, was arrested.
Yes.
And here I goes that this document be marked as an exhibit. I show you this document that's been marked as State's Exhibit 164, and I ask you to identify that document.
This is a statement that Redsburg wrote out for me when he interviewed me.
And that document is, it's dated what?
3/20/2002.
Thank you. And at the time that you were being interviewed by Detective Ratsburg, you knew that this related to an investigation into the death of Julie Jensen?
Yes.
And in that statement, you conceded, quote, "We first had sexual contact in October."
There's been no inconsistency.
It's not being offered, Your Honor, for that purpose. It's being offered for a different purpose.
Well, I don't know what purpose it is, so I can't.
Do you want me to tell you what purpose it is?
No, why don't you just start over?
So here before this hearing that occurred in July of this past year, you knew the police had this statement where you admitted to having a sexual relationship that commenced in November 1998, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that you'd indicated that it occurred in Appleton, Wisconsin, correct?
Yes.
And you also knew before this hearing that Mr. Jensen had lied to the police and said it didn't commence at all at that time, correct?
Yes.
So at that time that you were testifying in this hearing in July of this past year, you might have had a reason to want to minimize the differences between your testimony, the testimony that you were going to have to give because of this statement, and the evidence that was going to be presented where your husband had flat out denied the existence of a sexual relationship before Julie's death. Do you understand that question?
Was it a question? You were just explaining.
I didn't hear what the witness said.
I said I didn't perceive it as a question. I thought he was explaining something or.
Start over.
So you knew at the beginning of this hearing, before you'd taken the witness stand.
The one in July?
Yes.
Okay.
That your husband, and thank you for that correction, you knew before the commencement of the hearing in July of 2007 that your husband had denied the existence of a sexual relationship between the two of you before Julie's death, correct?
Yes.
And you also knew that there was this statement where you basically admitted only to the fact that the sexual relationship had commenced before Julie's death, correct?
Yes.
And then at that point, you were asked, in fact, I asked you, a series of questions about the extent of your sexual relations between Mark Jensen and yourself preceding Julie's death, correct?
Yes.
And you repeatedly denied that there were any sexual relations beyond that first one. You said it had commenced, but then you denied there were any further sexual relationships after that, correct?
Correct.
And I started examining you using non-leading questions about all these emails, which clearly indicated the existence of some kind of a sexual relationship. And then you asked
Judge, there's an objection, and
what's the objection?
The objection is it's continuing to be leading when there's no showing that that's appropriate with this witness. And Mr. Jamboy's characterization of his own questions at the time, and the witness doesn't have them to see them. Both those grounds.
Overruled on the first ground, sustained on the second.
Your Honor, the witness agreed with my description.
I understand, but well, I'll say this. The alternative, of course, is he'll have to go chapter and verse.
Which is exactly what I intend to do then. Once I find it.
Do you want the objection?
That's fine. We have an answer, but I do object to continued leading questions.
Are you withdrawing?
Withdraw that objection.
All right, and I'm going to permit the leading questions from this point.
I request the last question answer be read back.
I object. It was.
I either don't remember it or didn't hear it.
And that's the problem I have as well.
Come be a part.
All right. We got like 29 minutes left, chat, on this stream. We'll keep going. We'll set up a new stream and keep going with the marathon weekend of streaming the 2008 trial. It's been a lot to take in. I don't know how you guys do this every single day. This is a lot for me. It's crazy.
Question, I examined you using non-leading questions about all these emails, which clearly indicated the existence of some kind of a sexual relationship. Do you remember that? Answer, yes.
And by the way, just to make one correction, you referred to your examination at the time of that hearing as a cross-examination, and I think it was actually a direct, was it not?
I thought I corrected myself on that, Your Honor. If I hadn't, I intended to. It was a direct examination. Right. Do you know the difference between a cross-examination and direct examination? I'm asking you.
I have a general idea of it.
And at the time that I was asking you these questions, at the time of this forfeiture hearing, or this earlier evidentiary hearing, I was using non-leading questions, right?
I wouldn't know the difference between a leading and a non-leading question.
But in response to the questions that I was putting to you, questions that were clearly directed at whether the existence of a sexual relationship between you and Mark Jensen, you were denying that there was any sexual relationship between you and Mark Jensen between the point where you had the first sexual encounter and the time, sometime after Julie Jensen's death, correct?
Correct.
And then we took a break, correct?
Correct.
And during the course of the break, you consulted with your attorney who'd been present during the course of this examination, correct?
Yes, I did.
And then after the break, you came back and you acknowledged that in fact you'd had numerous sexual intercourse with Mr. Jensen on numerous occasions between the time that it commenced and the time that Julie Jensen died, correct?
Objection to the phrasing numerous, vague.
Well, again, you'll have to go to chapter, question and answer.
Do you understand the question, ma'am?
Well, the question was objected to and the court said, stated, and you'll have to go to the.
Let's just do it this way then.
Which were asked.
Do you recall testifying at an evidentiary hearing on July 31st, 2007 in the case of State of Wisconsin versus Mark D. Jensen?
Jesus Christ,
Yes.
chat. How many times are we going to hear this? He's asked the same question 62 times already. Come on. She wasn't honest. You caught her when she was on the stand in 2007. She talked to her lawyer. The lawyer said, you screwed up. Tell the truth because they're going to jam you now. Come on now.
Do you recall being asked and directing court and counsel's attention to the bottom of page 7
For Christ's sake.
of the July 31st, 2007 transcript? Recall being asked the following question, this is line 22. So, Ms. Jensen, when was the first time that you met Mark Jensen? Answer, I think it was April 1998. You gave that, I asked you that question, you gave that answer?
Judge, there's nothing inconsistent with that testimony to anything that's been testified to today.
Well, it's an alternative to the objection, to the form of the question which he was asking before.
I respectfully disagree, Your Honor. My objection was to his phrasing of numerous, which is a vague terminology, and I didn't think that was appropriate to say numerous and expect a witness to interpret numerous.
Well,
and now,
What's up?
in
This
our
is
case,
why
if that was your
over on
objection, then I'm gonna
YouTube.
overrule.
How you doing? Thanks for tuning in.
So you recall being asked that question and giving that answer?
Yes.
No. Why don't you go back to your question about numerous?
Well, I like this one better, Judge.
Yeah, all right, go ahead. Let's see what happens.
And you recall being asked a question, and where was that you met him? And providing the following answer. It was at the Stifel Nicholas office in St. Louis.
Well, that's cool that we were recommended.
I agree, it's
Awesome.
not inconsistent. It's not being offered because it's inconsistent.
Then there's no purpose in reading it.
That's hearsay.
No, Your Honor, it is, I'm laying the groundwork for the point where she starts improperly and incorrectly and falsely.
Objection.
Go back to the question earlier.
Look at his look. Look at his look.
Are you, Your Honor, are you
this guy.
instructing me to not ask this witness any questions regarding this previous testimony?
No.
Okay, well, that's what I want to do.
Not yet.
Oh, you want me to do it? You don't want me to do it yet?
A prior statement, even a sworn prior statement, is hearsay unless there's an exception. Let's not get into that right now. Ask the question which started all of this.
Okay. So you testified during the course of that forfeiture hearing that you had not had sexual relations with Mark Jensen between October of 1998 and sometime after Julie Jensen's death, correct?
Correct.
And that was testimony that was at least more marginally consistent with Mark Jensen's misrepresentations to the police and still being consistent with your earlier admission to the police, correct?
I guess, yes.
And then you were asked question after question after question about the extent of your prior sexual relations with Mark Jensen, and you consistently denied that there had been any sexual relations between you and Mark Jensen between October 1998 and sometime after Julie Jensen's death. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And it was only after we'd taken a break and you'd had an opportunity to consult with your lawyer that you then chose to correct yourself on that point.
Yes.
Now, during the discussions with your lawyer, did he explain to you the ramifications of giving false testimony in a murder case?
No.
Just a minute. Objection. Just a minute. Take a look at chapter 905.
Yes, Your Honor,
They are really beating to death.
I'm looking at 905.
Well,
I mean, we've had.
and you're asking about something that I think is covered by that
We're
chapter?
7 hours.
Maybe so, Your Honor.
7 hours and 40 minutes into basically their 2 days worth of testimony. And it's nonsense. I think we've all gotten the point that they had an affair. They were freaky, doing some 50 Shades of Grey stuff. We still have one more video worth of her testimony, chat, that we're going to do on the next stream. So for those of you guys tuning in just recently, so we have been doing marathon streams all weekend, 16 hours worth of streaming this trial, the old trial. So probably another 10 or so minutes, because Facebook only allows 8 hours of stream. We're going to end up cutting this stream. Give me like 2 minutes while I set up the next one, and we're just going to go. We're going to go again for another 8 hours. So we'll finish up Kelly Labonte's testimony. We are going to play some Lady Neighbors. We're going to play the forensic computer expert lady. It's all lady, female witness day today. That's our theme anyway. The forensic lady that does the computer stuff. We're going to play her. You're going to see the inside of the Jensen house while the crime scene is active. It's fresh. It's fluid. So viewer discretion. You are going to see Julie Jensen laying in the bed.
It isn't where I thought it would be.
So we're trying to provide you guys with as much background details.
13, Your Honor.
Mrs. Y, you probably did miss a lot if you just got recommended to the channel today. That's okay.
Or actually,
we have a playlist on YouTube. It's the Mark Jensen trial. There's tons of videos. The actual trial, the current trial, we've done couple of streams with background information, nothing but background information, case history, all of that type of stuff. And then, we've been playing old footage. We've got streams specific to that.
Well, Your Honor, why don't we do you have the transcript in front of you?
And we've, for the current trial, we've separated out people's testimonies, so you don't have to watch like full 9-hour streams if you don't want to. If you want to look at a specific witness's testimony, we've been clipping them out.
What's the date again? July 31st, Your Honor. Yeah.
So yeah, there's all of that up there. Tomorrow we are back live with the retrial, 8:30 in the morning, Central Standard Time.
I want to get to the
We
part
will
where
be
they occur
streaming
right after
that.
the break.
It's page 32.
Page what?
32.
But I'm from Wisconsin. I'm from Kenosha, so I know a lot about this case. This is a big case.
32, did you say? 32.
And we've just been providing
And I would
so
direct
much
the court's
details.
attention to line 14.
If you guys have questions, that's fine. Even if you're new,
All right, go ahead.
we've obviously been doing this for a week. Even if you're new,
That's
trust me, I've
insufficient to
repeated this
establish
stuff
the
100
basis of
times
905,
already. It's okay.
13.
Just ask questions, whatever you guys want to know.
No, because I'm going to allow it. Go ahead.
We know we're going to get a lot of
In
new
that case, I don't
people.
take it
There's a
outside.
lot of
But
people
I
that
would
want,
say this.
answers to
Make sure
questions.
that we limit the scope.
So, well, let me, I guess I'm going to start at the beginning of these questions that occurred in July of 2007. Do you recall being asked, and I'm on page 8, line 15.
Jesus Christ, the 2007. Yeah, she didn't tell the truth,
Judge, I
buddy.
object based on the fact that he's asked a number of questions summarizing this, and now it'd be inappropriate to go to specifics. We wouldn't allow specifics and then ask him to do overarching.
Well, it isn't really offered for purposes of the type of impeachment we ordinarily contemplate. I'm going to overrule your objection.
So
Yeah,
my
this
name's,
was an interesting
I'm sorry,
case
page 8,
because
line
he was
15.
originally
You're calling, ask the
convicted.
following
There's
question,
some
give me the
corruption
following
in this
answer.
original case.
Question, and at what point did you start having sexual
And
relations
then
with Mark
because
Jensen? Answer.
a U.S.
We had
Supreme
our first
Court,
sexual
like an
encounter in
iconic
October, I
Supreme
believe,
Court
of
decision,
1998.
changed a lot of stuff for trials.
Question, early October, late
Which
October.
got him a
Answer, I don't
retrial.
recall the date.
And that's where we're at,
Question,
modern
where were
day.
you? Answer, Appleton. Question, so it was when you were opening the Appleton office? Answer, yes.
Yeah, so tomorrow is day 4
Then
of the
skipping down to
retrial.
line 5 on page 9. Question, then how often would you have sexual relations with Mark Jensen thereafter? Answer, I don't recall having sexual relations with him again until after Julie died. Question, you never had sexual
All
relations
right,
with
so
Mark
he's just
Jensen
going
again
over.
until
She
after
lied.
Julie
We
died?
get it. We all
Answer,
understand
that I
that.
can recall, yes. Question, do you recall giving a statement
I
to
think
Detective
maybe
Rathburn
for
in
you, this is why the
2002?
fastest way to
Answer,
catch up
yes.
for
Do you recall telling
the new
Detective
trial thing,
Rathburn we had romantic relationships since October
for the
/
new
November
trial,
1998?
if you watch the
Answer,
opening
yes.
the
Now
opening
is your
statement from the
testimony, now
defense
that
and
you
the
had one sexual
prosecution,
encounter with Mark
and
Jensen
then
in
watch
October
the
of
forensic
1998, You
pathologist.
didn't have sexual
I
relationship
think
with
some of the other
him
witnesses,
after
yeah,
that
they're
date?
okay, whatever.
Answer,
It's
yes.
not like the
Until after
most
Julie's
exciting,
death? Answer, yes, that I can recall.
not the most
yes.
exciting
Question, at
testimony,
some point during the
but
course
the
of your
opening will give you an understanding.
That's beyond.
That's pretty
the
good.
scope.
And the pathologist, you're going to find some corruption there, some false testimony, some things like that.
Yes, I think so.
And then in your spare time, the couple of streams that we did that was just so specific on the background of the case. Yesterday we did all the jailhouse snitches, all the inmates that snitched on this guy. He allegedly told them, confessed to these people, a bunch of people. Everyone's story changes. There's new details. There's not details. It's a bizarre trial. It's a bizarre case. But yeah, tomorrow is day 4 of the new trial. So that'll be interesting. Some highlights. The judge has been screaming at the attorneys. The attorneys have been screaming at the judge. They showed a porno picture that broadcast live on everybody's stream. That was on Friday. It was a pretty graphic mistake.
Line 20. I'm sorry, page 20, line 11.
So there you go. You're pretty much caught
Do you
up.
recall being asked the following question?
Box
giving
of
the
crazy.
following answer. Question. Now, it's your testimony that you had sexual relations with Mark Jensen in Appleton in early October of 1998, correct? Answer, yes. And it's your
So,
testimony
and just
now that you never had
forewarning,
sexual relationships with him
we
again
are
until
an adult
after that, until
platform,
after
so we
Julie's death?
use some naughty words here,
Answer, yes.
especially me. Over on our Facebook page, NSM News Updates, they're a little bit more rowdier. If that's your crowd, they're a little rowdy. They're a little spicy over there, a little spicy. They're fun. They're a fun group. I love them over there. YouTube is a little bit more tame.
Consistent statements.
So if you're more, into the tame crowd, but I get a little abrasive, very crass. I say naughty words.
Answer, yes. Question, in Chicago, for example? Answer, yes. Question, in St. Louis, for example?
Is it okay if I do not use the naughty words? Of course it is. Just don't be offended if we do.
This next question.
Just do your thing.
I won't ask that question. I saw that later, it was sustained, so I'm not going to ask that question, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead now.
That works too. A lot of people have gotten rid of their Facebook pages.
Oh, actually, the last question was then read back, so I am going to ask that question. If you'll direct the court and counsel.
So my company, we're an
to
investigative
page 24,
journalism
top of the
company.
page, you'll see that
We're
that question was
located
read
in
back.
southeast Wisconsin. Jeez, I can't even talk. I've talked so much. So we focus on civil rights issues, exposing corruption within systems, police departments, court systems, things like that. We have a website if you like reading articles. It's Never.Stop.Voices.com. There's some links that come through the YouTube chat that lead you to our different platforms. But if you like reading some juicy articles about corruption, you can read that stuff there.
Top of page 22, line 3. When Mr. Jensen was staying in Chicago at a Stifle Nicholas event, were you also in Chicago at the same hotel, the Stifle?
These are not inconsistent. She didn't testify any differently during her direct examination today. She's already testified.
Well, I think at this point, they're not being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. They're being offered for a different purpose.
There's no proper purpose for introducing these hearsay past statements.
I don't agree with you. Go ahead.
Question. Again, page 22, line 3. When Mr. Jensen was staying in Chicago at a Stifle Nicholas event, were you also in Chicago at the same hotel, the Stifle Nicholas event? Answer, I'm not sure. Answer, I don't recall. I do not recall a Stifle event. Question, okay, so you were in Chicago? Answer, yes. Question, and stayed at a hotel in Chicago? Answer, yes. Question, and Mark Jensen stayed at a hotel in Chicago? Answer, yes. Question, and you stayed at that same hotel in Chicago? Answer, yes. Now, did you bring Mark Riemann with you? Answer, no. Question, he was your fiancé at the time? Answer, I don't remember the dates. I'm not sure.
Continuing objection, Judge. This is all hearsay and it's all been covered on direct and she answered these questions. Overruled.
Question, well, this is before Julie's death, correct? Answer, yes. And it was after you'd met Mark Jensen? Answer, yes. Question, so at the time that you were at the same hotel in Chicago as Mr. Jensen, were you either Mark Riemann's fiancé or his wife, one or the other? Answer, yes. Question, and at this juncture, it's your testimony. You don't remember if at the time you were at the hotel, you were his fiancé or you were his wife, but you were one of the two things? Answer, yes. Question, and Mr. Greenman was not with you? Answer, correct. Question, and Mrs. Jensen was not with Mark Jensen, is that correct? Answer, yes.
I continued to object. This was all testified on direct. She testified to these things already.
This is for a different purpose. Go ahead.
Question, and you're saying you don't think it was a Stifle affair that you were there for? Answer, I don't remember what we were there for. Question, but it's your testimony that you did not have sexual relations with Mark Jensen at that hotel? Answer, that's correct. Question, now you and he emailed each other repeatedly.
No. I think you're getting off the topic. Well, all right, go ahead.
Now, you and he emailed each other repeatedly between the beginning of September 1998 right up to the time of Julie's death. Is that true? Answer, yes. And these emails would frequently conclude with abbreviations, IMY, IWY, IDLY. Is that true? Answer.
Objection, Judge. This is not on the topic as the court just noted.
No, I looked ahead a little bit and I think it becomes clear that it is, so the objection's overruled. I'll tell you this though, Mr. Chambliss. It astonishes me, as qualified as the reporter is, and I can attest to that. I've seen the excellence of her work.
Am I going too fast?
But you're taxing her, I think. Am I right or wrong?
Madam Court Reporter, am I going too fast for you?
You're not going too fast.
I'll slow it down.
Too fast. It's just a question of you're taxing her. As I said, go ahead.
And you're.
All right, so we're about to come up on a commercial break on the archive footage anyway. So I'm going to take I'm going to pause the video. We'll restart it right from where it's at on the next stream. But I'm going to take these last couple minutes here to obviously promote what we do here, tell you guys about different things, whatever. All right. Yeah, there's they're about to get pretty snarky. You know, this case too, this case is pretty adult, right? I mean, we're hearing about a lot of you know, adult intimacy things. We're hearing, you know, the word penis come up 4,000 times. We're hearing the word fellatio come up 1,000 times in this. Cunnilingus. I mean, it's rowdy. This trial is rowdy. All day today, it has been, you know, definitely, you know, on the adult natured side of things. Some juicy, spicy emails, some flirting back and forth, affairs flying around the courtroom left and right. This trial has been interesting. Now, the old trial, these testimonies were taking hours and hours and days. We're not seeing that in the new trial. They're flying through the witnesses a lot faster. They're getting right to the meat and potatoes of things. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. Mrs. Y, I'm assuming because you mentioned, you know, the Rittenhouse trial, I'm assuming you watched that. Am I correct in that assumption? Because if you did, you definitely are at the right channel. Look at that. Mrs. Y joined as a supporter. We love it. Appreciate that. That's awesome. We're going to put that up in the chat and highlight that. Okay, Mrs. Y. See, this is perfect. So I'm one of the live streamers that was out there. And you know, this goes for obviously everybody else that's paying attention and watching. Maybe you guys are just kind of quietly lurking in the background, just jumped on. I was one of the live streamers that was out there. We filmed a lot of that stuff. I was out there for the curfew. And I've been investigating Kenosha for 2 years on what really happened. So you'll find on our channel that we have hundreds of videos, not only live streams from then, but we have body cam videos from the police departments. We have body cam from inside of the Bearcats, a lot of that stuff. We have courthouse cameras, the cameras that were surrounding the Kenosha County Courthouse. So we have their feeds for the 23rd, 24th, 25th. You can find those on their own playlists. And then during the Rittenhouse trial, we streamed that as well. And then we have, we're still kind of putting all of it up there, but we have courthouse feeds from the Rittenhouse trial, so you can see like what actually happened on the outside, because there was a lot of rhetoric about what was happening outside of the courthouse. We did have some streams that were going, especially during jury deliberation, but there was still a lot of misinformation that was going around. So we have those. We have you know, Kyle Rittenhouse's police interrogation, Dominic Black, his sister Faith from the Antioch Police Department. So there's tons of stuff up there. The articles, we have multiple articles on the website talking about how many police agencies were out there, the thousands of law enforcement plus over 1,500 National Guard. decisions that were made, who made those decisions, when those decisions were made. We also have another article up about 13 hours of ignored militia threat and aggression from militia that law enforcement agencies were cooperating and chose to ignore, and instead focused on protesters and social media posts that they couldn't cooperate regarding protester stuff. We're about to release an article about the truth behind the Kenosha curfew. What really happened with that? What didn't happen? We're going to expose a big lie that the city not only told residents of Kenosha, but also the entire world that was watching. We have, what else do we have? Article-wise. Boss, help me out here. What do we have? Articles. So we did, there's a girl on TikTok, and she tells a story from 9 years ago about sexual intercourse with a child. A 25-year-old guy got in a relationship with her when she was 15. And she tells her story. And then she's got a family court case because they have kids together now. There's abuse in the relationship. There's a court order. She had to pull her TikTok videos down. And then we exposed a lie that the Fond du Lac County DA, and that's another city or county in Wisconsin, the DA lied to the judge for the sexual intercourse case, lied to the judge, which got the case dismissed. So we exposed that. So that's still ongoing. If you watch the Darrell Brooks case, the guy that drove his car through the Waukesha parade. So we covered some of that. There's articles written on the thing about that. But then the judge that everybody fell in love with, we found out that the judge is not very truthful in some of the interviews that she did. So we exposed that. Her campaign manager is now under police investigation for some crimes, some alleged crimes now. Joseph Mensa, cop in Wauwatosa, Wisconsin, shot and killed 3 people in a 5-year period. We exposed corruption with Wauwatosa. Yep, Wonder Woman is not who we all thought she was. So that is that, chat. There's about a minute and a half left on the stream, so I'm going to let you guys go now. Give me 2 minutes. Literally, I'm going to end this. I'm going to reset up the stream on Facebook and YouTube, and we're just going to go again right away, chat. We're going to finish up Kelly Labonte. We are going to see the inside of the Jensen house, the crime scene, guys, the crime scene. We're going to see that. We're going to see Julie Jensen in the bed right after her death. It's a fluid scene. So viewer discretion advised for that. I'll let you guys know when that comes up. So if you need to turn away, you can. We're going to hear the forensic computer specialist. All right. We're going to hear a lot, chat. And by all means, ask questions, whatever you guys want to know. And you can ask me questions about this trial, cases we've covered in the past, articles we've written. You can ask me questions about me. Just be respectful to me and each other. Love you guys. You guys are awesome. I will be right back. Chat, here we go.